is our first ever Summoners War World Arena Champion.
That's enough! He takes it! BD is our champion! It worked!
John is going to be this year's SWC champion.
Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday.
I'm standing up so the world can see that I came to leave a legacy.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 세 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라인을 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지는 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어. 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고!
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 나
Summoners War World Arena Championship format. Tournament favorite is our first ever Summoners War World Arena Champion.
That's enough! He takes it! BD is our champion! It worked!
John is going to be this year's SWC champion.
Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday.
I'm standing up so the world can see that I came to leave a legacy.
Year after year, day number 3 of the prelims are where dreams fly and sometimes dreams die. We'll find out how it takes shape here in the 2022 edition of the America's Cup preliminaries. Hi everyone, I'm Daniel D. Gonzalez and welcome to Elimination Day, day number 3. I'm not breaking down all the action by myself. Joining me as always, it's Stoic and Make It a Bud. And guys, Elimination Day is upon us. We're going to be saying goodbye to some of the biggest names in the game, Stoic.
That's right, D-Gon. Make or break day. It's going to be really, really exciting. I mean, there's a lot of dreams that could be dashed, but also dreams can be made today.
Definitely, and Make It a Bud, I want to throw it to you here. Day 3, this happens every year, but what makes it so special to you?
I mean, we're going to see a lot of great matches. And again, you guys have mentioned great players here, former America's Cup champions. I mean, I'm just going to cut to the chase here. We're looking at right from the get-go, we have fireworks. We're going to see THOMPSIN versus Edward, and then the winner of that faces TRUEWHALE. And only one of them is going to go to America's Cup, meaning, you know, you're going to have some of the highest caliber RTA gameplay today. And unfortunately, only one player is going to make it through. If that's not drama, if that doesn't create suspense, I don't know what does, because I'm on the edge of my seat seeing who's going to basically watch, as I like to say in the past, watch SWC from the couch for the rest of the year. And who's going to get to go on to New York?
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
And beyond New York, who's going to make it all the way on over to the World Finals over in Seoul, Korea? The first time that we are having an event in person internationally since 2019. It'll be on November 11th here in the West Coast. It'll be November 12th if you make the trek on over to Korea for it. Best of fives all the way through for the $140,000 prize pool and, of course, title of the best in SWC. But before we do that, we're going to New York City for the America's Cup October 8th in HK Hall, New York. Again, best of fives all the way up and down, and the 2 players that will represent the Americas region at the World Finals, as well as like a nice prize pool, $20,000, something to reinvest into your box. Maybe you pull something a little bit nice like some of our competitors have this week. We'll get to that shortly. Of course, how did we get here? Well, it took us the prelims to make it to this point. On days 1 and 2, we had 8 players each play their win and move on, lose, and wait to days number 3. And we qualified 4 players on through, 2 from day 1, 2 from day 2. And now we're left over with everyone else. 12 players hoping to get those final 4 spots into the America's Cup to keep their World Finals hopes alive. After we complete all of that, then we'll get to see who has the chance to make it over in New York City. Of course, we need to know who made it here today based off of days 1 and 2. So let's take a look at a bracket for day number 3, Elimination Day. And when we look at this thing up and down, Stoic, big names and a lot of surprises, I would say, in terms of players that we didn't expect to see here and players that we don't know a lot about still making their debut.
That's right. I mean, this loser bracket today looks like it could have been an America's Cup final. We have so many big names in here. We're kicking it off with absolute fireworks, and it doesn't even stop there. It just keeps going. We've got quite the show ahead of us and many entertaining matches ahead.
I throw to you now here, Make It a Bud. What is a prediction that you have for us for the day?
I mean, if I had to make it, I think you're insinuating a bold prediction.
A bold
here.
prediction.
I might have alluded to earlier before we started here. I think we're going to see fireworks in that first matchup. Edward pulled a new toy this week, and I think Edward versus THOMPSIN is not a gimme. And the bold prediction would be Edward winning 2-1. I think it's a coin flip, but the bold prediction, if we want to make a bold prediction, is Edward going 2-1 on that one.
All right, well, there you have it. Let's stop wasting time and get into our first matchup of the day. We've talked about it a little bit here. Edward, the debutant in his America's Cup journey against one of the most experienced players in the history of the Americas region of SWC, THOMPSIN. Again, the runner-up over in the World Finals in 2019, America's Cup champion. But Edward is someone who is making waves here. Why, all of a sudden, are we high on the Edward train here, Make It a Bud?
I don't know if I would like to say high on the Edward train, but I think if anyone has an underdog's chance of winning that first match, it's him. I mean, we see the most commonly picked units. It's something that most people in this tournament have, but you don't see the Achroma, you don't see the Tianlang there. Those are very strong units that he has in his back pocket. There's one more toy that he pulled this week that I'm going to save and not announce yet and wait till we see it in gameplay. But I think that's going to give him a lot of tools in his toolbox to be able to play back against whatever THOMPSIN has to bring. And to be quite frank, I think when we saw THOMPSIN versus Big V earlier, I mean, Big V just looked so dominant, but maybe THOMPSIN didn't draft as well into that. I don't know if, if hopefully THOMPSIN with his experience is going to be able to overcome any mental hurdles there. Otherwise, he's facing a tough matchup here, and anything could really happen in this first matchup.
Yeah, well, let's flip to that opposite side of the matchup. THOMPSIN, again, former America's Cup champion, runner-up over in 2019. Did have a disappointing 2021 where he was knocked out earlier in a free-to-play composition, against a free-to-play composition, one of the brilliant drafts that we saw from last year's America's Cup. But kind of surprising that we see him here so early on in the losers bracket on elimination day here, Stoic. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on THOMPSIN moving forward in this specific matchup.
It's definitely surprising for a lot of people to see THOMPSIN down here. Now, I had stated this before, that some of THOMPSIN's biggest enemies are himself. Like THOMPSIN, we just didn't get to see a form of THOMPSIN that we have seen in the past before. THOMPSIN needs to overcome himself to overcome his opponents first. And that's not what we saw in day one with THOMPSIN. Well, day two with THOMPSIN. So as we get into these loser bracket matches, I think if THOMPSIN overcomes himself, I think he's just going to do fine here. And we may see the THOMPSIN that we all know and love progress through these loser brackets today.
All right, Sensei Stoic here with the words. So Stoic, I'm going to ask you, because we already got Making a Bud's prediction. Who you got winning this one?
I do have THOMPSIN beating Edward here. I think THOMPSIN needs to kind of shake off what happened in those previous matches, and we might see the THOMPSIN that we know today. And I think THOMPSIN does take it over Edward.
All right, let me just double check. Make it a Bud, make it official, right? Right?
I mean, we're going for bold predictions here. It's SWC. I take Edward 2-1. I don't believe in, making it, kind of not getting in your own head. I believe at the end of the day, the right draft considers the probabilities of resists and procs. There is no such thing as getting in your own head. It is making the right choices, the right in-game decision making abilities, and making the right draft and the right ban. There's no such thing as getting in your own head. I don't believe so at this level of play. And so by that, I really think it's a toss-up. Edward could take this 2-1.
All right, well, there you have it. Our guys splitting the vote on the very first matchup. That's what every match is going to feel like today. Let's get into it. No more waiting. One player moves on against TRUEWHALE, and one of them goes home and watches on the couch, like Make It a Bud likes to say. Edward, THOMPSIN, only one can move on. Let's find out in this best of three.
Let's get into this best of three. Edward versus THOMPSIN. Their first match today. Here we go, guys. We're going to be getting into the pre-ban very shortly. We're going to see some interesting pre-bans coming out of both these players here.
Yeah, and so we talked about these pre-bans before the match here, but I think you have to look at it two ways, right? If I'm Edward, I'm kind of worried about THOMPSIN and his Gianna, and probably THOMPSIN and his Gurkha. Gurkha is pretty much stronger than anything, and once it takes control of the game's over. Once it gets a couple of provokes on, it's pretty much over here. And if I'm THOMPSIN, I'm scared, as we talked about, of that Tianlang. Tianlang is very good into whatever THOMPSIN has, whether it's an Oliver, whether it's a Ragdoll. So we'll see what happens here. I think THOMPSIN should start with an Oliver or a Masha, but he's likely going to go more passive, as we've seen in the past. Goes the more active route. I like this a lot. Edward responds really quick with the Masha and Anana here.
Yeah, very quick drafts there by Edward. Pre-bans are out here. Surprised to see that Narsha, but not surprised at the same time. THOMPSIN taking a Shizuka Gianna. Edward very quick to respond. Ragdoll Juno.
That's the toy we're talking about here. Edward did pull a Ragdoll earlier in this week here. What a pull before SWC, and that makes a huge difference. THOMPSIN with the LDs that we didn't see last week, so I really like this Gurkha pick. Really like the Oberon. That's a lot of threat. THOMPSIN's basically insinuating that he's going to ban the Nana, but I think Ragdoll also poses a lot of threat to his team here. I think if I'm Edward, I'm probably going to angle to ban out that Gurkha, but he does have a Mash and Juno, which play pretty well in the Gurkha, so if that's the case, Oberon probably makes a little sense here, but Gurkha's just such a scary unit to fight.
What an aggressive draft from Thompson, wrapping up with the Gurkha and that Oberon. Oberon being a fantastic combination with the Shizuka. Edward wrapping up his draft with a Miles.
Yeah, I do like the Miles pick here. It does allow him some damage over time. Edward does have some resilience with the Nana, with the Ragdoll, with the Juno here. I think if I'm Edward, I'm looking at either the Gurkha or the Oberon. I think those would make a lot of sense. If I'm Thompson, I'm looking to take out that Nana, or potentially looking at Ragdoll. I mean, we've all faced Ragdoll on the ladder. Ragdoll's really scary. I think that's what the bans should be. We'll see if the players decide that that's correct or not.
Bans are locked in. Nana is banned, and Shizuka is going to get banned out here on Thompson's side.
Not a fan of that Shizuka ban here. There's a lot of threat coming out from Thompson's side. Thompson's gonna be able to get that Oberon off, so I think Edward may be on the back foot in this one, so we'll see what's gonna happen, how the resists and provokes land. But Thompson's looks to have a really strong draft here.
We'll see indeed. Miles gonna be kicking it off for Edward, getting a massive stun onto that Oberon.
Wow, that's a massive stun here. Really lucky to land that. I mean, that's a under 50% chance to land that, so very lucky by Edward there. Might give him the upper hand in this match.
Yep, we'll see, but there's no will runes here, and we've got Oliver ready to push back some attack bar, probably going on to the Ragdoll, making sure he's not going to get turned there. Does get it. Oliver's going to be taking his additional turn, of course, with the second skill going into the Miles.
Yeah, but that's going to be a lot of damage coming up from Juno. Probably going to drop the Oberon here. Oberon's not going to take a turn here, and Thompson goes down 3 units to 4.
Yeah, that's a big kill right there. Oberon's going to be dropping, cycling a little bit of attack bar. There's the additional turn coming out of the Gianna as well. Additional bombs are going to be coming out.
Yeah, but Thompson does have one provoke onto that Miles there, and there's going to be more provokes landing, so I think Thompson's going to be able to regain some footing here. Edward is going to need to find a way to down another unit.
Most definitely. Another Despair stun, though, coming out on top of the Oliver, locking down that unit, not able to capitalize on it. Defense break does land on top of the Ragdoll. No provoke's going to be landing there. Additional turn popping up from Masha. Masha looking to capitalize with that second skill.
Wow, huge proc there. Allows Edward to get a defense break and a lot of damage onto that Gianna, and also big resist from that Ragdoll. Thompson finally able to get that provoke onto that Ragdoll.
Yeah, provoke landing there, definitely going to be really good for Thompson, though. Not dismounting the Masha, though, was very important that he dismounted that unit there.
Yeah, it's going to mean he's going to require an extra hit here. That Juno going for broke there, I really think he should have used skilled 1, so some player mistakes coming out of Edward here, not being able to do enough damage, and that Masha is dismounted here, so no more immunity to protect itself.
That's right, Masha gets dismounted. We've got that third skill up with Oliver. We know what happens when this third skill is up. Defense break sitting on top of the Ragdoll, reduces attack bar to 0. The additional turn's going to be popping out here. He can pretty much go on any units, push back the attack right here. Gurkha is going to be a very dangerous unit.
Gurkha indeed going to be a very dangerous unit here. He's going to need to taunt up Miles here. Does not get the taunt. Might not matter. Miles might not take a turn, but it's all about this Juno and how much damage this Juno does. It's going to be a Juno versus 3 units, and we're going to need to see if Juno can solo this team or not.
Ooh, big attack bar pushback there with the third skill coming off the Oliver. Oliver with the second skill going right back onto that Juno again.
Yeah, Oliver's basically going to control the entire team here. This Miles might not get a turn. Miles will get a turn here, depending on if Gurkha can provoke it or not. But again, it's going to come down to how well this Juno can down this Oliver and then take it to a Juno versus Gurkha matchup.
There's definitely a ton of provokes on the field. That's really going to benefit Thompson here. Oliver is definitely going to be very impactful because there's nothing Edward can do about that Oliver. He's got a lot to worry about.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Juno only doing 1.5k damage per hit here, but does get a huge revenge stun and a stun onto that Oliver.
Yeah, very lucky Despair stun, revenge stun going on to that Oliver indeed. Second skill is going to be coming out for Thompson, looking to get rid of that Masha. Not just yet, though.
Yeah, but again, it's going to come down to Juno versus Gurkha here, and Juno is going to be able to get that, be able to heal every single turn if it gets provoked, so we'll see which unit is runed better, and it's going to come down to LD versus non-LD unit to end this match.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens here. No provoke's going to land on top of that Masha. Beautiful Despair stun, though, but additional turn coming out of the Gurkha.
Absolutely massive proc from that Gurkha, otherwise that Masha is going to pummel a lot of damage. But again, it's going to come down to Juno versus Gurkha here. Let's see which unit stays ahead. Thompson does not want to land that provoke onto that Juno.
He doesn't. Juno's going to heal up a ton, and if those Despair stuns come out, that's definitely going to wrap it up here. Edward taking round 1 away from Thompson.
Wow, what a match there. I was very surprised by that Shizuka ban coming out from Edward. I really think he should have thought about banning out one of the LDs. But again, we saw that opening from that Miles, able to stun that Oberon. And you know that stun's a 50% rate. But when you have an AC res check of 85, basically your chance of landing that is 0.85 times 0.5, which is, you know, not quite 50%. So from the get-go, Edward has less than a 50% chance when he chooses to ban out the Shizuka instead of the Oberon. If that Oberon goes off, he loses a unit. So Edward getting pretty lucky there. And of course, at the end, Juno with the ability to self-cleanse there counters Gurkha. So Gurkha, one of the strongest units in the game, did lock down the other 3 units, but missed quite a few provokes, and Juno was able to take it from there.
Yeah, Juno was absolutely devastating. A ton of despair stuns coming out there, able to cycle so much attack bar. It was able to keep Edward in that match. I wonder if we're going to see the Juno pre-ban potentially coming out of Thompson, but I don't know if we'll see that.
No, I think Thompson should take out the Ragdoll if he wants to pursue aggression here. He could take out a Chroma as well. Edward is definitely not going to pre-ban the Ragdoll, but he's going to be able to use his Tianlang, which is going to help a lot. If I'm Edward, I'm thinking about taking out either Gianna or Nephthys. I think that's very dangerous from Thompson's side. We haven't seen the Nephthys picked at all this entire tournament, but I think that would be a great pick. Gurkha's also great as well. I mean, that unit's just incredibly tough to deal with.
Yeah, most definitely. Edward's got the first pick here. The pre-bans are that Gurkha and Oliver.
I think we're going to start with the Masha here, would make the most sense, but you could also see some passive play coming from Nana, Shizuka type thing. But I think Masha's the pick that makes the most sense in this matchup. It's really strong in a lot of things that Thompson can bring because it gives immunity to itself and presents a kill opportunity if it gets a problem.
Ooh, Edward going to be first picking that brand new unit, taking the Ragdoll away from Thompson.
And I am not sure about that Ragdoll. Just because you draft Ragdoll doesn't mean that you don't have to use your brain to think in a draft here. Not sure about picking that first. I think that's way too early here. Thompson can definitely go for aggression and shut out Edward because that pick is just such a dead pick into if Thompson decides a fast, aggressive comp here. So Edward should really think about Masha and some way to counter some aggression from Thompson. So maybe like a Masha, and if he wants to play passive, Nana's fine too, but he's definitely going to need to bring on Masha. Changpeng would be a great unit too. But instead decides to double down on this passive play and goes with a Juno and a Nana here.
Extremely passive play coming out of Edward. Shizuka Dominic can be very aggressive here, especially that Dominic. Thompson potentially bringing out more aggression in these next 2 picks.
This is where I would love to see a Tessarian. If Thompson had an Isis would be amazing here, but Tessarian is great here. Goes for single target damage, which I also like that approach. Again, we talked about Edward's Ragdoll being very weak to high aggression, and that's what Thompson's bringing correctly going into this draft correctly. Goes with the Molong, goes with the Narsha. It's going to present basically 3 units that can solo a unit off the bat.
Ooh, we're definitely going to be seeing Shizuka let through, and I think that's what that Cigar is going to be signaling. Going to be bringing a CR to the draft as well.
Yeah, so Edward bringing the Cigar, I do like the Cigar. It does allow him to disrupt 1 unit of Thompson's. I would presume it's probably faster than those units. Maybe even the Swift build allows, with the skill 3, allows a reset of skill cooldown and then reset of attack bar of anything that's not on will here. And Thompson wisely going with the budget Light Monkey King. I'm not sure why he's drafting that unit instead of a Light Monkey King. Light Monkey King's a lot better than the Fire Bison here. So goes with the Fire Bison instead of the LD unit. Bans out the Nana makes a lot of sense given the LD aggression he's had here. So it's going to come down to if Edward can 3v4 Thompson's team, because Edward is going to lose a unit off the bat.
We'll see if that speed lead is going to be helping out Edward here. Let's see if he takes turn 1 over Thompson. We get into this round 2 match between Thompson and Edward.
And Edward here does have the ability to open up the Sagar, does get a crucial provoke onto that Molong.
Yeah, I don't think he got the reset though onto the Molong. I can't tell if I missed that or not. Bomb's going to be coming out for this Ciara here, looking to lock down the Nasha.
There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Dominic, but yes, stunning up that Masha. That Narsha is going to be dismounted very soon here, so Edward's going to be in a pretty decent spot. Thompson's going to need a couple procs if he wants to lay enough aggression on.
Ooh, a lot of damage though. Branding does land. Goes to the second skill, takes out the Ciara.
Wow, and as I like to say, Fighter 3 survivability on that Ciara. Ciara basically goes down in 2 shots. Way too squishy for this level of play and into Thompson's runes here.
Yeah, defense breaks in on top of the Nasha. Nasha's going to get removed from the field here. We got that 3rd skill coming up with the Fire and Bison. Stuns across the field. We're going to see some big damage again coming out of this Dominic.
Those are some massive stuns coming out from the Fire Bison here, stunning up the Ragdoll and the Sagar here. So not a lot of aggression coming out from Edward's side. This is Thompson's chance to be able to down a unit. This Dominic's going to do so much damage.
Ooh, Narsha does not die here. I think he's going to have to clean up that unit before something could happen. We've got Juno with the first kill into the Narsha, and Dominic is going to be coming back. If Dominic gets an additional turn here, we could be seeing a unit remove from the field.
That's right. All we need to see is Dominic take an additional turn here. We'll see if he gets it. Does not get that additional turn here. Fire Bison does not have cooldowns yet here. So Thompson is a little weak for a couple turns here, and if Edward can get a couple stuns, he may be in a good spot.
Yeah, no provoke going out onto the Sager. That might be a little bad for Thompson. There's that big first kill, the additional turn popping out there. Ragdoll's going to be taken away from the field.
Wow, really lucky from Thompson to get that proc on that Dominic there. If he did not get that proc, he would instantly lose this match 2-0. So instead, Edward now needs to take out that Dominic, but there's that Molong with Reckless Assault coming on board soon. So I think Thompson's going to be in a commanding spot here. Edward's Juno's really going to need to stun a lot of units.
If that is correct, no defense break coming out here. Nice despair stun going out onto that Dominic. I think he's going to choose to take the Dominic away from the field here. Rolls the dice for some despair stuns. Doesn't receive anything at all. Thompson with a big third skill coming out here. Reckless Assault available. That's going to be taking care of that Juno. And there you have it. Thompson is going to be responding to Edward, taking round 2.
Wow, that proc from that Dominic could not have come at a better time here. If Thompson did not get a proc there, you would see a 2-0 going the other way, but instead we have a 1-1 series. As mentioned before the match, this is really anyone's game here. I really thought it would come down to a game 3. We'll see if the players adjust accordingly. But so far, I like what I see. I like that Thompson is leaning into LDs a little bit more, bringing in the Narsha, bringing in more aggression. This is a very different Thompson than we've seen in the first game here. And Edward playing a little bit more passively than I would have liked. But, you know, when you pull a Ragdoll, I mean, your instinct is to just pick Ragdoll, hit the auto button, and expect the match to take care of itself.
And that's not at all what happened here. Not even the Narsha was able to capitalize off of anything as well. So Edward did a really good job keeping that Narsha back. But definitely, the aggressive play from Thompson's what you want to see from him. If Thompson thinks he's going to be making his way through this tournament, the aggressive side of Thompson is exactly what we need to see.
I mean, Thompson has the ability to flex between aggression and not. Remember, he does have a Ragdoll. He has really beefy runes. He should have a wide box here. So he should be able to threaten if he wants single target kill with Dominic, Masha, Narsha type comps, or if he wants to go AoE with like a Nephis Light Monkey. We haven't seen the Light Monkey picked at all. One thing that was interesting was he picked the Fire Bison there. I really would have preferred a Light Monkey. I think a lot of times a Light Monkey basically dominates the game on its own. And it's really surprising that even though he has a Light Monkey in his box, he chose a Fire Bison over that. I think that was a little bit of a misstep there, but it didn't really matter because he was able to come ahead in the draft anyways. But I really prefer the Light Monkey there. It's a light and dark unit. You should take this.
We'll see what happens in this game 3. The pre-bans are out. Narsha and Tian Lang going to be the units banned out here. Thompson with the first pick.
Yeah, so you see the first pre-bans, the same pre-bans as you did in the first match. Thompson changing up that first pick, going with the Shizuka. Very passive play here. I'm not sure about that Shizuka. Edward going with the Miles and the Oliver makes a lot of sense here. Thompson should probably think about how to enable a Masha, but most likely, I think we're going to see him work into a Gurkha type comp. When he goes turn 2 passive like this, we're going to see a Gurkha. We may even see a Ragdoll because a Tian Lang's no longer an option. So Thompson's probably tangling with some sort of turn 2 here. So that's what I would be thinking if I was him. He could also lean Dominic to pump out some damage, and of course we see that Nana to go more passive.
Yeah, we'll see if that Juno's going to be coming to the field here for Edward, if he's going to try and predict that a Gurkha will be coming out. Edward's Juno was definitely pumping out a lot of damage, got him a lot of great moments here up against Thompson.
I think a Juno would be okay here, but I would prefer a Changpeng to be a little bit more aggressive, and it would allow him to have a 5th pick to cleave Thompson if needed, because Thompson hasn't presented any type of speed. So Changpeng would be a lot stronger than a Juno here. I'm not exactly sure if I like the Sagar. I think it's not oppressive enough in an AoE setting, and I think a Changpeng would allow him to open up for the Oliver and a Masha to do a lot more damage, more flexibility in the draft. Sagar is fine, but I think a Changpeng would be better. And then if I'm Thompson, I'm thinking Gurkha, right? I'm thinking Leo is an interesting pick here. Leo's not actually the best into an Oliver, but really good into a Miles, and it's kind of a wash with a Masha here. So kind of interesting pick from the Leo from Thompson. I'm not sure about that, but Gurkha's a great pick as always.
I feel like we're definitely expecting to see that Juno coming out of Edward here as this last pick, and it is going to be a Dark Monkey King.
Wow, Dark Monkey, we haven't seen this in a while, has the ability to stun on skill 3 and defense break, and with skill 2, the ability to defense break and steal the buffs. I think Edward is likely going to let that Leos through ban the Gurkha, is the way it feels like. He doesn't really have a way to protect against the Gurkha. He is way too exposed to that, but instead leaves the Gurkha in, so I'm very surprised by that. Edward can easily get locked in here. I'm not sure about that decision here, but he's also bringing a lot of damage, so we'll see if Thompson's going to be able to survive that initial onslaught, and then let this Gurkha go to work and take over the game.
We have a very interesting draft here as we get into Game 3 between Thompson and Edward. That Dark Monkey King, very fast, kicking it off for Edward.
Yeah, that Dark Monkey King unfortunately not doing anything to this Gurkha here. Edward's gonna be able to pump in a lot of damage, but remember, Thompson does have that Nana, does have the ability to stay alive for a little bit longer here, and Edward's really gonna need to do a lot with his turn 1 in his opening if he wants to be able to win this game.
Ooh, does land that provoke on top of the Masha, gets the additional turn. No provoke's going to be landing on top of that Dark Monkey King. Dominic looking to kick, not kick things off, but do some trouble here with the branding effect landing onto that Dark Monkey King. Second skill is available, going to the Dark Monkey King, only landed the provoke. That is all Thompson need with the additional turn, popping out once again, landing provokes on the Miles.
And this Dark Monkey King is way too squishy to be drafted this way. It's going to go down off the bat without really using any skills here. So Edward's going to be on the back foot. Nana's going to have 2 stacks here. I think Edward's going to need a miracle if he wants to be able to come back in this game.
Definitely not looking good at all for Edward here. We've got Gurkha landing those provokes just like he needs to. And that's just going to be a Gurkha solo no matter what. There's just too much damage, too much provokes coming out of him.
Too much damage, too much provokes, too much resilience. That Nana's going to have 2 stacks really soon. I'm not sure why Edward did not ban out that Gurkha from the draft. That Gurkha basically took this game over from the get-go. I think taking out that Leo would have made a lot more sense here. Edward's basically on the back foot. There's 2 stacks on that Nana, about to make it 3. There's no way Masha can come across and win. And there we go. Thompson takes this 2-1.
Thompson in round 3 taking down Edward.
Guys, that was a little scary there, but they still found a way to get themselves the victory for Thompson. And, you know, after dropping that first game, you're kind of wondering, oh my gosh, is Thompson going to go a whole America's Cup without winning a single set? Not the case here. Pulls out the big guns. Gurkha takes over that last game. Maybe a bit of a draft difference here for Thompson over Edward. But man, several procs, multiple different taunts there. It ended up being what Thompson very much needed, and he'll continue on. With Edward, a great showing, a cool show off of the ragdoll, but unable to get his win, but will have America's Cup experience moving forward. So his face is grayed out, and we say goodbye to one of our 12 players today vying for those 4 final slots in the America's Cup. Thompson moves on. He'll be facing in a very big matchup up against TRUEWHALE in a little bit as we have ourselves a great day ahead of us. So let's move on to our next matchup. It's another one, a veteran versus a newcomer in TOPAV versus Hope. TOPAV, one of the forefront streamers and personalities within the Americas region and all across the globe in Summoner's War, but up against Hope, who has a little bit of hope here in his box. So let's take a look at these guys a little bit more, starting with TOPAV. Now, TOPAV, again, went 1-2 against LECHONK. Wasn't able to get the victory there. Nice little fight back using Nana a little bit. What do we make of TOPAV here in the 2022 edition of SWC America's Cup, Stoic?
I mean, TOPAV, he's got so much experience here. He's got the most experience here in America's Cup. He's been in every single tournament. I mean, TOPAV knows what he needs to do up against Hope. But the scary thing is Hope also knows what he needs to do up against TOPAV. Hope is a frequent viewer of his, so he should know TOPAV in and out. So we'll see. Can TOPAV overcome Hope with all of his experience, or does Hope know what to bring up against TOPAV here?
Well, let's see what Hope brings by taking a look at his player card. Again, he lost his matchup against Raigeki. That was a very fun matchup that they had. But basically, a lot of standard units. Diana kind of popping up there. I haven't seen that pulled used yet. Make it a bud. How do we feel about Hope's chances and how he would break it down here against TOPAV?
I mean, Hope's going to have to do a lot of hoping if that's going to get him a victory here. I think TOPAV's experience and that Yeonhong, which is only going to make an appearance in one of these matches, is still going to be enough to allow him to win. Actually, when we saw TOPAV last week, he hadn't, I followed up with him on Twitch, and he hadn't actually done a single wing for the past quarter. And we actually saw him do a lot more wings, a lot more streaming, so he's going to have a lot more experience under his belt now, a lot more games. And I think Hope's going to have a mountain to climb if he wants to beat TOPAV. They basically have roughly the same box, but I think TOPAV's plays are just a little bit cleaner, and he has a lot of tournament experience.
All right, guys. Well, the game is ready, so we're going to wait on predictions here. Let's just get into the real thing. It's TOPAV. It's Hope. Tournament lives on the line here in the quarterfinals of day number 3.
And here we go, guys. TOPAV versus Hope. Hope looking for some high hopes in today's tournament to move forward and get through his way through TOPAV. We'll find out because we're going to have pre-bans very shortly.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to see a pre-ban on the Yeonhong coming out from Hope. I mean, that's TOPAV's trademark unit here. It'll be interesting to see if it gets pre-banned in the first match or the second match, but I think it's going to make sense in the first match to pre-ban Yeonhong from Hope. And Hope is going to have first pick here, so I think Hope is going to pre-ban Yeonhong and potentially fight for speed. It's going to be an Oliver or Masha pick, is the way I would fight it if I was Hope.
Pre-bans are locked in. Dominic and Yeonhong are going to be the pre-bans in this first round.
Dominic ban coming out from TOPAV may signal that he does not have a Dominic in his box. It is a pretty big deal here. Hope does go for that Oliver. I think we're going to see a quick Masha pick coming out from TOPAV. Maybe a Masha pick and a Moore pick to kick things off, but it could be also a Masha and a second turn unit like Inanna. And quick picks from Hope on the next round here.
Some very quick picks indeed. Praha and Miles being drafted with by Hope, also with that Oliver, of course.
Yeah, so Hope is going to be laying in a lot of damage over time. I really do like that Praha pick. It's something we've seen a lot more in the past couple of weeks. The ability to give your team speed buff, heal your team, do additional damage. It's just very oppressive into a Masha here. TOPAV responding with the Changpeng and the Diana. I really do like the damage and the threat that he's presenting here, and I think his last pick is likely going to be a Ciara or something that's going to give him a speed lead and wind, unless Hope can find a way to threaten TOPAV in other ways.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got last picks. Antares Shizuka looking at being drafted by Hope. Definitely going to be signaling he's letting that Diana through with an Antares here.
Yeah, and if I'm TOPAV, I'd be looking to take out the speed lead of Hope's. That Oliver, if it does go off, it's going to lock down Changpeng, Nana, and Diana if it gets a proc. So the Oliver is definitely a dangerous unit here. So we're going to see what TOPAV picks. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Belio pick from TOPAV or a Juno pick. I think either is going to be really good and give him a lot of balance in this draft here. I don't think it's going to come down to taking first turn given the Diana pick. So it's probably a Belio or a Juno. But in this meta, it could be a lot of different things. We do see a Charlotte, which is really interesting here. Charlotte's really weak into Antares, so maybe he is taking out that Antares and just riding either Diana or Charlotte to victory. And if I'm Hope, I'm probably taking out. You have to take out one of the 3 win units here.
Yeah, most definitely. Bans are going to be coming out shortly. Hopefully these players do take their time. This is SWC. This is make or break. And getting that first win is going to be extremely important for either one of them. Bans are locked in right here. Nana and Oliver getting banned.
Interesting. Takes out the Oliver. So when TOPAV had the first 4 picks on the board, I did note that Oliver was something that would lock down a lot of units. So makes sense. It's just interesting when you take the Charlotte to ban out the Oliver there. Nana is an interesting ban by Hope. I'm not exactly sure if that's the right one. There's a lot of threat coming from TOPAV's side. There's 3 win units, and if any of them pop off, I mean, you have 2 AoEs from Changpeng and Charlotte. I mean, that could be a lot of tempo for TOPAV. So look for TOPAV to get that window of opportunity with his win units and take the game and take control from there.
Let's see what happens here with Hope taking first turn with Miles looking to lock something down with that stun.
Yeah, Miles not able to get that stun. We know it's under 50%, but again, TOPAV does have AoE coming out. We're going to see that Changpeng into that Charlotte, but does not get the strip on 3 units. Absolutely unlucky from him.
Extremely unlucky. He's going to be holding on to that 3rd skill, not wanting to use serious matter here. We get a turn taken by Antares, looking to pummel in that damage atop of the Masha. Masha does get Despair Stun.
Wow, that Despair Stun's also massive. So Changpeng stripping absolutely nothing, and Masha getting Despair Stun. Super unlucky for TOPAV. He might need to put up shields from this Diana or just simply go for it and destroy this Miles right here.
Throws up the shield. Does get the additional turn, though. Looking for a stun probably onto that Miles. Capitalize on that defense break. Get a little bit more damage here.
Wow, and this Shizuka's going to be able to stun up 3 units here. Does get those stuns across. Really tough for Charlotte to do anything here. Charlotte's basically going to need to wait for another turn. This Masha's going to be dismounted. TOPAV's going to be on the back foot and in a lot of trouble.
Most definitely, Praha's going to be there to dismount the Masha. Masha's not able to defense break anything here, so now we're going to have Charlotte looking for anything he can do, and he's going to try and capitalize on the damage on top of the Miles.
Yeah, and Charlotte's not going to be able to do anything here. There's another turn of immunity up on Hope's side here, so TOPAV's in a lot of trouble. Needs to find momentum some way, but it's really tough. Hope does have another round of speed buffs here. That's a fair bit of damage coming out from Antares, but TOPAV so far has not been able to get anything going.
Not at all. Big damage coming from that Miles. Water onto a wind unit, piling in so much damage with that first skill. Additional turns going to be popping out with the Praha. She's going to have that heal up already. It's coming very shortly.
That Antares taking another proc, does get Despair Stun. I think this Diana does need to go for it. TOPAV needs something to go for him. Does decide to go for some damage here, but TOPAV is in a lot of trouble here. Down 3 units of 4, has 3 win units, and there's an Antares on the field.
Yep, big gamble there with the transformation, but he has to take these kind of moments here. This is SWC, of course, looking for some stuns there on top of Shizuka, not receiving anything at all. She's going to put that second skill on herself with the initial turn. Third skill's popping out, and this is just awful for TOPAV.
Awful for TOPAV. That's a big giant proc there. Allows Hope to basically assert dominance in this match. And this game is pretty much over here. There's nothing TOPAV can do to come back.
Yep, absolutely nothing there. Round 1 is taking by Hope.
Wow, and that one just came down to luck there. I think TOPAV, we talk about violent procs a lot, but when you talk about RNG, there's another factor, which is resist. And resist comes at 15% there. Now, Changpeng's strip is only 50%, only happens 50% of the time. So you would expect about half the units on the field to be stripped. But what we saw was nothing of relevance being stripped at all. So that Charlotte essentially was a dead pick there, was not able to do anything. So TOPAV was on the back foot off the bat, and then we also saw that Despair proc, Despair Stun onto that Masha from the get-go, so that Masha was not able to do enough damage. Shizuka procking too much kept immunity up on the side of Hope, and so Hope was basically able to take it off the bat because his units were not stripped by that Changpeng.
That's right. The Masha was going to be there to take care of the Antares, and that's why TOPAV definitely felt comfortable leaving that Antares in. Masha was supposed to come in there and absolutely save the day, but that was not the case. But we're going to get into our round 2 and see what the new case is with Yeonhong and Dominic now available.
And this is going to be a little bit different setup because TOPAV does have his Yeonhong now. So as much as we saw aggression earlier, we saw that Changpeng into the Charlotte here, we're going to see Yeonhong enable turn 1 aggression. So TOPAV likely going to start with either an Oliver or a Masha. I would prefer to see a Masha. Actually, I would prefer to see an Oliver here, but I think either is fine. And then he's going to lean into a Yeonhong later to do damage.
Yep, these players are drafting extremely quickly. We're Oliver, Nana, Masha being drafted. TOPAV taking that Wateryu and Praha. Hope pausing as he hovers over Dominic.
We're going to see a Ganny Hathor. I think TOPAV's going to Ganny Hathor here. It's something he had talked about and alluded on stream, and I think Hope's draft is a little weak to Ganny Hathor. Ganny Hathor Oliver would be extremely toxic here. Praha would give him infinite turn cycling, so I think Ganny Hathor from 2018 should be coming here. We haven't seen it at all in any tournament, but I think that would give TOPAV the win in this matchup here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what TOPAV's going to be taking. We do see the Connell and Rika making an appearance for TOPAV. Hope with one last pick.
No Ganny Hathor, but the same concept is there. He's basically going for an AoE control comp. So we might see an Abellio ban here. I think Abellio makes a lot of sense, or a Nana ban. Probably the Nana ban makes a little bit more sense. And then TOPAV is basically looking to dominate with AoE. He has Praha and Moore to set up into 2 fire AoE units here. So TOPAV looks, I give the edge in the draft to TOPAV here, and we'll see if the RNG plays out in his favor.
Let's see what happens. TOPAV looking to take first turn here in full control of this match. We've got Wateryu taking first turn.
We have Wateryu, and we also have Praha coming up if he needs that redundancy. Does not need it. And we have 2 AoE units coming up next. We have the Fire Bison, and we have Rika that are going to lay lots of damage with their 3rd skills.
Ooh, TOPAV went for the safe route, putting everybody to sleep here. He's going to use first skill, potentially onto the Nana here. It's like a little bit more damage.
TOPAV did that so his units would lap here. So with the speed buff that his units are going to take, that Fire Bison and that Rika are going to take 2 turns on top of Hope's in this matchup here. So that's a really good use and very aggressive use of skill 3 from that Praha.
nice little additional turn coming out of TOPAV here, landing that provoke on top of the Dominic, which is extremely important. Here goes that third skill. He doesn't receive any despair stuns though, so we cannot confirm if that's despair or not. Dots landing everywhere, but a despair stun comes out on top of the Praha with Diana taking an additional turn. I'm sorry, a turn here to take advantage of one of these defense breaks.
And Diana does need to go for it there. The important unit, the Fire Bison, was not stunned, so TOPAV does have that skill 3 coming around, so it's going to depend on how many units he stuns up, but Hope is going to be locked down here. TOPAV looking like he's in a really, really good spot.
There's that despair stun going out onto the Diana. You really need to keep that unit back. We're going to see a third skill potentially coming out and potentially removing some units from the field, choosing to go with the first skill onto that Diana.
Wisely choosing to go with the third skill here. TOPAV showing his experience here, not using that skill because all the units were stunned up, does not want to kill a unit and allow that Diana to come back from that nano passive and then proc on him.
Here we go. We've got Karna with everything available here. We could be taking a unit back from the orb. He's definitely going to be thinking about it. Goes with that second skill onto the Diana, removes it. It's going to get revived back with a nano passive.
Yeah, TOPAV wisely looking at attack bars here, knows that he does not need to use skill 3 there, and chooses to save it for later, and it's going to be very effective here. TOPAV is just pushing the advantage, and he's going to even this series.
Really well played coming out of TOPAV. Big third skill coming out. Not receiving that Diana yet, but the additional damage is going to be enough. Nana's left all alone, and TOPAV responding with a round 2 victory.
Very good draft coming out from TOPAV. We saw that more in that Praha opening. Well-tuned team. A lot of times it's very difficult to tune a Praha to those units. Well-tuned team with 2 AoE units. You saw that Rika, you saw that Fire Bison there. Did not even need to use all the skills off the bat. You saw TOPAV, those of you at home can go back and watch the replay. TOPAV was watching attack bars of secondary and third units to see when he would stack up his turns versus theirs to ensure the most use of his skills there. So very, very good usage of his skills, knowing when to use skill 3s, skill 2s, or hold back depending on what's stunned and what's not in their attack bars.
Yeah, that was some incredible play from TOPAV. Great control. Going into this third match, though, we'll see what happens with Hope. Is he going to be drafting something similar, or are we going to see Chung Peng coming out of TOPAV? Hopefully not to kick it off the same way we saw it in that first round.
Yeah, we'll see. I think TOPAV so far has shown that he does like aggression, so I really like his chances of winning here. I think in general, aggression is the way to play in this meta here. TOPAV likely going to be leaning more towards Chung Peng, AoE cleave type comps. Hope should be taking a Masha first to disrupt some damage coming out from TOPAV, and we'll see what he decides to favor. He might go with the Nano or Shizuka though.
See what Hope's going to be locking in. Flashes the Nana, takes it back. Nana Masha, he's very unsure what he wants to take here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the Nana play. You've seen your opponent go with the Charlotte Chung Peng opening, and you should know that in game 1 you got really lucky to win that. Nana's very weak to AoE cleave. So TOPAV has shown he has that Chung Peng, he has that Charlotte, he has 2 AoE strippers from Moore and the Praha up top. So I think TOPAV is going to lean into that and probably ride those to victory. The question is if he wants to take that Masha or not, and which would allow his opponent to counter that Masha. If he left the Masha off the table, he'd have a better AoE comp.
Well, let's see here. Hope very quick to lock in the Dominic and the Miles. TOPAV with his first picks with the Praha and Masha, looking to respond to those 2 picks that Hope had drafted.
I think those are fair picks from Hope here. Hope is laying that Miles to disrupt some turn 1 from TOPAV, but essentially what Hope is hoping for is to be able to use skill 2 and stun a unit off the bat with that Miles, which we know is 0.85 times 0.5, which is under 50%. Hope is leaning into that to win. TOPAV has 2 strips up top with the more Praha, a strip from the Chung Peng if needed. Should lay in 1 more AoE unit. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Fire Bison or a Rika. Either would win here, and he would probably be looking to ban out either the Miles or the Shizuka, and I think Shizuka's probably a little bit cleaner here. We do see that AoE pick coming out from TOPAV. I think the Miles ban is unnecessary. I think Shizuka's slightly better because 1 proc could swing the game the other way. So we're going to see a Shizuka ban, and if I'm Hope, there's a lot of hoping you need to do because there's a lot of AoE threat coming out of TOPAV side. You might want to take out the Chung Peng, is probably the one that makes the most sense.
Let's see what happens here as these 2 take their time on the bans in this round 3 match. This is winner moves forward here between TOPAV and Hope. Bans are now locked in. We're looking at a Chung Peng Shizuka ban.
As called it on both sides here. We do see that Chung Peng taking out the most oppressive unit on TOPAV side, and the Shizuka is the most RNG unit on Hope side. So we'll see if TOPAV is going to be able to land his skills here, and if not, he may be spending the rest of SWC on his couch at home.
Let's see what happens. We've got Miles taking first turn here. Let's see if the stun lands true.
Yeah, I hope it's gonna need to land the stun. Does land the stun. Super lucky of him. TOPAV does have that strip available, and then Praha's gonna be able to sleep the team, but does not strip the Dominic. Super unlucky from TOPAV.
Very unlucky indeed, Dominic, with that Charlotte in range right now. Goes for the heal, heals up that Charlotte. Does get double sleeps. Little additional turn coming out of that Praha as well.
Does have to heal up there because if that Diana took a turn, that Charlotte would likely go down there. That Masha's gonna need to lay in some damage on that Diana. That's a big proc, and that Diana's basically dead at this point.
Really big proc there. Looking for some Despair stuns. Does land a Despair stun on top of the Praha. We've got Water Ryu with just first skill available. Might look to try and take out that Diana. Diana does get revived back. And we've got the big second skill of Dominic looking to remove a unit from the field.
Wow, and what a proc from the Miles here. If that Miles did not proc this, Charlotte would take its turn here. Charlotte still has skill 3 coming up, so a lot of tempo going the way of TOPAV's side, but that orb on that Nana is going to be a big factor in this match.
A massive factor right here. We've got Water Ryu looking for a Despair stun on anybody, not receiving it, but here goes Diana getting dropped once again. Additional turn coming on top of the Masha as well.
Well-deserved proc from TOPAV. Does get that proc back. And gives TOPAV the advantage here. Does proc, so Masha does have a defense break coming up. Nana does not have another orb, so TOPAV looking like he's in a really good spot.
Looking like he's in a really good spot indeed. Turning up the violent procs, removing that Dominic from the field. It looks so good for TOPAV right now.
TOPAV looking like he's in a commanding spot. There is no way to lose this match here. TOPAV is going to be going on to the next match here. Very well drafted from him.
Well done indeed. He's going to be cleaning up this unit here. Masha's definitely not going to be able... Masha just keeps rocking. Really wanting to win this victory for TOPAV. It is a lonely Nana, and that is going to be it. TOPAV taking round 3.
Dicey for our veteran who's making the return to the stage, but TOPAV pulls on through. Again, proc after proc after proc, guys. And so... a great performance there, and it's funny because we're talking about the AoE units that TOPAV had, but it was the Savannah that came through over and over again, fast link after fast link, closing out those final units and securing TOPAV to at least a date with Destiny, the semifinals where he gets to show off all of his experience in a best of 5 later on in the tournament. As we take a look at our updated bracket, put it in ink, there it is. TOPAV and MADREAMDY. Look at that top side of the semifinal bracket, guys. THOMPSIN, TRUEWHALE, TOPAV, and MADREAMDY. This feels like America's Cup qualifiers right here. Just straight up, like, winners moves on to the World Finals, but instead we get treated to that today. And unfortunately, 2 of those guys are going home. I know that we want to get to FALLINGFLOWER and Q-Dizzle, but guys, just quick thoughts on the fact that those are our 2 first semifinals that we have. We'll start with you, Make It a Bud.
As you alluded to, those could easily be finals, a tournament there. TOPAV, MADREAMDY, really good players there. THOMPSIN and TRUEWHALE, there's absolute fireworks. You have former season Legend Tournament winner in TRUEWHALE, and you have former SWC World runner-up. It doesn't get any bigger than that. So those are some amazing matches, and in a best of 5, where it's longer, more drawn out. RNG is a little less of a factor there. You get to see a lot wider picks, a lot more usage of the box coming out of that one.
Quick thought, Stoic, before we move on forward in our next quarterfinal matchup.
This is just super exciting. We've got nothing but veterans moving forward here. No shame on newcomers at all, but the veterans moving forward, it's kind of expected to see here. But what an exciting match to have MADREAMDY and TOPAV. It's definitely a tough match for TOPAV, MADREAMDY being our 2nd place finisher in America's Cup last year, but nevertheless, very exciting matches ahead.
All right, well, let's move to one of those matches. Next up, we got a guy who surprised everyone in Q-Dizzle, who pulled off a win against TRUEWHALE in his first set, but wasn't able to close it off. And then FALLINGFLOWER, someone that you've met on the ladder before a couple times here, Make It a Bud. He fell earlier to Zephyrius, the artist formerly known as Zephyrius, now Zepha, 2-0. So let's take a look at it right off the top here with FALLINGFLOWER. Again, didn't quite to get multiple games under his belt. Debutante here in terms of the America's Cup, but What do you make of his skill set in this matchup here, Make It a Bud?
I mean, it's going to come down to how he utilizes those LD units. I mean, we saw last week he went with some incredibly passive comps with like Mollies and Nanas, and I wasn't a fan of them at all. But, you know, this past week, you know, as I prepare for casting here, I do wings on the side. Met with him on the ladder twice. Believe I won both times, of course. But, you know, was able to fight his Gurkha and turn 2 team. And the ability to flex with a heavy turn 2 team, and he has a light monkey there to go aggression, means that he has high potential here. Whether or not he actually drafts that is a different story, but he has the ability to flex in any which way we want. We saw that Gurkha earlier from THOMPSIN's side dominating a match. I brought my Tian Lang into his Gurkha, and that doesn't actually counter Gurkha quite well. So it's going to be quite tough for QDizzle to overcome all these LD units, Gurkha, Light Monkey, and a lot more coming up of Falling Flower. Be interesting to see how Falling Flower constructs his draft.
Stoic, you're a champ for not cracking. I saw you wanted to crack a couple times with these easy flexes here of our big brain analysts. Let's take a look at Falling Flower's opponent, QDizzle, as QDizzle again got the win against TRUEWHALE, put us on the back foot. Thought maybe we'd see TRUEWHALE out in the first round. Wasn't able to close it on out. What do you make of QDizzle here in this matchup?
I mean, QDizzle's definitely someone you do not count out, and this has been one of those tournaments where we don't count out anybody, guys. We don't. And QDizzle played phenomenal against TRUEWHALE. You know, obviously not getting the win. That's why he is here right now. But QDizzle can perform very well up against Falling Flower, but I can't help but give a little bit of favor to Falling Flower with his box and having that kind of utility up against him. So as long as we don't see no Islin, I think QDizzle may be in a little bit of trouble.
All right, let's make it official. Who you got here in this one, Stoic?
Gotta go with Fallen Flower.
Make it a bud.
And I gotta go with Falling Flower 2-0. I mean, I think he's just got a much better box here.
All right. Well, there you have it. Fallen Flower and QDizzle head-to-head here in our third quarterfinals matches. We've already seen 2 players go home in dramatic fashion. Let's see what happens in this one.
And here we go, guys. Fallen Flower versus QDizzle. We've got 2 newcomers here looking to make their print in America's Cup this year.
It'll be interesting to see how QDizzle perceives Falling Flower's box. There's a lot to pre-ban out of there. There's a Light Monkey, there's Gurkha, I believe there's a couple others, there's Giannas and things like that. QDizzle goes with that Gurkha pre-ban. I think we're going to see a Light Monkey pre-ban the next round because that's a really impressive unit here. Falling Flower takes out the Oliver, which is a really interesting pre-ban, and I'm not sure. I think it's an okay pre-ban, but it basically means that he has fewer weapons to fight against QDizzle's aggression. I would prefer to have the Oliver on my side. And you know that with your opponent getting first pick, you're going to get either Masha or Oliver.
Very interesting to see a Molly coming out that early for Fallen Flower. But Masha CR Shizuka coming out for QDizzle. Fallen Flower looking to respond.
I really don't like that Nana pick here. I think it's way too passive here. I like that Sierra pick coming out from QDizzle. It's going to be able to punish that Molly here. Falling Flower is going to need to bring out some damage here, some aggression, or go super tank. If he's going to go super tank, I would like to see a Ragdoll. And I don't know if he has a Ragdoll or not. But you do see that Dominic. Dominic's fine here. Wusa is a great pick in the QDizzle side here. If I'm QDizzle, I'm looking at some sort of aggression. Maybe Changpeng would be a solid unit here. Goes with the Diana, which is a little weird in a Molly, but not exactly terrible. Molly doesn't have 100% glance. But I would like to see some more like a Changpeng or some way to get AoE control, or a wind unit that does like a Sagar would be perfectly fine here as well.
And some very interesting drafts coming out of both of these players here. Last pick coming out for QDizzle, taking his time. Let's see if he gets a unit in before that timer is up. And it is going to be a Riley wrapping up the draft for QDizzle.
Interesting pick on the Riley for QDizzle here. If that Dominic is not banned, so I think QDizzle's going to need to ban that Dominic, and so far Falling Flower doesn't have a lot of aggression here. But if that Dominic is not banned out and it does get a proc here, Falling Flower is going to instantly win. So I think QDizzle's Riley is a little passive for how he's played, given that fact that he's got Shizuka to protect him. If I'm Falling Flower, I would go for a little bit more damage, or the Light Monkey. Goes for the Julianne, so a lot more damage coming out here. So we're going to see that Falling Flower is going to look to probably snipe out the Sierra and then move around or either dismount the Masha, snipe the Sierra here. QDizzle might not have enough damage to hang on here. Does bring a passive unit of Riley, so we'll see if QDizzle's going to be able to survive this opening onslaught.
Let's see if it's going to be enough here for QDizzle versus Fallen Flower. We got round 1, and Miles just on point in today's tournament with a skill 2 stun on Shizuka.
Really lucky to get it, but Shizuka does proc here, so massive proc coming on the side of Q-Dizzle here, but there's a lot of damage coming out from this Dominic and this Julianne.
Yep, Shizuka go for a second skill on herself to throw up that soul protection. Molly landing the strip on top of the Ciara, signaling maybe Ciara might be the target here.
Ciara's definitely the target. It usually is a more squishy unit here. We'll see how much damage this Dominic does here. Ciara should land a bomb onto that Miles. Does land that bomb, but this is going to be a lot of damage coming out from both the Julianne and the Dominic.
Most definitely. He's going to be detonating that bomb, getting about 50% down onto that Miles as well. Julianne, with second skill available, gets a nice little stun there on top of the Shizuka. Oliver looking to take advantage of this CR with branding effect and additional turn. Coming out for Dominic, looking to capitalize off that branding.
I'm not sure why Falling Flower decided to split damage there. That feels like a very fighter level play here, because if he had focused that Ciara would be dead right now. So I'm not sure what the point was. That there was also a revived soul on the Shizuka, so I'm not sure why he did that, but does get the procs, does have enough damage anyways, but that was a really odd play there. I mean, Falling Flower is looking like he's in a good spot there. Not enough damage coming out from the side of Q-Dizzle, but again, really puzzling challenger level, fighter level play early on.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got Masha trying to save Q-Dizzle here with a nice little additional turn, looking for a big defense break kill on top of Dominic. Not receiving it, though.
Not receiving here, but this Dominic is in a lot of hurt. And there goes that Dominic, so we're looking at 3 units of 3 here. If Q-Dizzle gets enough procs on that Masha, he might have a chance, but he is staring down a Miles and a Molly.
With a lot of sustain on the side of Q-Dizzle. A little bit of sustain for the side of Fallen Flower as well. Gets a nice little stun, an additional turn on top of Shizuka.
And I don't know why Falling Flower is not going to dismount that Masha here. That Masha is really scary with that defense break. Does get that proc, is going to down that Molly, and that's why Falling Flower is going to lose this match here. Should have gone for the dismount on the Masha, instead try to pump damage into that Shizuka, which made absolutely no sense here. So Q-Dizzle might be able to stabilize and take this match home.
Yeah, he definitely might be able to stabilize indeed. He has the sustain for it, whereas now removed from Fallen Flower's field here. No sustain for him. We've got Riley with a little bit of damage coming into the Miles, and Masha possibly looking to take advantage of that Miles as well.
Yeah, an interesting choice. Go on the Miles here. I would have thought he maybe want to whittle down the Julianne a little bit here, but that's okay to go on the Miles as well. Does need to do a little bit of damage. Does need to keep up that Masha here. Masha's going to need a proc a couple times, so let's see if Q-Dizzle's able to get that and bring enough damage in to take out that Miles.
Q-Dizzle's definitely going to be staying on top of the Masha. Masha does get dismounted, suddenly looking very, very good for Fallen Flower right now. Let's see if he can get the kill on Masha. No additional turn popping out there. A little bit of sustain coming back to that Masha, but is it going to be enough here with this big second skill taking out the Masha? And it is a lonely Riley, and that is not going to win Q-Dizzle this match.
Definitely not. You see a Riley versus 2 damage units, so not enough from Q-Dizzle's side, but he definitely had his chance to win there, but unfortunately was not able to pump out enough damage.
Yeah, great strips, great stuns coming out of Miles. I don't know where this consistent unit came from, but here we are, Fallen Flower taking round 1.
Interesting way that match panned out. I really liked Falling Flower's draft in comparison to Q-Dizzle's. I thought he had a lot of damage coming out. There was not a lot of ways for Q-Dizzle to combat that. He didn't have a Nana on his side of the field either, and Shizuka was not really going to do enough with that Ciara anyways. So I really liked Falling Flower's draft. I give that like an A-, A-, but I really give him like a D- or an F+ gameplay in the middle of the match there. I mean, that target selection off the bat of splitting his damage out, luckily was able to pump out enough damage, but because his draft was so far ahead. But I really don't like the target selection there, and I don't like the fact that he split his damage. Didn't matter anyways, but if he is able to make it through, it is going to matter in the later rounds. Pick your target wisely and select the right target and down something off the bat, rather than splitting your damage and relying on a proc to get through.
Well, most definitely. I mean, Q-Dizzle may even have a chance going into the second match. Definitely has a chance going into the second matchup against Fallen Flower. He has those opportunities to maybe take advantage of bad play coming out of Fallen Flower. Let's find out. Pre-bans from last time. Oliver and Gurkha now available.
We'll see if what Q-Dizzle decides to pre-ban here. Might take out the Light Monkey. I think Light Monkey's probably the scariest unit, and is gonna need to ban out that Gurkha. I mean, Gurkha's just too strong if you don't have a Tian Lang, if you don't have a really well-runed Tesarian. Does take out that Light Monkey as predicted. Falling Flower taking that Shizuka is a little odd. That tells me he should be taking this Masha first if he does so. I would have thought he would take out the Masha of Q-Dizzle's, because Q-Dizzle's Masha seems like it's very well runed, does a lot of damage. So I would expect a Masha take here. If he doesn't take a Masha, Q-Dizzle's definitely going to slam that down.
Yeah, most definitely. Masha was an absolute pumper. We're going to see a Gurkha first pick.
Again, not sure about this Gurkha first pick because Q-Dizzle does not have a Gurkha here, so should have taken from Q-Dizzle's box here. So kind of questionable drafting early on, but again, Gurkha's just so good, it's going to need to be force banned. Really do like the response from Q-Dizzle. I mean, you have your two most standard meta picks. You have your Oliver, you have your Masha. I'm not sure if Q-Dizzle's runes are good enough to be able to win this match here, but those are two solid picks here. Falling Flower is going to lean a little bit more passive here. Does have a lot of damage in Dominic here. It's going to make it a little awkward for Q-Dizzle. Q-Dizzle should rely on some sort of a Changpeng Savannah aggression, some sort of a cleave, some sort of a Moor to give him an edge up and a good opening here.
Oh, there's the Moor, just like you were saying. Let's see if he drafts another AoE unit here for Q-Dizzle, looking to lock down Fallen Flower. See if he takes this route or chooses something else.
I think, there we go. We saw the Savannah coming out from Q-Dizzle. I would like to see him round out his draft with the Changpeng if Falling Flower decides to go with a no speed, no threat draft here. So if Falling Flower goes with the draft that just sits back and hits auto, Q-Dizzle should go and cleave him down. So I think Falling Flower is going to take a Molly based off of how he's picked, but doesn't. Impresses me and goes with a Sekhmet here, which is a great pick to disrupt a lot of what Q-Dizzle has. Not sure if it's enough, but it definitely, the Leo and the Sekhmet are two very good picks. Because it lowers the Leo lowers the damage of Q-Dizzle a lot, and the Sekhmet also has the ability to reset one target. So Q-Dizzle might not be able to draft a Changpeng here. If he goes with a Triton, we'll take out the Leo, but we'll see where his head is at here.
Looks like he's going to be going with the Jogan, wrapping up Q-Dizzle's draft here. A very interesting draft with the two of these.
Interesting. I still think the ban is going to be either Sekhmet or the Leo here. It does take out the Sekhmet, so basically Q-Dizzle is okay with one of his units being reset, and is going to look to lay in a lot of damage with the rest of his team.
Yep, that is it, guys. Here we go. We're getting into a round two with Fallen Flower and Q-Dizzle. And we have
And I like the fact that it's on Swift here. Gives him the opening that he wants here. So Q-Dizzle's looking to be able to take a unit off the bat. Goes after Dominic here, so there is that Gurkha on the table here. A lot of damage coming out from Q-Dizzle's side of the field. Does decide to split damage, but might be able to take out two units here.
Yep, you might be able to take out the two units here because we've got Oliver with that big skill 3. Going for the reset instead onto the Wusa.
Yeah, it goes for the reset on the Wusa. Very smart here. Q-Dizzle has speed buff, so he's going to be able to lap Falling Flower. Falling Flower is going to lose 2 units off the bat, and his Wusa is going to be locked down here. So this game looks to be heavily in the favor side of Q-Dizzle.
Yep, most definitely. We can see that third skill there on Oliver, looking to take out the Gurkha. Doesn't get the kill just yet. Goes for that second skill. Q-Dizzle taking round 2 away from Fallen Flower.
And Q-Dizzle making that match look easy. Dominating off the bat. Maybe 6 turns were taken. It looked like he was fighting one of those arena rivals, really. His opponent didn't really get a chance to do anything. I wasn't a fan of taking that Gurkha early by Falling Flower. I really thought he should have taken either the Oliver or the Masha to threaten the draft and disrupt the draft of Q-Dizzle, but didn't, and instead had to go for some weird pick like a Sekhmet Leo later and let his opponent open on him. Never a good idea to let your opponent open on you when they're known for going AoE high aggression picks.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we saw that Savannah being used against TRUEWHALE, and I think the Savannah was used to take that one match away from TRUEWHALE as well, if I remember correctly. But clearly, it was excellent play coming out of Q-Dizzle, and Q-Dizzle looking to do potentially this excellent play getting into round 3 between him and Fallen Flower.
Wow, and goes for the ban on the Miles. Really interesting here that he chose to go for the Miles ban and not the Gurkha ban. Clearly, Q-Dizzle's not scared of that Gurkha because he doesn't think his opponent is going to disrupt turn 1. Falling Flower really needs to go and disrupt turn 1 here, or else he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We just saw him get cleaved down from Q-Dizzle. If he continues to rely on Molly here, I don't think he's going to win. Goes with the Gurkha on Molly, so Q-Dizzle is going to need to cleave this down, but does not. Goes for the Tessarian, which I really like. Mentioned earlier that Tessarian is a really good counter into Gurkha. Probably the best counter into Gurkha here. So hopefully that Tessarian is really well ruined.
Some super passive play coming out of Fallen Flower here. Q-Dizzle probably drafting more aggression.
Q-Dizzle likely to draft more aggression. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Juno pick, though. Changpeng would be a great pick. I don't think Savannah would be good. He might take Savannah, though. I mean, obviously, if you're dipping into LDs, things like Zeratus would be nice, Light Monkeys would be nice, but we don't have that. Tianlangs would be amazing. Don't think we're going to see that from Q-Dizzle. We're going to see aggression. The Changpeng, the Savannah here. He's looking to open up here. Changpeng is most likely the best ban coming out from Falling Flower because that's the only strip on Q-Dizzle's side. Q-Dizzle, when he drafts this way, probably has to ban out that Wusa, because if he doesn't ban out that Wusa, he's not going to have the ability to strip. So Q-Dizzle almost tunnels himself into that. So I would prefer to see an AoE strip like a Moor instead of that Savannah there. That Savannah, if Changpeng's banned, Q-Dizzle doesn't have a strip. And instead, Falling Flower decides to take out the Savannah, which is kind of a weird choice there, leaving QDizzle with the strip there. Wusa banned out as expected.
A lot of interesting choices here as we get through that draft. We're getting into a round 3. Fallen Flower, QDizzle. Let's find out who wants it more.
Let's find out who wants it more here. There's going to be a lot of damage coming from this Molong. That's a massive proc. He might go on and take out this Tessarian right now.
That was massive, getting 2 stuns there on top of the Chungpong and the Tessarian. He has Reckless Assault available, goes for no defense break on top of that Chungpong.
Not sure what he's choosing to save skill 3 up for. He might be choosing to save it because Shizuka has skill 2 on the back foot though. But there's going to be this Gurkha that might come online soon, so QDizzle needs to do something. That's why he uses skill 3 on that Shizuka, but does get stripped by this Praha, so this Gurkha's going to go to work.
Gurkha's definitely going to be going to work here. Definitely have to worry about that Tessarian as well. Defense break does land. Tessarian with the additional turn though. We're going to get a triple crush here onto the Gurkha.
That's a massive proc coming out because that defense break and that Oblivion is going to allow QDizzle potentially to do enough damage onto this Gurkha. But again, Molly does have that bubble coming up here, so QDizzle's going to need to lay on that Oblivion again.
Most definitely. We're going to see the past life going right back onto Shizuki. Let's try and get the 3rd skill up as soon as possible. Nice little 1st skill going on to the Molong. Not doing anything though.
Not sure why he didn't go for the attack bar sap on the Gurkha there, so that Tessarian is going to move in front of that Gurkha if he had done that, but instead now he does taunt the Tessarian, which is a really weird choice, basically saying that he wants Oblivion, so kind of a weird choice here, but I think he's just going to go for a kill on this Tessarian right now.
Definitely is. Reckless Assault going out on Tessarian. Does Tessarian stay alive here? But the additional turn is coming out from Molong, looking to try and get a little bit more damage on top of Tessarian. Tessarian could revenge, does not revenge though.
That's some amazing minus water damage on that Tessarian here. So really, really good artifacts on the side of QDizzle. But again, this Tessarian might be going down here any moment here. And there we go. That Tessarian's going to go down. Not enough health here. QDizzle's looking like he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, QDizzle definitely looking like he's in a lot of trouble there. Tessarian was going to be the big unit to stop that Gurkha, and that's not here to help him out here. Now you can see Praha trying to cycle as much attack bar under the Masha. Serious matter, though, coming out for the Chungpong.
Not landing that defense break is huge. QDizzle needed that damage to take that Gurkha off the field, because if that Gurkha gets online, this game is over here, and that Masha's almost dead here. Not enough health, so QDizzle's looking like he's in a rough spot. There's also Molly to pick up the team and a Praha that's going to be able to heal over time.
Yep, that is correct. Big second skill, defense break provoke, landing on top of the Chungpong. Chungpong with a spare stun, but we have Gurkha violent procking once again. No provokes are landing on top of the Shizuka. QDizzle locked up.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't go for the dismount on the Masha earlier, but that's okay. Masha's not going to be able to do enough damage here. There is no defense break here, so that Gurkha's going to be able to sweep the floor here. Just too powerful of a unit. Once we see 3 provokes go on, there's nothing QDizzle can do.
And there you have it, Fallen Flower taking round 3 away from QDizzle.
Fallen Flower moving on to take on LeChonk here after that last one. And again, another player we say goodbye to. This time, you kind of wonder, is it just a game of Gurkha? Because Gurkha continues to dominate the drafts and is a unit that players can build upon if you've got it. And so, again, guys, I just feel like, especially that game 2, I want to go back to you here and make it a bud, because you felt very strongly about the draft in game 2. Why do you feel like Fallen Flower went that way? What is a world of possibility? Because that was highly debated by our fans.
Well, I'm not sure why he went that way. I really think, in Falling Flower's position, he should be able to threaten turn 1. I'm not sure why he's allowing himself to play so passive and basically just get cleaved out by his opponent. I mean, we know QDizzle probably has a very limited box. He's looking for aggression here. We've seen him bend to turn 2, but when he goes to turn 2, he doesn't play quite well. His runes probably aren't good enough to stand there. So his main chance to win is to cleave down his opponent. So I'm not sure why Falling Flower did that. If I were Falling Flower, I would not have done that. I would have leaned more toward turn 1, would have drafted the segment earlier. Not sure why Gurkha's ever the first pick there. Usually, you want to set up your draft a little bit. You want to dip into your opponent's box and then set your draft up accordingly. Those LD picks should come later to supplement your draft and allow you to outdraft your opponent. The only exception is if you have so many LDs, it doesn't matter. But again, that Gurkha first pick was not something I would advocate many people to do unless they had, a million LDs in their box.
Well, a good learning lesson here for Fallen Flower, and we say goodbye to QDizzle from the America's Cup preliminaries. We've got one more match left on the docket for you at home. It is Kai Juno against America's Cup previous champion, DRMZJOSEPH, the pride of Latin America. This one going to be a fun one. Again, DRMZJOSEPH, one of the most creative, efficient players in all of Summoner's War. Against Kaijuno, who had a decent showing, but wasn't able to close out his matches last week. And let's take a look at him there against Spires. Multiple units here. The Ciara, something that may be relying on a little bit. A lot of it definitely here. So I kind of want to get your thoughts on Kaijuno's shot moving forward. Stoic.
I mean, Kaijuno, he has units. He's got units. We don't want to see the Gani Hathor app. We really don't. Gianna Yanhong are definitely great units to help him get in here, but I feel like this is something that DRMZJOSEPH's seen before. Like, DRMZJOSEPH knows exactly how to play against something like this. Kaijuno needs to be a little unorthodox, but not too unorthodox, like we've seen before with FALLINGFLOWER. I do think DRMZJOSEPH's going to be a little bit comfortable in this match here.
Make it a bud. Let's hear what you got to say about his opponent, DRMZJOSEPH.
When we talk orthodox here, it is going to be an orthodox match in that both of them don't have wide boxes. You're talking just Gianna Yanhong on the side of Kaijuno, and he actually also has a Mook Wall, so maybe not orthodox, but DRMZJOSEPH, doesn't have LDs, really does not have LDs, goes with standard aggressive picks there and hopes for a proc, and when you bring in 3 violent units, the statistic says one of them is going to proc. He looks to overtake with aggression typically. We've seen him bring in Swift Sagars, or I've seen him bring in Swift Sagars on the ladder. So we'll see if he decides to use that. Probably going to do so. I think his pre-bans are going to be Yanhong and Gianna alternating. And he's just going to look to push through some damage and exploit any weakness coming out of Kaiju number 8's draft.
All right, we'll find out here who you got, Stoic, Kaiju or DRMZJOSEPH.
It's got to be previous America's Cup champion, DRMZJOSEPH.
Make it a bud.
I think DRMZJOSEPH probably takes this 2-0, but it could go 2-1 as well.
All right, our experts have spoken. Our final best of 3 in the quarterfinals up for grabs. Who will it be? Let's find out.
Let's get into our first match here. Kaiju number 8 versus DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH looking to take down the Kaiju here and move forward. We'll find out as we get into this draft, guys. Pre-bans coming out shortly.
And if I'm Kaiju number 8, I'm probably more worried about aggression coming out from DRMZJOSEPH. So things like, and he has first pick here, so I would be thinking about taking out either the Masha or the Oliver from DRMZJOSEPH. Miles is also fair as well. I think if I'm DRMZJOSEPH, I'm looking obviously to take out the alternating Gianna and Yanhongs. Kaiju number 8 does take out aggression, does go with the Dominic, which is also fair. When you take out that Dominic first, I could likely see more of a Masha first pick over the Oliver. But Oliver is also fair because he may not want to let DRMZJOSEPH have that 33 lead.
Kaiju number 8 taking that Masha first pick away from DRMZJOSEPH. We've seen the Masha plenty of times from DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH going to be responding with the Connell and Water Ryu more.
Oh, I like this pick from DRMZJOSEPH here, showing a lot of damage coming out from this Water Ryu here. And also the the Fire Bison is going to do a lot of damage here and stun up the team. So Kaiju number 8 is going to need to be very careful here. I think we're going to see exactly where he wants to place this draft. I wouldn't be surprised to see Oliver Yanhong and then go into some single target. I would love to see a Tomo in the 4th and 5th pick, but this is likely going to be an Oliver Yanhong as he dips into his LDs. Goes with the Riley, and I'm not exactly sure about the Riley here though.
Yeah, not too sure about the Riley either. It's not bad going up against the Moore. DRMZJOSEPH looking to respond to both of these wind units.
Yeah, the Riley's not exactly awful given the fact that DRMZJOSEPH doesn't have a Dominic anymore, but if I'm DRMZJOSEPH, I'm looking to do a lot more damage here. Wusa's pretty good because it counters both Oliver and the Masha here, and it does do damage with the skill too. DRMZJOSEPH, again, going with aggression, going with the Chung Peng with the Fire Bison setup here. That's really, really aggressive, very difficult to deal with because Chung Peng on his own can solo a lot of teams here, and Fire Bison can solo teams, and we see the Dark Archer coming out with the Mook Wall here. So Kaiju number 8 is insistent on showing that this 3-star L&D unit deserves a place in SWC lore.
Now this is the same place that FALLINGFLOWER tried to showcase as well. This Dak Atmaster with the Islin is a very interesting play, but it's very telegraphed. DRMZJOSEPH should know exactly what Kaiju number 8 is trying to do.
And I think if I'm Dreams Joseph, I take out the Oliver, so my units go in front here. If I'm Kaiju number 8, I might be scared of this more because of speed lead. But at the same time, there's also the Bulwark and the Chongpong, which can basically solo game if they can get off. So I think Kaiju number 8's got a difficult ban to make. Dreams Joseph takes out the Mook Wall. Interesting choice, but now it makes sense because Kaiju number 8 does not have the ability to strip.
That is right, and we've got an HP lead for Dreams Joseph, speed lead for Kaiju number 8. Kaiju number 8 taking first turn with this very first match between him and Dreams Joseph.
So Dreams Joseph is going to have a very good turn 2 here, but we'll see if Kaiju number 8 is going to be able to take advantage of turn 1. Masha is facing 4 willed units, so basically not going to be able to do a single thing off the bat, and neither is Oliver.
It is a very fast Masha, but definitely not going to be doing anything here. Both Oliver and Masha just going right into immunity. Wish of Immortality coming up for Dreams Joseph, and I'm sure the immunity is coming up for Kaiju number 8.
And again, we remind ourselves that we have an untuned Fire Bison and Chongpong here. Chongpong moving after the Fire Bison, so really odd. We also have the world's slowest Dark Archer here, going, might even be lapped by Dreams Joseph's entire team here, so not sure about that pick there.
There's that skill 2 from Dreams Joseph. Wadama King only receiving a stun on top of that Islin there, which is kind of what he needed to do to lock down that unit. Big skill 2 coming out of Wusa onto the Masha. Masha's definitely going to get dismounted here.
Masha definitely going to get dismounted here, and again, we see the Riley's going to be able to pick up the Dark Archer, so we're going to see how much damage this Dark Archer does. Does not pick up the Dark Archer, but does get a proc, which is going to be massive here.
Yet Riley, extremely intelligent unit, knowing exactly when to proc, able to cleanse up the Dark Archer with a little bit of poke damage onto the Connell. Connell with big third skill, receiving 2 stuns on the Riley and Dark Archer.
Dark Archer absolutely doing nothing here, just eating dirt and hugging the ground the entire game here. Has a slow debuff on it, so it's never going to take a turn for the rest of the match here. Kaiju number 8 looking like he's in a rough spot here. That Masha is dismounted. It's not going to be able to come back in this match.
Yep, you can see Kaiju trying to do a little bit of something onto the Wusa, receiving absolutely nothing instead.
Not receiving anything, not doing enough damage, not doing anything here. Dreams Joseph looking very dominant in this match.
Extremely dominant indeed. We got Alter Egos going out on top of that Islin. Islin's just going to be dropping after only getting 1 hit onto the Connell.
Yeah, Islin basically going to be dropping after doing a whole 300 damage here. So Dreams Joseph taking a commanding 1-0 victory to start this game here. And I'm not sure why Kaiju number 8 has not found the quit button yet. Is hanging on to this match here, but there is really no point.
And Dreams Joseph, all or nothing. Double stuns here. Chongpong, AoE defense breaks. No defense breaks coming out. And that is it right there. Dreams Joseph with a very commanding round 1 victory.
Dreams Joseph showing us why he's a former America's Cup champion, and Kaiju number 8 showing us why he's in the losers bracket when he brings out that Dark Archer there, and when it does get a turn with attack buff, does like 300 damage. I'm not sure what the point of that was. Its attack bars were basically at half when every other unit took a turn, and also his Masha didn't really do enough damage. I'm not sure why he brought the Riley in to play a really passive game if he wasn't going to have a strong enough turn 2. So kind of a weird draft from Kaiju number 8. And I'm not sure if we're going to see that Dark Archer again, but I don't know what the purpose of bringing that unit in was for.
Hopefully we don't get to see the purpose of bringing that unit into the next match as well. Well done, Dreams Joseph. It was just an excellent performance right there. Great draft, great play. Really kept Kaiju number 8 back from doing absolutely anything. Pre-bans from last time. Dominic and Gianna now available. New pre-bans coming out right now.
Yeah, great match from Dreams Joseph, but of course, every match looks great when you're playing 4 units on 3 there. So we'll see if Kaiju number 8 wants to give that handicap again. Not sure if he wants to do that because the Dark Archer really has not had a great showing. I think Dreams Joseph should take out the Yunhong here. He's going to be facing a Gianna. Kaiju number 8 really should be dipping into Mashas and doing a lot more damage, a lot more aggression. Dreams Joseph takes out the Oliver, and this tells me 100% that Dreams Joseph does not have an Oliver in his box. So that ban would make sense because Oliver is more oppressive than a Yunhong in isolation. So I think that ban makes a lot of sense. We're going to see a Masha first pick from Dreams Joseph here, and Kaiju number 8 should respond with a more in some sort of a more in maybe a Nano or Shizuka type play, but he could also lay down Giannas and whatnot.
Dreams Joseph thinking about it right now. He did have that hovered over for a long time, decides to lock in the Masha as a first pick.
Yeah, I mean, you have to lay down the Masha first pick because Kaiju number 8, I mean, he does have a Gianna, but doesn't, given the fact that he plays really passive, that Masha's going to do a lot. And Dreams Joseph does open up with a lot of strong aggression here, so Masha's great to be able to let you come back or, you know, increase your lead. Kaiju number 8 finally going with some aggression here. That's not a Dark Archer, that's a Sierra and a Gianna.
Yep. That might be some bread and butter here for Kaiju number 8, Sierra Gianna. DRMZJOSEPH bringing back the more, and Dominic is going to be making an appearance. A lot of aggression for DRMZJOSEPH.
A lot of aggression coming out from DRMZJOSEPH, but I think I would like to see there's likely going to be a Yunhong, and maybe even I would like to see a Tomo would be really interesting, but he's probably going to take like a Bulwark or some sort of middle speed unit that has some sort of an impact and synergizes with Gianna. So Yunhong is definitely going to be the take here. This 4th pick is going to tell you where he really thinks this draft's going to be. Takes a Gani, which is hovering over Gani, which is an interesting pick here. Goes with is indecisive and might lay the Barber down, but I think Gani is a great unit that synergizes with the Yunhong, but Kaiju number 8 is a little weak if DRMZJOSEPH is able to snipe a unit off with so much aggression coming back.
Yep, we've got the Connell being potentially locked in by DRMZJOSEPH, taking his time here with this last pick. I'm curious if Kaiju number 8 is going to be going with a Hath or locking in something that he's been drafting previously.
Does not lay in the Hathor here, and DRMZJOSEPH has a lot of threat. There's a Masha Dominic that can solo games on their own. There's a Fire Bison that can also solo games on its own if left unchecked here. So Kaiju number 8 is kind of in a rough spot here. If I'm Kaiju number 8, I mean, he might not have this in his box, but if he had an Eludia, he could ban out the Moor. That would be a really good way to kick off the match here. Goes with the Barber here. Barber's a pretty solid pick. He's going to be looking to snipe out a unit off the bat here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to need to be able to survive that initial onslaught.
Yeah, most definitely. I do like that Barbara coming out of Kaiju, wrapping up his draft there. We've got bans coming out shortly. Really could be a lot of things here.
Yeah, if I'm Kaiju number 8, I'm thinking that Dominic is probably the scariest unit. If I'm thinking DRMZJOSEPH is going to take out the Gianna here, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Kaiju number 8's side of the field here. So takes out that Moor, and Kaiju number 8's going to need to be able to kill a unit off the bat and probably also dismount the Masha if he wants a chance to win.
Yep, Kaiju number 8 with a much better draft getting into this round 2 against DRMZJOSEPH. Might actually be able to do something here. Speed lead for Kaiju number 8, HP lead for DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, we're going to see a very strong opening coming out on the side of Kaiju number 8, but there's also a lot of backswing coming out from this Fire Bison here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to need to hang on here, and if he's able to hang on, he might be able to get a victory here.
Ooh, very fast Barbara getting that strip on top of the Connell as well. We've got Yunhong, does have Charge Vitality available, goes for the skill 2 on to that Dominic, does get the strip, Charge Vitality going right back to the Barbara.
And Kaiju number 8 is basically going to reset, take down the attack bars of DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH's on the back foot here. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Kaiju number 8 side of the field. There's a Gani and a Yunhong combination and a lot of damage coming out from Barbara and Sierra.
Most definitely does get the dismount on top of that Masha, cycling that first skill onto the Dominic. Dominic's going to be the second unit that Kaiju number 8 is going to be trying to take advantage of. Bomb does land true here, cycles that first skill. You can see Barbara try to pummel in a little bit more damage, remove one of those units from the field.
We see this vent go on the Yunhong here, and there's going to be infinite amounts of cycling, lots of damage, lots of cycling. This Sierra might take a turn here. There's going to be a lot of bombs coming on the side of DRMZJOSEPH's side. DRMZJOSEPH looking like he's in a tough spot here. He's going to need to hang on for dear life, but I don't see how he gets through this Barbara once it takes a turn.
Yeah, Kaiju number 8 finally finding a rhythm here with an excellent draft, removing that Masha from the field. Only Provoke's going to be available for this Connell. Connell's going to try and proc and get a couple more skills up here.
That's a massive proc from that Cardinal because it does have skill 2 next turn, which is going to allow it to cycle in the skill 3. So DRMZJOSEPH does have a chance to come back, but this Barbara is something dangerous, something he's going to need to watch out for. Not sure why he didn't do damage from the Dominic onto the Barbara there.
See Juno trying to pummel in as much damage as possible on top of the Yunhong with branding. Additional turn coming up from Gani, looking to reapply some glancing here. Does not land on top of that Connell.
Does land that glancing from the Yunhong though, and that glancing is absolutely massive because that means that this Barbara is going to be able to do a lot of damage on its next turn here. So DRMZJOSEPH does have skill 2, skill 3 coming up soon, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Barbara.
Yep, that really is, and choosing not to finish off that Dominic. He does not need to use that here. No Despair Stones coming out of that Juno. Gani with the Seal of Magic going out on top of the Connell. Connell's got no skills available. It's going to be a lonely Juno very shortly. And there you have it! Kaiju number 8 with a very commanding round 2 victory.
Very commanding victory from Kaiju number 8. That's exactly what he needed, what we wanted to see, what we expected from his box, having a Yunhong Gianna. We did not want to see passive play. That's not what we expected. That's not what he needs to do if he wants to win here. DRMZJOSEPH, unfortunately, took 2 units on Will and 2 units off Will. That's how Kaiju number 8 was able to get the opening that he was able to get. If DRMZJOSEPH had a full set of units on Will, 4 units on Will that had high impact, I think it would have been a very different story there because he chose to ban out Gianna anyways. So if he was able to have 4 units on Will, let Kaiju number 8 take an opening but only lock down 2 units, I think DRMZJOSEPH would have been in a better spot.
Yeah, most definitely. What we saw there was Kaiju number 8 with his bread and butter doing fantastic up against DRMZJOSEPH here.
Yes, and Kaiju number 8's going to need to rely on his bread and butter a little bit more if he wants a chance to win. So we're going to need to see more aggression. Again, more Yunhongs and Giannas. Abuse those LDs. Show us why those LDs are some of the most powerful monsters on the ladder. DRMZJOSEPH doesn't have those units. DRMZJOSEPH is going to be facing an Oliver. So DRMZJOSEPH decides to take out that Gianna. Makes a lot of sense. The pre-ban on the Masha, also a great pick from Kaiju number 8. I think he's going to lean into Oliver first and then build out his draft from there.
That was good, Chris. That was good. Appreciate that. Pre-bans are locked in. Masha and Gianna getting pre-banned.
Always got to do that. And see, we're going to see what Kaiju number 8 decides to prioritize. Takes the Fire Bison from DRMZJOSEPH. I'm not against that. I actually really like dipping into your opponent's box and disrupting their strategy. But DRMZJOSEPH, an excellent pick here. Going with the Dominic here. Kaiju number 8 can go with the Yunhong that'll set up the Fire Bison. So some sort of Yunhong Oliver would not be bad here. I think Yunhong Oliver would be a very dominant 2 picks here. Kaiju number 8 can also go with turn 2s with like Nanas and different things like that. But I think in this meta, you want to go with turn 1. You want that Oliver. You want that Yunhong. You want to be able to down a unit off the bat.
But most definitely Kaiju number 8. Let's see what he goes with. And there is the Ciara and Yunhong.
We do see the Yunhong as expected. The Ciara is an interesting pick here. It does present a vulnerability. If DRMZJOSEPH decides that he can fight for turn 1, he's going to be able to take that Ciara out. Ciara's a little bit squishy. Generally, Oliver's a lot tankier and lock down units. Kaiju number 8's strategy here should not be to burst with the Ciara, should be to wear your opponent down over time. So I would have preferred to see an Oliver there on his side of the field here. DRMZJOSEPH wisely going with the Wusa, likely signaling a ban on this Yunhong. And the Chungpong, lots of aggression coming from Chungpong. I like that pick coming out from him. If the Chungpong goes off, it wins the game on the spot. If he's able to get good skill to be off.
This is interesting. We're going to see a Riley and a Mook Wall being drafted by Kaiju number 8 here. I'm sure he's going to be using that threat state and placing it onto the Riley for that combo.
Interesting choice of the Mook Wall here. Kaiju number 8 does have strips basically on the Yunhong and the Mook Wall here. DRMZJOSEPH going with the Tomo. I love that pick here. Tomos are usually built on Despair, but Violent is also a common build here. Despair is generally, I favor that a little bit more because it cycles more. You do a lot more stuns that way. But I like that. It signals a ban on either the Riley or the Mook Wall here. And either is acceptable, but that means that he's opening himself up to aggression from the Yunhong if he's going with the Tomo here. He could also go with the ban on the Ciara, which would take away the speed lead from Kaiju number 8, but Kaiju number 8 would still be going first. So the Mook Wall ban makes a lot of sense here. The Chungpong ban makes a lot of sense. So we'll see if DRMZJOSEPH is able to use that Tomo and take over with that unit.
We'll see here. We've got speed leads for both players. Very interesting drafts on both sides here. Blade Fan coming out, getting that strip on top of the Wusa.
And that provoke is absolutely massive because that means that there's going to be no shield coming from the side from Wusa here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to have to operate without a shield here. Might not be able to do enough damage with this Dominic to be able to take a unit out off the bat.
Ooh, more getting a little bit of value, stripping almost everything except that Riley. Of course, Karma's going to be coming out on top of that Connell.
Karma's going to be coming out and does spread those stuns around to the rest of the units here. So that Tomo's giving him a lot of advantage here. DRMZJOSEPH doing a lot of work. This Ciara's almost dead here.
Ooh, nice little strip there on top of the Riley as well. Ciara's going to be dropping here to the Dominic. There goes Ciara right here. Ooh, resists. And of course, the immunity is going to be coming out for the Wusa, looking very good for DRMZJOSEPH.
And that is a game-winning resist there because the only way Kaiju number 8 can come back is if this Cardinal procs and then lays in a skill 3, but there are immunity and shields up on the side of DRMZJOSEPH's side. So DRMZJOSEPH likely not going to go down here. This Dominic's going to do a lot of damage. DRMZJOSEPH is likely going to move on in a really good spot here.
The beautiful Karma is going to be landing on top of that Yunhong as well. No strip's going to be available there. You can see the damage coming out from Dominic onto that Connell. Connell's going to be looking at getting removed from the field by this big second skill.
Big second skill there, and DRMZJOSEPH removes the only win condition of Kaiju number 8. So Kaiju number 8 in a rough spot and goes down 1-2. DRMZJOSEPH takes it.
There you have it, man. DRMZJOSEPH for the big victory.
Any doubt? Any doubters out there for the greatest Latin America player ever to grace us here at SWC? DRMZJOSEPH gets the victory, and you go back to it. Game number 1, guys. Stoic, because we already heard Make It a Bud's thoughts. Stoic, what do we make of Dark Archer? How good is that unit?
Good's usually not a term used with Dak Archer, so I mean that kind of settles that right there. But how good is Tomo? Absolutely love that Tomo draft coming out of DRMZJOSEPH.
There it is. Look at that. Mr. Positive here for Mr. Realistic there. There you go. Guys in chat loved it either way. I love the fact that you're back. But with that win, DRMZJOSEPH carries on here in the America's Cup, and he is one win away from booking his ticket to New York City. Let's take one more look at the bracket. You see all of our players colored in that are still alive, and it's a great bracket indeed. THOMPSIN and TRUEWHALE. That's going to be the first match when we come back. Then TOPAV and MADREAMDY. Again, it is like a buffet of America's Cup quality matches. Then FALLINGFLOWER and LECHONK with DRMZJOSEPH and ELMIMO waiting in our final semifinal matchup. All the matches today, 2-1s, guys. It's been close up and down, hasn't it?
It really has
definitely
been.
a lot of back and forth there. I mean, everyone laying everything out on the table. Obviously, the Dark Archer match kind of, was a throw there and a giveaway there. But, just a lot of back and forth, a lot on the table. I mean, the players know if they don't lay it on the table, they don't bring aggression, they don't bring enough win conditions, they're going to spend another year not playing tournament level Summoners War, no prize money. And so, those that want to get an ROI on their account are going to need to bring the right units into the match, and that's why we've seen some great matches.
All right, well, there we go. The man has weighed in. No more throwing them away. Again, no throwaway matches left. Single elimination from here on out for all these players. You don't want to get to that final step and fall just a bit short. Now, we got something for y'all at home. The pre-registration for the newest entry in the Summoners War universe, it's Summoners War Chronicles, begins next week. Get ready for the adventure early and earn rewards to start your journey. In other words, the early bird gets the worm. Make sure you join all of the players by getting in early. You only get to start a game once. It is such a great thing, and it's looked absolutely incredible. So make sure to sign up now. And of course, you guys smell that? I smell something. I smell something cooking. Oh, it's the collaboration of Summoners War and Cookie Run Kingdom. This collaboration offers free tasty treats, including a 5-star cookie, an exclusive scroll, and a ticket event for the Kairos Rune Set Fix. And of course, in addition, we'll be introducing a new event dungeon and bear jelly balloon, so stay tuned for all the delicious details. Yeah, Cookie Run Kingdom. Make sure you catch it before it crumbles. All right, and finally, everyone's favorite part of the show, it's coupon code time. Punch it right on in, right there. Bam! AMC, last chance. America's Cup, AMC, last chance. Get yourself 100 energy and 100,000 mana to use for your journey here in Summoners War. Make sure to punch that one in by August 30th. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, players' tickets will be punched to New York City in America's Cup. 4 more best of 5s left, and the preliminaries will be done. Who will make it? We'll find out after the short break. See you in a bit.
Summoners War World Arena Championship format. Tournament favorite is our first ever Summoners War World Arena Champion.
He takes it! BD is our champion! It worked!
SWC champion. Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday.
I'm standing up so the world can see that I came to leave a legacy.
어서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가스의 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들릴 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지는 반복된 시간 속에 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어. 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고!
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어. 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 나
Summoners War World Arena Championship format. Tournament favorite is our first ever Summoners War World Arena Champion.
He takes it! BD is our champion! It worked!
Is going to be this year's SWC champion.
Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday.
I'm standing up for the world to see, and I came to leave a legacy.
champion.
Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday. No one controls my destiny. I'm standing up so the world can see that I came to leave a legacy.
고대인들께서 이 세계로 오시려면 나르가 새 눈이 필요하다. 어리석은 자여, 나의 신하가 될 자여, 새로운 주인을 맞을 준비가 되었는가?
어두워진 하늘 날아오르는 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너
라이를 지킬 소환사를 소개하겠다.
그리고 나
이제부터 나의 시간이다.
희미해지고 어두움의 이른 날로 선명해지네 반복된 시간 속에 흘러 어둠에 익숙한 듯 흘러가며 살아가고 있어 어느 날 누군가 잠자던 내게 말을 걸어
마음 놓고 싸우라고!
아픈 친구가 있어? 두려워해야 할 거야.
어느새 이미 준비를 모두 마친 나는 한 번 더 날아오를 준비가 됐어 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 어두워진 밤 하늘을 날아 올라가는 단 하나의 소원 밝은 빛으로 물들린 미래에 그 안에서 미소 짓는 너 그리고 나
Summoners War World Arena Championship format. Tournament favorite is our first ever Summoners War World Arena Champion.
He takes it! BD is our champion! It worked!
Is going to be this year's SWC champion.
Legendary like my birthplace. It's my time like my birthday. No one controls my destiny. I'm standing up so the world can see that I came to leave a legacy.
so far we've had a full day of matches. It has gone every single possible match so far in the quarterfinals. That's how competitive it's been, because no one wants to miss out on the best thing possible. Sports with live fans. New York City, America's Cup spots on the line. Let's take a look at how things shook out here in our quarterfinal matches as THOMPSIN, TOPAV, FALLINGFLOWER, and DRMZJOSEPH. There's a lot of experience and a lot of skill in those names. All move on to our now best of 5 semifinals, and none of them did it with ease. All of this was hard. 2-1s across the board, guys. Stoic, Make It a Bud, and Degon here breaking down all the action for you. And Stoic, after our quarterfinals, what jumped out at you, brother?
I mean, all 2-1s, man. We're making this tournament as long as possible here. Just so many exciting matches. I guess one of them that speaks to me the most is TOPAV. TOPAV showing how much of a veteran he is, able to win his match and move forward up against LECHONK. And I think he's got, it's still going to be a tough match for him against LECHONK here. And it's him fighting LECHONK once again as well.
Make It a Bud. What else?
I mean, what stuck out to me is we almost did not get to see a THOMPSIN moving on. He had to get that proc on that Dominic in match 2 there. If he did not get that proc, we would have Edward versus TRUEWHALE. So obviously proc still making a big difference here. But it's just, that stuck out to me. And also, again, Dark Archer, right? Making DRMZJOSEPH's life very easy here. We're going to see the Battle of Latin America down at the bottom at the very end of the day because of a very friendly pick from DRMZJOSEPH's opponent.
Again, going to be a whole lot of fun throughout today's action. Now, let's take a look at our most recent one, our next matchup that we got going on. It's THOMPSIN versus TRUEWHALE, and you can see by the jerseys that they're wearing, these swagalicious boys from last year got to wear the 2021 kit, but only one of them will be able to wear the 2022 kit in our semi-final best of 5. And you can see it, the stakes are right there, right in the middle. The winner qualifies for the America's Cup as we take a look at THOMPSIN's road here earlier through the quarterfinals. Stoic, take it away.
Turn's gonna be popping out here. I mean, here was THOMPSIN finally, oh, I'm sorry, not finally, this is Edward actually having a great matchup against THOMPSIN there with the Juno pick really coming through over that Gurkha. Gurkha not able to carry THOMPSIN to victory, but obviously getting into the second round, THOMPSIN trying to find a rhythm, and that rhythm was aggression there, just taking out units one at a time against Edward, getting a little lucky with some Mo Long stuns. I'm pretty sure we saw like beautiful 2-turn stun coming out of that Mo Long, which really caught some ground there for THOMPSIN. And then THOMPSIN in that round 3, it was a very, very good match. It was a Gurkha showcase, I do believe. Gurkha was just not something that Edward was going to be able to take care of. And THOMPSIN ultimately coming out on top against someone that he does know very, very well, a Gildy Edward.
Yeah, again, always interesting when you have those types of matchups because you want to have the best player win, but you also want to win yourself. So either way, kind of sad that that's how the bracket shook up, but THOMPSIN moves on. Now on the opposite side, though, it's TRUEWHALE, one of the biggest names in the Americas region here. Make it a Bud.
I mean, we have a former Legend Season winner, and that's not easy to do. Obviously, in SWC, he doesn't have as deep of a track record as THOMPSIN here, which may play a factor into this matchup, but TRUEWHALE, THOMPSIN, both very strong units, very strong runes, both of them probably rocking plus 195 bio sets and higher potentially. So when I do say best runes in the world, I really do mean best runes in the world. They're like 10 speed faster than me. It's kind of unfair, but really strong runes there. Great units across the board. You have Volantis, you have Pontos, you have Ragdoll, Tianlang, and you know, the list goes on and on from TRUEWHALE's side. So this is really a battle of the Titans here.
Yeah, one of the things I love about these two guys is that when they're on, their play is smooth like butter. But we haven't quite seen that, which is why they're both in the lower bracket. And one of the most frustrating things that they're both in the lower bracket against each other. So prediction time. Only one can move on. Is it THOMPSIN or is it TRUEWHALE? Stoic, you first, then you. Make it a Bud.
I honestly believe we're seeing the version of THOMPSIN that we should be seeing, and I think THOMPSIN takes it over TRUEWHALE.
Make it a Bud.
And I really think it's anyone's match here, but you know, if that Dominic does what we saw earlier on the side of THOMPSIN and it procs over and over, THOMPSIN might take this 3-2.
All right, 2 Thompson predictions. Let's see who wins. Thompson, True Whale for the spot at the America's Cup. Let's find out.
Well, let's get into this highly anticipated match here. Thompson versus True Whale. This is a best of 5, everyone. So stay tuned because you don't want to miss out on any one of these matches. Pre-bans coming out shortly.
And a best of 5 means that we're really going to see who's a better drafter, better player. They have equally stacked boxes and runes here. 1 point away on the ladder. Both of them have deep experience here. Thompson with the tournament experience, True with the ladder experience. True going with the ban on the Oberon, which is a little interesting. I think Thompson's going to be taking out Tianlang and Volantis back to back. Those are going to be his pre-bans. True Whale taking out the aggression is a little interesting. I thought he would have taken out Gianna and Nephthys here. But, you know, we'll see what unfolds here. True Whale, I think, has played a lot of passively on the ladder. Lately, when I've seen his matches, there's a lot of Praha, a lot of Nanas. So we'll see if he decides to stick with that or if he decides to go more aggression, some sort of an Oliver, some sort of a Dominic here. Goes passive with the Nana here, does go with that Dominic. We've seen what that Dominic has done to Raigeki. So that one proc from that Dominic could change the tide of this battle.
I definitely like True Whale starting off with that Nana and Dominic. That is very aggressive, and that's definitely something Thompson's going to have to worry about. Shizuka first pick from Thompson seems a little interesting, but definitely expected. We've got 2 more picks coming out of Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure I'm a fan of that Shizuka, but that tells me Gianna has to be coming at some point in this draft here. And a Violent Gianna into this set of speeds is very good for Thompson. Normally, I don't like a Violent Gianna, but if True Whale doesn't threaten speed with a Sekhmet of some sort or some other speed units like an Oliver Narsha, he may be in a little bit of trouble. Do like Thompson's counter picks, and True Whale going with aggression here and a little bit of turn 2 play with that Ragdoll.
Yeah, Ragdoll Masha coming out for True Whale definitely has kill potential in the form of that Dominic and Masha, of course, able to possibly get some turns over Thompson with Ragdoll being left on the field. Ragdoll's something Thompson does not like to play with, so already potentially signaling a ban here on that Ragdoll.
Yeah, Thompson typically doesn't want to fight against that Ragdoll. Thompson also doesn't have a Tianlang. Tianlang is not pre-banned here, but he doesn't have Tianlang. Goes at the Light Monkey, one of my favorite units here. So he has double strips, Light Monkey, double strips into a Light Monkey and a Narsha here. So if I'm True Whale, I probably have to ban out that Light Monkey. Does lay down the Juno, which is an interesting pick here. I know there's other LDs that I would have preferred True Whale to take. I can't name them because we don't know what they are yet. But goes with the Juno here, and that signals probably a ban on this Gianna or a Changpeng. Narsha's probably also okay. Thompson's likely going to take out this Nana, but I think Ragdoll's also perfectly fine. It's going to come down to one of those two, but I really like Thompson's draft here. There's a lot of threat. Ragdoll's probably the best ban given the fact that he's AoE cleaving. So if Thompson takes out Ragdoll, he's going to be in a good spot. Takes out the Juno instead, which I'm not sure about. If True Whale does not have Will on, say, a Masha or something, True Whale might be able to snipe a unit off the bat. So not sure about Thompson's ban there. We'll see how the opening looks.
We'll see how this open does look between Thompson and True Whale as we get into the first match between the two of them. Let's see who's going to be taking first turn.
We see Thompson's going to be able to open up with a bomb onto the Masha. Misses the bomb here, but is going to get a strip off. But again, his units are going to be cut. Does not strip 2 units. Huge.
That is a massive for True Whale, able to get the defense break on top of that Gianna Dominic. We know how fast this unit is going to be. Dominic taking the turn here, looking so good for True Whale, able to remove this unit and get another orb on top of his Nana.
And that orb is going to be massive here because Thompson does not have enough damage over time to be able to take out 2 Nana orbs here. Changpeng is a very good unit, but again, may not have enough in the back pocket, but that's a very big proc on Changpeng there.
Definitely a really good proc as well. We've got the Serious Matter coming out, reducing the attack bars of True Whale, of course. We're going to see some good damage coming from this Nasha. We know it can really pump out. Goes straight for the Nana and gets that kill.
Definitely a lot of damage coming out from the side of Thompson. Thompson may have a chance here. Should throw out skill 3 from Shizuka. Skill 2 should go on Changpeng, refresh those cooldowns, and be able to cycle damage and maybe get through the additional orb of Nanas here. So Thompson might be able to take this down.
He might be able to. We've got Nana getting dropped there. No more orbs are going to be up after going after Nana only to remove those orbs. We've got that Shizuka with the skill 2. Let's see if he does place it onto the Changpeng, and he does.
Does place on Changpeng here, so Changpeng's going to have more skills up. It's going to be able to do a lot of damage. If Changpeng procs, that's going to be a lot of momentum going the way of Thompson.
Nice little additional turn, able to pump a little bit of damage into the Nasha. Nasha's still very healthy. Removes the Nana from the field. Not a unit that Thompson's going to have to worry about anymore. Big skill 2 goes out with the initial turn as well. Serious matter, reducing the attack bars of TRUEWHALE. Looking so good for Thompson.
Absolutely massive proc coming on the side of Thompson there. That's exactly what he needed to come back here. TRUEWHALE's going to be losing a unit once this Narsha takes a turn. It does have speed buff, so it's going to move in front of the other 2 units here. So Thompson's going to take out a unit. TRUEWHALE's going to need to be able to use this Masha and dominate the game with it.
Well, let's see what happens here, because Thompson needs to keep this Masha alive and move a unit. Gets the initial turn as well. 2 units down. Thompson looking so good in this first match between TRUEWHALE and winning round 1.
Wow, we just saw RNG come into play at the last bit there. We saw a couple things there. We saw that Masha missing the crit onto Narsha. That was massive. That allowed Narsha to take another turn. And then we saw Narsha take a proc. So we saw that Masha's typically on 80% crit or higher. So we saw 80% come into play, 20%, you know, not critting there. And then 20% times 22% for the violent proc coming on the side of Thompson allowed him to secure that victory.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, a little bit of RNG in the side of Thompson for sure, but I definitely don't want to talk down to TRUEWHALE's draft there. TRUEWHALE definitely had some great opportunities to try to clap back against Thompson there. He definitely resisted 2 of those early stuns with the Gianna, also resisting the bomb as well. So it was looking very good for Thompson at the start of that match, but looking really good for TRUEWHALE at the start of that match, but Thompson was able to just really overcome TRUEWHALE there.
That's true. When we talk about RNG at the beginning of the match there, that Gianna did miss a lot, was critical. I would have preferred Thompson to ban out the Ragdoll there, would have given him a much better opening if he led Gianna into Changpeng there. But again, I guess it really didn't matter at the end of the day because he was able to come out ahead with the victory. So looking ahead into this match, I would think TRUEWHALE probably should still think about taking out Gianna, should think about taking out Nephthys, one of the 2. Thompson's probably going to take out a Tian Lang just because Tian Lang counters so many of his units. So if I was Thompson, I would be thinking about those 2. But we'll see what the players decide. I mean, if they decide to go passive, maybe TRUEWHALE won't take out that Nephthys.
Oh, there's the Tian Lang, and we've got the Dark M. Bison, or Gurkha, getting banned here.
Yes, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've seen Gurkha basically solo teams here. So Gurkha is going to be the pre-ban, Gurkha Oberon pre-bans trading off from TRUEWHALE's side here. Not sure about the Oberon pre-bans that he's been doing, but do like this Oliver first pick. Thompson should go with some sort of a Gianna Masha or speed lead Masha would be a great way to kick things off.
Well, Masha Shizuka kicking it off for Thompson with the Oliver draft from TRUEWHALE, looking to respond with 2 more units.
And I think we might see a Volantis here, would be a solid pick. Praha is something I've seen him tangle with a lot. Narsha for a lot of single target means that he can still take Volantis later, some sort of a Volantis Changpeng. So Thompson's likely going to need to disrupt this and go with some sort of turn 1 or some way to disrupt an opening from TRUEWHALE's side here. So TRUEWHALE should be taking this unit that he has in the back pocket that we haven't seen yet. And we might see a Changpeng. Volantis would also be a very good pick here. I think it's going to be some sort of LD unit here from the side of TRUEWHALE.
Ooh, hovering over a Sekhmet for TRUEWHALE, super interesting after seeing the Ragdoll Gianna coming out for Thompson.
So Thompson going with the Sekhmet is a little bit of an interesting play here. Sekhmet does taper off against Shizuka over time, so perhaps he's favoring a ban onto that, but that wouldn't make sense here. So this Sekhmet's an interesting pick. It's not exactly terrible here. The Nana's a little interesting given the fact that Thompson doesn't have a lot of instant burst. Thompson probably would dip into a Dominic here, but, you know, could really lean into a whole bunch of things. Goes with the Leo to disrupt the damage on the Narsha. Makes a lot of sense, but Leo's not exactly the best into Oliver or the Praha, so kind of an interesting Leo pick there. But TRUEWHALE probably is going to need to ban out that Leo.
Yeah, it feels like he might be letting the Nana through to try to lower the damage of TRUEWHALE, but it could be a couple things.
Yeah, definitely could be a couple things, but if I'm TRUEWHALE, I definitely want to push that first turn advantage, ride that Narsha to victory, so taking out that Leo might make sense here. And takes out the Ragdoll, so it does disrupt some sort of opening from Thompson's side of the field here. But again, this might be a fair bit of damage coming out from the Leo. That Narsha, we also know, is probably a little squishy here. So we'll see if TRUEWHALE is able to down a unit off the bat here. And if not, Thompson may be able to have a better turn 2 and long run game here.
Well, let's see what happens, because we're getting into the second round between TRUEWHALE and Thompson. Leo kicking things off.
And Thompson here should be aiming for a dismount on that Narsha and trying to down that Narsha off the back here. Thompson does have a Gianna that's going to be able to cycle turns over and over again. Does go for some damage on the Oliver, and that's actually a lot of damage coming from that Leo onto that Oliver over time. TRUEWHALE is going to be in an interesting spot here. Does have heals coming from the Praha later in the game. but is going to need to be able to do some damage at some point.
Yeah, Sekhmet was able to get the strip, not reset though, on the Shizuka. Big damage coming out of Nasha on to that Gianna. Gianna sitting there with a defense break right now. No buffs on the side of Thompson. Could be put to sleep here.
Definitely should be using that sleep here. Does put his opponent's units to sleep there, but does not get the Shizuka, which is absolutely huge because the Shizuka can return it, but is reset from that Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver is going to be right there in time to stop that Shizuka from doing anything. Of course, with more turns coming out here. Lots of turns coming out here.
Lots of turns coming out here, and TRUEWHALE is going to find a burst opportunity here. That Oliver's just doing Oliver things, just cycling turns, taking many turns here. TRUEWHALE's going to have a defense break coming from that Narsha, going to be able to pump damage with his Praha and the Sekhmet over time. So Thompson's going to need to find some momentum, but it's a little challenging here. He does not have a lot of support units in this game.
Sekhmet with all skills available, getting the reset on top of that Masha. Narsha looking to pummel in that damage on top of the Gianna, landing that defense break as well. We've got Praha with the first skill, cycling a little bit of attack power, getting the additional turn, dropping Gianna.
Dropping Gianna is huge here, and the big part here is Gianna has not dropped a bomb the single part of the game, so if Shizuka does manage to get its skill off, it's not going to come with the bomb, which is very big in this matchup. That's a big proc, gets its skill 2, and is going to have a skill 3 available soon, but again, TRUEWHALE pumping in a lot of damage is looking really dominant so far.
Yep, that could be really big for Shizuka to revive back the Gianna to get that bomb onto the field, but we've got more additional turns coming out of Praha to put Thompson's team to sleep again.
It's a lot of damage coming out from TRUEWHALE's side. A lot of damage over time. Does have a lot of resilience. Does have skill 3 from the Praha left. That's a pretty big proc on Oliver. Oliver might drop from this Masha coming up, so Thompson's going to be able to even this out 3 units of 3 soon.
Ooh, Curse is beautiful, trying to get some value here. Defense break sitting on top of the Leo. More additional turns popping up for absolutely everybody here. Shizuka is going to get removed from the field potentially.
Shizuka might be removed from the field here, but again, that proc on the Narsha really big. That's a lot of HP on that Shizuka, and that's another proc on that Praha.
Praha is just absolutely going off here. So many additional turns are popping up here for TRUEWHALE. Things starting to cycle in his way in this second match.
Definitely things are looking to cycle his way. If that Praha is really tanky, if this Leo's not able to take out this Praha, TRUEWHALE's looking like he's in a really good spot here. This Sekhmet is not going to do a lot here. Should be laying that attack break onto Leo. Not sure why he didn't do that there. But TRUEWHALE's looking like he's in a decent spot, but this is not over yet. It could be anyone's game.
Definitely not over yet. Masha looking for the dismount on top of the Masha. Does get that dismount right there. Masha has big skill 2 damage coming out onto the Narsha. Finishing off that Narsha. We could put both these units to sleep here with the third skill, or he may save them for the time he needs.
Yeah, and Thompson here does not get a proc on that Masha here. This Leo's going to be doing a fair bit of damage, but TRUEWHALE does have a proc on Sekhmet. Should be able to take out that Leo if he does end up giving it attack break, give it glancing over time here. TRUEWHALE looks to be in a good spot.
TRUEWHALE definitely looking like he's in a really good spot here. Might actually go for that third skill, putting Thompson's team to sleep here. Does land both sleeps.
Does land both sleeps, which is great on the side of TRUEWHALE here. Does pick up his team, which is big. Praha's going to be able to cycle, and with the Leo on the field, going to take a lot of turns here. So I really like TRUEWHALE's position, but again, anything can happen. He's going to have to watch the HP of Leo and not put it in torrent range.
Yep, that's right. He might go for the Curse of Beautiful, knowing that it might be enough to finish off that Masha, and it is going to be enough to finish off that Masha. He's got to be really careful with this, because Torrent's going to be up next turn. He violence, and he does have the Torrent available. He's going to be holding on to that skill. I don't think he is going to be using it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that Torrent usage there. TRUEWHALE should save skill 3, should just put the attack break. Very smart. Did not land the attack break, which is pretty big there. Unfortunately, did not land that, but big proc on that Praha there, and TRUEWHALE might be able to auto this Leo down.
He might be able to all this Leo down. He can go for whatever he wants right here, because that additional damage is going to be enough. TRUEWHALE taking round 2.
Wow, so much back and forth. That really came down to the wire there. If that Leo procced, that'd be the end of Praha, and that Praha just did not get enough damage at the end. That Leo might have survived. So that one was really down to the wire there. A lot of back and forth in that matchup there. I like the draft on both players' sides, but at the end of the day, I think TRUEWHALE seems a little bit more resilient, had the heal from the Praha, a lot of damage over time, and Thompson wasn't able to get a rhythm, any momentum on his side of the field early on.
Yeah, there was that moment that Thompson decided to use the second skill for Torrent, where he could have saved it. He would have had Torrent up to ignore defense, remove a unit from the field. I'm not too sure it would have mattered anyways, but because he didn't have it on Vampire, he had it on Violent.
That's correct. And in that situation there, if he saved the torrent, he would I don't think the attack break landed, but it allowed TRUEWHALE to save that skill 3. So that was definitely something to think about as you get into the later parts of the matches. Players should really let that timer run out, take your time, take a breather, and make the right play. Little things like that end up making a big difference if you don't get procs, or if your opponents, if you get a proc, it can make a difference there. We see the Volantis pre-ban, we see the Gianna pre-ban finally coming from the side of TRUEWHALE. Makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure why he went with the Oberon in the first round anyways. Volantis, of course, from THOMPSIN. We're going to see probably a Masha or a Masha and Oliver here from THOMPSIN, first pick.
Oof. The Shizuka again for THOMPSIN as a first pick.
I'm not sure about that. We're probably going to see the same counter picks from TRUEWHALE, probably that Nana and that Dominic. That Dominic is just such a powerful unit on TRUEWHALE side. And it's also okay to deviate from that. So he does deviate from that, goes with the aggression, which I like a lot. This means we're probably going to see some sort of Chung Peng play coming out of TRUEWHALE. And he's definitely wants to take units out off the bat.
Well, Masha and Nana coming out for THOMPSIN. Oliver Narsha for TRUEWHALE, though. He's going to be responding to that Masha and Nana being drafted by THOMPSIN. Hovering over a Wusin. One more pick.
Like the Wusa, I do like the Dominic. Dominic's just such a scary unit in TRUEWHALE's hands here. That Wusa does counter that Masha and Nana very well. Shizuka and Wusa are a little bit of a wash, but that's a great Wusa pick here. THOMPSIN now has a decision if he wants to go full turn 2 or if he wants to have some sort of counterplay here. Some sort of, if he could either enable a Chung Peng or go full turn 2 with some sort of Junos and Ragdolls and things like that. So we'll see which route he prefers.
Chung Peng Gurkha coming up for THOMPSIN here in this round 3.
The Gurkha's an interesting pick here because if TRUEWHALE's units do enough damage, he might not be scared of that Gurkha. Gurkha's typically a force ban because it's just so powerful. But that Chung Peng, I like that Chung Peng pick a lot. THOMPSIN doesn't have a speed lead, and that's probably why I'm not exactly crazy about that Shizuka early. That could have been a speed lead, or that Nana could have been a speed lead. So his draft has a little bit of dyssynergies here. TRUEWHALE's gonna have the opening he wants. Great Pontos pick here, and I think Chung Peng is probably going to be the ban when he does this because he has double immunity, and THOMPSIN doesn't really have a stripper once Chung Peng's banned. So Chung Peng's likely the ban here. If I'm THOMPSIN, I'm kind of stuck dead in the water here. I might be taking out the Pontos or probably taking out some damage and just trying to survive with the Shizuka, but I really favor TRUEWHALE's draft here. Take out the Chung Peng, and THOMPSIN doesn't really have a stripper.
Yep, most definitely. THOMPSIN had no choice but to ban out one of those immunity units, and he chose to ban out the Wusa. HP lead for THOMPSIN, speed lead for TRUEWHALE. TRUEWHALE with a very excellent draft here going into THOMPSIN.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE's going to lay in a world of damage on the THOMPSIN side here, so we'll see if he's going to be able to get through the Nana Orb, snipe out a unit here before this immunity and invincibility comes off from Pontos.
Ooh, there's TRUEWHALE trying to pummel the damage on top of the Nana. Nana still looking healthy here. We got Oliver looking to probably reset attack bar reduction onto the Masha, not receiving anything though.
Wow, really unlucky for TRUEWHALE. Misses both the Nana defense break and the reset on the Oliver. So super unlucky to start this match, even though he had a much better draft here. So we'll see how THOMPSIN responds. But again, THOMPSIN's not going to be able to get much done here. Is probably going to have to use Shizuka skill 3 to get invincibility on his side of the team.
There's Holy Ground coming out for TRUEWHALE. He's able to protect his units from the Gurkha. Gurkha not able to do anything here. Honestly, none of TRUEWHALE's units are going to be able to... THOMPSIN's units are going to be able to do anything with this invincibility up.
Yeah, exactly here. And so TRUEWHALE's going to lose invincibility first, which might put him at disadvantage. If this Narsha can proc a couple times, though, he might be able to get in and strip a unit off him. But I'm not exactly sure I like the position that TRUEWHALE's in anymore, given the fact that he missed so many times.
Yeah, both these players, just a ton of skill ones. Not one of them wanting to use any of their skills up, obviously, except this big little hit there on top of the Gurkha.
Yeah, and really unlucky proc by that Gurkha, exposing himself, so that Gurkha is going to be able to be taking a lot of damage. The Protect Soul goes up on the Shizuka. I'm not sure about that, but I think it's also okay here. But there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Narsha onto this Gurkha here. TRUEWHALE is going to be looking to try to get through some Nana Orbs.
Let's see if he's able to do it here. Once again, THOMPSIN just pummeling away at all this invincibility. Narsha with some opportunity here to do a little bit of damage to Gurkha. Now skills are available. We might see some big numbers coming in of TRUEWHALE.
But TRUEWHALE's so unlucky, not landing a single thing with that Narsha here, so really unlucky for TRUEWHALE here. This Narsha has not been able to strip, not been able to land defense breaks, but still controlling the Gurkha. That's exactly what he's going to need to do to be able to survive this match here. TRUEWHALE just needs to find a way to get through a Nana Orb.
Yeah, super unlucky with that Narsh, but Oliver doing his job right now. Any despair stunts coming out from the Nana? No despair stunts here. Defense break landed on top of the Narsha. That might be able to might be a window for Thompson to do something.
Might be a window here, but we do see a Narsha and a Dominic taking turns very soon here, so Thompson might be losing an orb. I think TRUEWHALE's looking for this window of opportunity to be able to pull ahead in this match.
Comes a big skill 2 is going to be coming out here, putting all these units on silence, except that Masha, of course. Here comes the silence, and it only lands on Nana and Shizuka.
Yeah, and TRUEWHALE here needs to do something with this Narsha. Does not take out the Nana. This Narsha does get dismounted, but this Oliver is going to be able to use skill 3, reset a unit, and recycle and use skill 2.
That's right, and he's going to be using it on the Nana. Nana's going to be dropping here. No more orbs, no more survival for Thompson here. He does have that skill 2 on top of his Shizuka to keep his team alive, though.
Yeah, and TRUEWHALE here does get that skill 2 onto that Gurkha, so is able to reset attack bars a little bit. Allows his Dominic to go in front, so Dominic's going to take out this Gurkha here, and TRUEWHALE's going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE's in a very good spot there, putting Thompson down 2 units right now. And of course, Dominic's going to be taking that additional turn. You can see that he's going to be going after the Masha next, looking for a dismount.
Yeah, definitely looking for a dismount here. There is a reset. This Oliver is going to control the Shizuka here. This Masha's going to need to proc a lot of times if it wants to do anything. But again, TRUEWHALE's probably going to be able to survive with Pontos, with the Dominic. He's in a good spot.
There's that third skill coming out there, protecting his Masha with the invincibility, of course. Dominic's not able to get through here. None of these units are going to be able to get through because there's no strip on the side of TRUEWHALE.
Yeah, TRUEWHALE might be losing this Oliver here. Definitely going to be losing this Oliver here. That's a lot of damage coming out. That's also big proc, but does expose the Masha, which might be a little unlucky for Thompson here.
Definitely exposes her indeed. Let's see if he goes for a second skill to try to bring the cooldowns back onto the Masha. Or does he choose to bring it on himself to lower the cooldowns of that third skill?
TRUEWHALE's gonna be dismounting the Masha, and if that Dominic gets a proc, that would be the end of this, but does not get a proc here, so he's gonna be eating a shot back. This Masha does a lot of damage. Does not proc there, so TRUEWHALE's gonna be able to use his Dominic to take out Masha on the next turn.
Yep, holy ground, protecting TRUEWHALE's units here. That might be what wins it right there. Oh, no strip from the Shizuka of the invincibility.
No strip from the Shizuka, but probably doesn't matter much. TRUEWHALE should go to dismount this Masha here. Does go for the dismount on the Masha, so very good use of skill there. TRUEWHALE just needs to make sure that the Shizuka does not proc very much. Should silence it here so that Dominic's able to take it out later on.
A very nice silence right there. Shizuka can't do anything to TRUEWHALE's units here. Dominic, definitely the unit to take Thompson down here in this round 3. Here comes the damage and no additional turn here.
And that's a big proc on that Pontos. Allows that Dominic to survive. Shizuka needs a proc if Thompson wants to hang in here, but he's basically relying on 20% and does get a proc.
Does get that proc. I'm not too sure that's what he needs to get through, but he's able to, never mind, not stun up there's Dominic.
Yeah, doesn't stun up the Dominic, but does have the ability to revive a unit and then down that Dominic here. So that's a very big proc coming out from Thompson's side here. Very lucky to get that. This Shizuka is hanging on with like 2,000 HP here. Thompson might be able to squeak on by, but it's going to be tight.
He's got skills available on the Masha. Look for the defense break kill on Dominic. Gets that kill. Can Shizuka hold on?
Wow, super lucky from Thompson to have that proc on the Shizuka earlier here. TRUEWHALE needs to do some damage with this Pontos. We'll see if it does more damage over time. Does need to use its skill 2s and skill 1s very wisely and preserve his cooldowns here because this is not game over.
Definitely not game over at all. I mean, Shizuka can live through this, especially if Thompson's able to get a proc here. And he does! He does get the proc there. He can revive back anything or potentially put the skill 2 on himself to keep himself alive here. Brings back the Masha for Masha to deal a little bit more damage here. He does have the holy ground to keep himself alive here. We've got some crazy back and forth.
Wow, so many procs coming out from the Shizuka here, putting TRUEWHALE in a rough spot. TRUEWHALE, next time Thompson revives a unit, Masha's going to have skill 2 up, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming out to TRUEWHALE.
And there's that skill 2 fastly comes out. Thompson taking round 3 over TRUEWHALE.
Wow, and in that match there, I mean, that was pretty much over at the point where we saw Dominic and that Pontos. But that Pontos only did about 1.2k HP per hit there. Not enough damage in that situation. And Thompson able to tell Shizuka to proc and proc on command there. Able to get those procs on. If he didn't proc with Shizuka 2 times on those specific spots, he would have been in trouble. He really needed that basically 4 or 5% outer to take that match.
What an incredible back and forth match. It really was outstanding from both of them. There was so many holy grounds that came out there to protect TRUEWHALE's team, but then the Shizuka on Thompson's side, Shizuka was just doing everything she could to keep that match alive, and it really came through Thompson. A lot of additional turns on that Shizuka, though, is what really kept him alive.
I mean, that one was just a show. I know we harp on RNG a lot, but TRUEWHALE just had such a dominating draft. Thompson didn't have a stripper there. TRUEWHALE missed everything from that Narsha. So, I mean, not just violent procs, but we're talking 15%ers coming out from the side of TRUEWHALE over and over again. So, as a fellow player, I feel bad for TRUEWHALE missing so many strips, so many defense breaks. But that's Summoner's War. Everyone, that's the game we play here. RNG is a factor. Your goal is just to present the draft that gives you the highest chance to win there. So we'll see if TRUEWHALE's able to gather some mental fortitude and come back and win these 2 games and send us, at least first, send us to Game 5.
Well, Tian Lang and Gurkha gonna be banned again. Oliver, the first pick for TRUEWHALE. Thompson looking to respond.
Thompson likely should be dipping into a Masha. He's probably going to go Masha Shizuka, even though I think Shizuka's a little weak here. But who knows? He might even go like with more aggressive Gianna play, but instead goes for 2 water units that are pretty weak into Oliver. I'm not sure about that. If I'm TRUEWHALE, I'm going Changpeng Narsha. I'm going straight aggression because both units that Thompson's presenting is weak to AoE play.
Yeah, honestly, this is outstanding. This is like one of those big rivalries. SSA versus Malicious. Previous SSA member TRUEWHALE up against Thompson here. What a crazy rivalry we're having right now.
Crazy rivalry here. And we do see that Praha that TRUEWHALE's going with. Not going with the Changpeng, probably because Praha gives him a little bit more versatility later on in the match. So I think both picks are fine given the fact that TRUEWHALE has a lot of damage he's already presented in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. Thompson looking at drafting those 2 LDs once again, Ragdoll and Gianna coming out for Thompson. TRUEWHALE looking to respond to wrap up his draft here to try to secure a victory over Thompson to take it into a Game 5.
And we see, of course, when things are a little challenging, you just rely on your LD units. So the Ragdoll Gianna picks, very interesting picks here. Gianna on Violence, a little weaker in this situation. If it was on Swift, it would allow him to take that first turn here. TRUEWHALE responding with the Wusa and the Sekhmet probably means that he's going to be letting this Gianna through, because either way he's going to have a Wusa or a Sekhmet. Or it probably means he's actually going to be banning out this Gianna, actually, because if the Sekhmet is banned, Gianna's going to be able to roam free. So TRUEWHALE likely would be banning the Gianna here, but again, we see that Leo coming out here. And so that Leo is going to be stifling a lot of damage from this Narsha.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Thompson's trying to put TRUEWHALE in an awkward place there with that ban, with that last pick being the Leo. Ragdoll's going to get the boot, and we've got Oliver getting banned out.
We have Oliver getting banned out, which makes some sense here. And again, we didn't expect the Leo ban out. The Ragdoll ban out makes sense. Is exactly what we saw in the match where we saw Leo come out beforehand. So Thompson's going to be able to have a Gianna Shizuka here. But TRUEWHALE, again, as we saw before, Praha brings a lot of heals, a lot of cycling, a lot of damage, and we have that Narsha, we have that Wusa for resilience. So I favor TRUEWHALE's draft here. Better long-term longevity into Thompson's team.
Let's see what happens, guys. We're in round 4 right here. TRUEWHALE looking to stay in. Thompson looking for a victory. Leo kicking us off.
Leo kicking us off, but does not land the pushback on the Sekhmet. So Sekhmet's likely going to be able to get a reset onto that Gianna there. Let's see if it lands here. That would be big. Does land. Lucky for TRUEWHALE, seeing his luck today. Lucky to get that reset on there, and it's going to be in a good spot. Thompson does not have a strip on his side of the field.
Yep, shield and immunity on the side of TRUEWHALE looking extra safe right now. We got some big damage coming out from this Narsha. Let's see if he chooses to go on to the Gianna, and he does. Additional turns going to be popping out here. He's looking at capitalizing off that defense break that he just got. Not dealing as much damage as he did the first hit.
And TRUEWHALE showing us that experience, not using skill 2, saving it for when he needs to strip though. So very good restraint from TRUEWHALE, looking for a better window to deploy that skill 2 from the Narsha to be able to burst down Thompson's units.
A little bit of first skill damage going out onto the Narsha. Narsha taking it very, very well. We do have a third skill available on the side of Thompson. He could be throwing up shields and immunity himself.
Yeah, he could be throwing that up, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He's in a lot of trouble right now. But there's also a lot coming out from the side of TRUEWHALE. There's strips coming out, but Thompson does have skill 2 into skill 3. That Gianna proc a couple of times, so is going to be able to stun up TRUEWHALE's side. Really lucky from Thompson to get that proc from Gianna here. And TRUEWHALE's going to be on the back foot.
Yep, here comes all that damage coming from Leo onto the Narsha. Thompson looking for a quick dismount. We're going to see a big second skill going into Gianna. Gianna looking extra low. Keep in mind that there is still a Nana on the field.
Yeah, and when this Shizuka does get a turn again, that Shizuka is going to have bombs on its skill 3, so very huge. Big difference from a previous match before. This Shizuka is going to have bombs on skill 3, so TRUEWHALE is going to need to be able to take a unit out pretty quickly or time it so that his Wusa shield is up when Shizuka has its skill 3 up.
There's that one orb getting removed from the field. We've got TRUEWHALE trying to take out that Gianna. Gianna's still alive right now. No despair stun going out on top of the Narsha. We're really trying to dismount that unit. Thompson finally gets the dismount on the Narsha, but that skill is available. You can take out the Gianna, and that will remove that unit from the...
Does not get that Narsha out. So pretty, does not get that Gianna down. So pretty big lack of damage there. TRUEWHALE's looking like he needs to survive here, needs to take out this Gianna.
Definitely needs to take out that Gianna indeed. He's got that third skill available to put Thompson's team to sleep there. Doesn't get the Shizuka though.
Doesn't get the Shizuka, but should use his reset on the Shizuka and then use an auto attack onto the Gianna. Does use his skills very wisely here. Needs to protect that Narsha and not give Thompson an orb.
There's the kill, finally on the Gianna. TRUEWHALE taking a unit down there. Narsha looking to pummel that damage, potentially on the defense broken Leo though.
I think he does go for it. Does so much damage, even through that slow passive of Leo.
There's the damage we were looking for. Leo gets removed from the Narsha, and we've got Sekhmet looking for some damage and attack break there on the Nana.
So much damage coming from the side of TRUEWHALE with that Narsha. So much resilience here. Thompson needs to take out that Narsha to get an orb, but even if he does so, I'm not sure if he has a chance to win here. Thompson also does have a strip coming from Shizuka by way of Gianna here, but again, TRUEWHALE just has a lot of damage over time.
Yep, he's got a full team of everything here available to him, but we've got Gianna getting revived back for full team stuns to help Thompson try to get something going here. I'm not too sure he's going to get much. Nice despair stuns on top of the Wusa though.
But Shizuka not proccing there. Shizuka, if it gets one more proc, it's going to be able to lay on a bunch of bombs here. So TRUEWHALE does need to lay on some damage, does need to take out that Nana. That Narsha hanging on is absolutely massive.
It really is, because he's able to heal his team. Narsha's back to looking healthy once again. Thompson trying to do all he can to remove that Narsha from the field. Lots of bombs are available, a whole lot of everything coming to the field with that third skill of Shizuka.
And this Shizuka has 50 violence sets on it. Pretty much proccing every turn there. Absolutely massive proc there. It's going to be able to take up this Leo. Does revive the Leo because he wants to do enough damage to guarantee an orb on his side of the field.
Huge damage coming out of Leo, removing that Praha from the field.
Removes that Praha, and then Narsha goes down, does not get an orb onto Nana, but again, TRUEWHALE does not have a lot of damage anymore. I think Thompson's got this in the bag. TRUEWHALE needs a win condition, and he doesn't have it right now. He's going to need to have that Wusa lay in a lot of damage into this Nana, but again, Nana with that orb up, it's going to be impossible for TRUEWHALE to take out.
It really is. Wusa grasping for a two-turn sleep on top of the Shizuka. No dice coming through there. Goes for a second skill. No defense breaks, but glancing is going to be applied. I don't know if that's going to be enough for TRUEWHALE here. This Shizuka performing phenomenally for Thompson.
I think TRUEWHALE's going to need to start by taking out this Nana here. He's going to need to use a Sekhmet to keep that Shizuka locked down here. So that skill 3 is going to be dedicated to that Shizuka. And we're going to need Thompson's Shizuka not to proc a single time. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a 3-1 here.
Yeah, Sekhmet looking for the reset. Does nail that Shizuka with the reset. Shizuka with no skills available. All these first skills are going to go right into the Nana. Once that Nana's gone, it's going to be a lonely Shizuka that is reset.
Definitely going to be a lonely Shizuka at this point here, and if that Sekhmet keeps on landing, then Thompson's not going to have a window to win here. TRUEWHALE does have resilience from this Wusa Sekhmet, so TRUEWHALE looking like he's in a good spot now, has stabilized. Once he takes out this Nana, he's going to be able to take this one home.
There's a very nice initial turn coming out of TRUEWHALE, trying to keep himself into this match. He can use second skill, but he may save it here.
Definitely wise move to save it. That just shows the experience of TRUEWHALE having played in a lot of tournaments here. And this Shizuka is gonna need to get some turns somehow. TRUEWHALE just needs to keep the Shizuka locked down and he's gonna win.
Here comes that big second skill here. He might go for the third skill so he doesn't have to avoid anything. There's the second skill. Here comes the reset. Does the reset land on top of the Shizuka? And that's the nail in the coffin right there for Thompson. TRUEWHALE with a great victory here over Thompson. We're going into a round 5.
Wow, what a match there. We're going into a round 5 of what could have easily been the America's America Cup's finals, and we're seeing this in the loser bracket of a prelims. And it's kind of sad to say that one of these players won't be making it through to America's Cup in New York, and one of them will, one of them won't. And it's kind of sad because it would have been great to see both of them in America's Cup. It's just such a back and forth match.
It would have been. It's so sad that this is a loser bracket match because this is some of the most entertaining RTA we have seen in a very, very long time. A lot of RNG, of course, going back and forth, but both these players just taking it down to the absolute wire here. Shizuka's been such an incredible pick here. I'm curious if TRUEWHALE's going to do something about that unit. It's been way too good in the hands of Thompson.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, as a high level player, you're going to let probability play out. If I was TRUEWHALE, I like my draft so far. I mean, typically when he's lost, it required multiple procs, multiple resists here. So I think TRUEWHALE should just stay the course. Relying on Shizuka procs is not a good long-term winning strategy. And if I'm Thompson, I really would prefer. I haven't seen a single Light Monkey. I haven't seen a single Nephthys come out. If TRUEWHALE is going to rely on passive units, which he hasn't, but if he does go passive units, that's the way you win. So if I was Thompson, I would be thinking to go more aggressive. Bring a Gianna, bring the Light Monkey, bring the Nephthys here. TRUEWHALE just needs to play the way he has, which is mixing aggression, the Narsha, the Oliver, taking first turn, and dictating the pace of the match.
Yep, most definitely. Those are the units available, guys. Tianlang and Gurkha can make an appearance as we get into this next match here. This final match here, Volantis Gianna are the pre-bans in this Game 5.
As we expected here, we're going to see two LD pre-bans. Thompson likely going to take a Shizuka first pick as he has previously, but I like the Oliver. The aggression coming out from him shows that he can play turn 1. TRUEWHALE instantly laying down the Tianlang. I'm not sure about Tianlang here. I really think he should have gone Masha Tianlang is a little bit better. Masha Changpeng is okay, but I'm not sure about the Shizuka so early on. It's a little weak in Oliver. Tianlang doesn't exactly counter Oliver a ton.
Yep, not at all. I mean, I don't know what we could be seeing coming out of Thompson because this looks like it's going to be a change of pace with that Oliver being Thompson's first pick. TRUEWHALE, I can agree more with you. Seeing a Tianlang this early from TRUEWHALE is not something that I personally wanted to see, but an interesting draft, aggressive draft coming out of Thompson.
Partially aggressive. I like the Dominic pick. I'm not sure about the Nana. The two strategies run really counter. When you're facing an opponent that's wasn't bringing a lot of burst, I think pushing the aggression is going to make it a little bit more tough for your opponent, but not the end of the world here. Thompson does go with an Okeanos, which we haven't seen in a while, but I like this pick here. Okeanos probably faster than most of the units on Thompson's side, and if this goes off, it's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of stuns. And the Narsha, always a great pick here. Lots of damage coming from that unit.
Most definitely. Okeanos always scares me when that second skill just feels so unreliable sometimes, and it seems like a make or break draft when it doesn't land for Okeanos.
And Thompson's going to lay down the Gurkha, and as much as I've said that Tianlang counters Gurkha, I don't think Tianlang is going to be enough, you know, having fought a few of them recently with my Tianlang. I think Gurkha's going to need to be the ban of TRUEWHALE. Well, unless TRUEWHALE brings in something else to kill units off the bat here. Goes with an Asima. Interesting last pick here, but TRUEWHALE doesn't have a speed lead. So unless he can take first turn, I think Asima might not be able to kick this match off.
I know, this is such an interesting last draft. This really could go either way. I'm so curious what's going to happen. What is the outcome between Thompson and TRUEWHALE in Game 5?
I think we're going to see a speed lead removal coming from the side of TRUEWHALE. So TRUEWHALE, well, it takes out the Wusa, which is interesting here. That Okeanos has to be on Swift if he's going to do that this way here. But at the same time, the Asima ban is a little interesting too. Thompson's going to have to face a Tianlang into his Gurkha, which is actually favors Thompson a little bit. I actually like Thompson's draft a little bit. He does have the Nana to fall back on. TRUEWHALE's going to need to get a couple of procs, timely procs, if he wants to be able to hang in there and then take units off the field later.
Well, let's see if it's going to be enough. We have our last match, Thompson, TRUEWHALE, Game 5.
Thompson's going to kick this off with a really well-ruined Nana, but that Nana doesn't do anything because it goes first into units, a team full of will here. So this Gurkha also misses the strip, so that's absolutely massive. This Oliver is not going to do a single thing.
You can see Thompson's really trying to do away with this Okeanos. He does not want to see this unit here. Rain of Stones is available for TRUEWHALE. Goes for AoE stuns here. Does get everybody except the Nana. Narsha with skills available.
And this is where that huge proc on that Narsha here, this violent Tianlang is going to do a lot of damage over time here. This is where I really like that build on Tianlang to be violent in these types of situations. Saves that skill 2, knows that he doesn't need it now here. TRUEWHALE's probably going to lay in skill 3 here and just push his aggression, push the damage, and take this win right here.
Definitely. There's the defense breaks. There's the stuns all laid out onto the field. Skill 2 available on top of the Okeanos. He can place this wherever he wants, or he can help get rid of this Dominic from the field now that there's no more orbs sitting on top of that Nana. Reset does not land on top of the Gurkha. Big damage coming out of the Narsha, though. He can easily remove units from the field with defense break on him.
Yeah, and TRUEWHALE's not looking for a reset on the Gurkha there. He's looking to do damage here. He knows his Tianlang does a lot of damage. Takes out that unit, needs to remove that Gurkha now. Is working on that unit, refreshes some skills, but does not have it available, but is basically going to be able to take out that Gurkha and seal this match.
There it is, guys. We've seen it. There is no stacks on the Nana. There's no way that TOMPSIN will be able to keep this team alive here. The damage is not there. TRUEWHALE taking round 5 from TOMPSIN.
A match for the ages right there. TOMPSIN and TRUEWHALE go the distance. And it's TRUEWHALE living up to his name and knocking out the former America's Cup champion, the former runner-up of the World Finals, TOMPSIN, whose journey ends earlier than what he expected for the 2nd year in a row. But hey man, as much as you were saying we wish we could have seen more of these types of matches, both of these guys lost. They lost earlier, and so that's why they found themselves here. And that's why we got to see that caliber of match this early on. Man, procs, percentages, everyone in the chat at home, everyone watching around on all the live viewing parties, it was something that I think had all of us holding our collective breaths for all 5 matches. And so I turn to you guys again, the biggest moments from that match, and we'll start with you, Make It a Bud.
I mean, that's a tough one. I would say biggest moments, even though TOMPSIN did not win, was the continual procs from that Shizuka in some of the earlier matches. I mean, a lot of them should have been over from the get-go, right? A lot of resists from his side. TRUEWHALE missing a lot from his Narsha, not able to land anything there. So those were some of the biggest match points there. I think TOMPSIN, if he relied less on turn 2, didn't bring Nanas in, would have had a little bit better chance. TRUEWHALE did a very good job exploiting that weakness. When you see Nanas and Shizukas come out, they're generally very weak to AoE cleave, turn 1 aggression, stuns and all that. And TOMPSIN didn't really bring in any type of turn 1 play. We didn't see a single segment coming out. We didn't see any form of trying to push turn 1. And so when TRUEWHALE's able to do that at will, he's able to dictate how he wants the flow of the game to go, and basically his weakness is a 15% resist.
Stoic, again, that's a guildie of yours. What do you got to say to your boy who just got knocked out?
I mean, both these players played really, really well. It was an awesome 5 matches there. I think this is a great example of Summoner's War RTA right here. We saw RNG go back and forth, favor some units more than others, but we also saw some great play, some very fun drafting, and we always love to see all the LDs pop out onto the field like this. So honestly, good on both of them for putting up such a great performance for everyone to watch here, because like I said, it was a great watch and a great example of Summoner's War RTA for sure.
Again, we bid farewell to the man, the myth, the legend, TOMPSIN going out in the preliminary semifinals. Congratulations to TRUEWHALE. We'll see him in New York City. But we've got 3 more matches. And again, still the possibility of going the distance because that series went all 5 games. Why not all of them go 5 games? Next up, we've got MADREAMDY and TOPAV. This is yet another one of those mouth-watering matches that we expected to see in the America's Cup, but now it's for their America's Cup lives between these 2 very experienced, very calculated players. Let's take a look at TOPAV and his journey on in so far. Earlier,
yeah, you can see TOPAV here. TOPAV here tried to lock down Hope. Hope was able to take that first round away from TOPAV. Like I said, these are 2 people that are very experienced with one another, Hope being one of TOPAV's consistent viewers. So these 2 obviously knowing what each other were going to be drafting here, so RNG was going to play in one another's favor. We got some excellent drafts coming out of TOPAV. TOPAV able to bring lots of turn 1 control to the field here, and TOPAV was definitely showing why and how much experience that he has in SWC and that he belongs in that position here going up against MADREAMDY today.
Yeah, I mean, TOPAV here showing a really good, strong, cleaving, aggressive drafts early on, allowing him to dictate, again, the flow of his matches. That's what this meta is all about. It's about sniping units off and dictating the flow of the game here, showing that dominance. But again, if there's anyone that it's going to be tough to do that against, it's Maprocti. Having lots of procs with this Changpeng. When he does get his turns, is able to take infinite Vile procs. So if TOPAV continues to have some of the bad luck that we've seen, may have some trouble here. You know, it's going to be a lot of violent procs, a lot of RNG that he's going to face.
Well, looking at the other side, we got to pull up MADREAMDY's card here just because this man, again, think about it, made it to America's Cup last year, then was the representative for America's region, goes to the World Finals, comes back, and his opening match is against DRMZJOSEPH, and then has to play a rematch against Big V, and to qualify for America's Cup, he has to do it against TOPAV. Like, MADREAMDY has had a hell of a competitive run and a difficult route to do it in, and he's gonna have to prove it right here, right now. We know his box is good, we know his drafting is good, but now he's got to do it against TOPAV, who's on a run, and again, one of those players that's been on the biggest stage multiple times. So I go and ask to you all, who you got taking the victory here between TOPAV and MADREAMDY? Stoic, you first.
Ooh, why do you gotta do that to me? I love TOPAV. Like I said, TOPAV's got plenty of experience here in this tournament, but come on now, MADREAMDY's very fast, he's very good, an extremely intelligent player, and does have more tools in the box than TOPAV, so I can't help but say MADREAMDY has it 3-1.
All right, what you got? Make it a bud.
And this is a similar answer I gave last week. I mean, I've known TOPAV since before he was 18 and had our parents sign waivers for tournaments. I've known him for a while. He's a good friend of mine. The heart says TOPAV, but MADREAMDY has the exact same LDs, but more. He's got the Pontos on top of the Unhung. He's got the Dark Onimusha. So I think it's going to be 3-2 MADREAMDY.
Ooh, okay.
But if TOPAV is able to secure some luck, you know, maybe he can come back and take this 3-2.
You see that guy? He's like, he's doing dramatic pauses and all that stuff. If you're at home and you're not entertained right now, you don't have a pulse. But we're about to get ready to go into this next matchup here between these two players, TOPAV and MADREAMDY, the big one. Who will be booking their ticket to New York City? Let's find out. Stoic and make it a bud. Take it away.
Let's find out indeed. TOPAV and MADREAMDY. We've got their round 1 match here, probably taking it into a game 5 as well. TOPAV with the first pick. Pre-bands coming out now.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting how they favor the bans and pre-bans here. MADREAMDY taking out the Yanhong, which is really interesting here. I'm not sure if he should have taken that out, given the fact that he has that unit here. TOPAV is going to be free to take an Oliver first or Masha first. I think it's going to be one of the two here because TOPAV does like to play aggressive and dictate the flow of the match. So should be one of the two. Goes with the Oliver. Given the fact that MADREAMDY has the Pontos, makes a lot of sense.
Some quick drafting happening right here. TOPAV with the Oliver, MADREAMDY responding with Water Ryu and Masha coming out here. TOPAV looking to respond to these two units on the side of MADREAMDY.
So far, some very normal picks here. We should see a segment coming out from TOPAV if he wants to continue pushing turn 1 here. The Moore is going to give MADREAMDY the ability to do a lot of damage here. And the Masha is going to give him the ability to snipe out the Oliver. TOPAV doubles down on his AoE play with the Praha and Changpeng, which is going to leave him a little open to if MADREAMDY has a segment or decides to want to play a little bit more aggressive here. But so far, TOPAV is looking like he wants to push the action.
MADREAMDY locking or hovering over that Juno. TOPAV locking the Praha and that Changpeng as well.
Yeah, TOPAV here, I think MADREAMDY is looking for a full turn 2 here if he's going to go with the Juno. Goes with the Dark Onimusha. I really don't like this pick here. I think TOPAV is going to finish this AoE, this draft of AoE units here. So we're probably going to see something like a Fire Bison. If he had an Eludia would be an amazing pick here. Like an Eludia Wunso or something like that. Too much to ask for though. A Tian Lang would also be amazing here. But instead TOPAV goes with the Nano, which is kind of an interesting counter pick here. Does go with aggression with the Molong. So interesting pick on the Molong, is looking to play a longer game with that Praha Molong synergy, and then Changpeng basically to take advantage of the game as we go over time. He might be looking to take out the Dark Onimusha because it is one of the major sources of damage on the MADREAMDY side.
Well, most definitely. I think that Dark Onimusha is kind of scary. It's able to put out a ton of damage here. Savannah wrapping up MADREAMDY's draft, and bans are coming out.
So we're going to see a double strip coming out from TOPAV's side here in the Praha and the Changpeng. Savannah's going to have to be banned because it does so much damage. It does swing the match a little much. But TOPAV's going to be able to have that Changpeng present AoEs. MADREAMDY's going to need to be able to snipe out that Changpeng early. Otherwise, he's going to face a lot of aggression on return.
Well, MADREAMDY is going to be taking first turn with that Water View, with that second skill available, looking for some full team strips here. Does get that full team strip, leaving Masha with a lot of units, and it's focused right now, not getting the defense break on top of the Changpeng. Changpeng is still alive.
That's an absolutely massive resist of defense break there. It allows TOPAV to survive. Otherwise, you would have seen that Juno auto-attack that Changpeng and take it out. You would have seen Dark Onimusha remove that Changpeng from the field. Instead, TOPAV's still going to have his Changpeng available, and he's going to be able to reset attack bars of MADREAMDY and start setting up his next turns.
Yep, definitely is. Has all skills available on top of that Changpeng. Nana did lose that orb here. You're going to see serious matter coming out on top of the defense broken units of MADREAMDY. Still have more damage that can come out from TOPAV.
Yeah, TOPAV's basically going to cleave his opponent down. Skill 2 from the Molong is going to do a lot of damage. Going to give Nana some orbs here. So going to lay that skill 2 down, and TOPAV's going to be looking really good here. But again, that Dark Onimusha is going to be able to revive and do some damage with TOPAV looking like he's in command here.
Most definitely. Sleeps are going down right here. Masha with no skills available. A little bit of hope damage going on to the Changpeng, and a Despair Stone's coming out of the Juno. No Despair Stone's coming out of Juno here. First skill is going to go right on top of that Dark Onimusha, looking to get rid of him as soon as possible. Little turn right here with the defense break landing on top of the Changpeng. Reckless Assault is available.
Reckless Assault's available. Takes out the Juno here. MADREAMDY's not going to be able to come back. TOPAV has 2 stacks on this Nana, and this is a big advantage for TOPAV.
Yeah, massive advantage from TOPAV. Excellent play from him. Excellent draft coming out of TOPAV. A little bit of damage coming towards the Changpeng. Changpeng staying alive here. No attack bar pushback, but that's definitely going to be it for this Dark Onimusha.
Definitely going to be it. TOPAV's going to go up 1-0 in this match here. MADREAMDY just taking his time here. Looks like we have a pause here. Some Wi-Fi might be going down here, but again, this one's over. Even if tournament officials were to come in, I really think this favors TOPAV here. You could put this match in the hands of my 2-year-old, and I think my 2-year-old would find a way to come out ahead.
Most definitely. We're definitely going to see a Dark Onimusha disappearing here, and it would just be a lonely Masha, the only unit to try and take how many orbs away from Nana? Too many orbs for that Masha to deal with.
Too many orbs to deal with. I mean, that match is as good as gone there. I think it just depends on like how the Wi-Fi is, setting up and how the players are going to be able to come back in. But at this point, 2 orbs on the side of TOPAV's field, no sustain on MADREAMDY's side. There's no way that there's procs, that MADREAMDY could even proc in a way and resist in a way to come back. Unless somehow TOPAV's runes all disappeared at one pop, there's no way that TOPAV could lose that one.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, now that Yeonhong is going to be available, but I do believe MADREAMDY has the first pick going into the next match. Are we expecting MADREAMDY to take the Yeonhong away as a first pick from TOPAV?
Well, if we're looking ahead to the next match there, MADREAMDY is going to have first pick. So if MADREAMDY has first pick there, I would think TOPAV's not going to pre-ban out the Yeonhong because the drafts are going to center around Masha, Oliver, and Yeonhong. So I think TOPAV is going to have 2 picks left, which is going to be really strong. So I would not take one of those 3 units out in a pre-ban because you're going to get 2 back in return. I think those are the strongest units in this matchup. So obviously we'll see what happens in this match, but I think it's pretty obvious who's going to win this one.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I don't see Masha burning through all those orbs sitting on top of the Nana, but MADREAMDY's going to do what he can. And that's going to be taking out that Changpeng. Changpeng's going to revive from the Nana, and he's going to continue that damage into the Changpeng being the easiest unit to remove from the field.
And TOPAV being an absolute gentleman and not hitting the auto button here, letting MADREAMDY take his time. But this match is pretty good.
100%. Juno is there to finish off. TOPAV taking round 1 away from MADREAMDY.
Very strong draft from TOPAV's side. I mean, he had 2 AoE strips. Praha, Changpeng had aggression coming out there. Molong able to snipe out units. I'm not exactly a fan of the draft that MADREAMDY had when he played the Dark Onimusha. It was a little too passive. I know there's a lot of damage coming out of Dark Onimusha, but when I say passive, it doesn't give you first turn aggression, and you don't have the support to be able to enable that unit. He doesn't have the ability to boost his team. I mean, he pre-banned the Yeonhong, which is something he could have used at some point. So, not exactly sure about MADREAMDY's draft, and TOPAV took advantage, went AoE cleave, and that's exactly what he needed to win this match.
Definitely not going to count MADREAMDY out of this at all for sure. So we're getting into a round 2 between MADREAMDY and TOPAV. MADREAMDY being the second runner-up in America's Cup last year, making it to Worlds. Let's see how he fares in this round 2 against TOPAV.
So TOPAV is going to get 2 picks here. MADREAMDY's going to have first pick. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to pre-ban here. If I'm TOPAV, I don't pre-ban any of the Oliver, Masha, Yeonhong units because you know you're going to get 2 of them in return. If I'm MADREAMDY, and if I'm TOPAV, I may want to actually pre-ban the Nana to enable an AoE aggression comp here. I think that would make a lot of sense. But I'm not, we'll see if they've thought that far down. MADREAMDY, if I'm MADREAMDY, I probably don't want to deal with the aggression. So I would probably take out the Changpang or take out some sort of a Praha play to remove options that TOPAV has of being able to cleave or sustain. TOPAV really can swing either way, and MADREAMDY should be thinking about how to disrupt that.
3 bans locked in. Dark Onimusha and Masha gonna be getting the pre-bans here.
Dark Onimusha is an interesting pre-ban. TOPAV probably just wants to take it out because he doesn't want to see if it doesn't want to face procs from that. MADREAMDY is probably going to take a Yeonhong first, but I think Oliver's a little bit better of the pre-ban or first pick. So there we go. Oliver's a little bit better here. TOPAV likely going to need to rely on Yeonhong at some point, but if he does, a Yeonhong Dominic is probably what he would need. And I don't think TOPAV has a Dominic, given the fact that he's pre-banned it in previous matches. So probably some sort of a turn 2 play coming out from him. But it's really tough to say at this point. I mean, he hasn't even laid down his first 2 picks. But if I were to guess, probably some sort of a Yeonhong Shizuka, Yeonhong Nana, or something like that to deny MADREAMDY from getting the Yeonhong.
Ooh, Moore and Yeonhong are the drafts from TOPAV to kick it off here in this round 2.
So TOPAV is basically signaling that he wants to go Changpang, and MADREAMDY wisely goes with a Changpang and denies TOPAV those picks here. So if I'm TOPAV here, if TOPAV has a Tomo, that would be a really solid pick. Some way to lock down MADREAMDY. I think TOPAV is pretty committed into going turn 1. Juno is a fair pivot as well. He could lay down Juno and go full turn 2. And that's exactly where he's choosing to go. So he kind of leaves his options open with the Juno and a Sekhmet here.
Juno and Sekhmet in for TOPAV's draft here. MADREAMDY looking to respond to the probably very fast Sekhmet.
Yeah, MADREAMDY is kind of in a weird spot here. He doesn't have a lot of bursts here, and he's going to have that Sekhmet that's going to be able to disrupt his team. TOPAV is going to need a middle speed, like plus 280, somewhere around their AoE unit to capitalize on the advantage that Sekhmet and Moore is going to give him. MADREAMDY is going to need to disrupt his turn 2 action. Goes with the Nana and the Molong, so that's going to leave him wide open to like a Charlotte, or something that's going to give TOPAV an AoE advantage. So some sort of a Savannah Charlotte, some mix of that, some AoE play is what I would expect out of TOPAV to push this advantage and take turn 1, and probably looking to ban out either the Oliver or the Nana.
Yeah, definitely. I think he'd be banning out the Oliver here, removing that speed lead as well to really ensure that he's going to be taking that first turn here with all of the units that he's going to be drafting. Let's see what TOPAV's last pick is, and it is going to be the Charlotte.
Yeah, and exactly as I call it here, TOPAV's draft really looks like he's teeing into an AoE unit last pick here, and we saw that Charlotte earlier. So Charlotte makes a lot of sense. He has either a Moore opening into a Charlotte, or he has a Yeonhong opening up a hole with a Sekhmet also opening up another hole, removing Will to give the Charlotte an opening, and we'll also see how that Juno speed tune. I think we're going to see an Oliver removal just to give TOPAV turn 1, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a Nana removal as well. But Oliver probably makes the most sense.
Ooh, Nana's going to get the ban here, letting the Oliver through. Charlotte's going to get the ban as well. 33 speed lead from MADREAMDY. Is that going to be enough to take turn 1 over TOPAV?
Well, TOPAV is definitely going to have turn 1 with that Sekhmet here, but he might not have enough damage going to MADREAMDY. So MADREAMDY just needs to survive, needs to use that Molong and that Changpang to take an advantage in this game.
Ooh, Sekhmet does get the reset on top of that Molong. Molong has no skills available to him.
Yeah, Molong does not have skills available, but there is a Changpang on the field. There's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Changpang. So TOPAV is going to either need to stun or need to do a lot with his turns here because MADREAMDY has a very, very good turn 2 play coming along.
Most definitely, and Yeonhong getting that strip on top of the Changpang is just not something we get to see often. So actually nailed it there. No despair stun coming out of that Juno.
That's great that you point that out. TOPAV missed that 85%er 4 times in a row last time. So TOPAV able to get that strip from that Yeonhong, but again, needs to find some way to get some damage onto this Changpang. Does have that Juno moving soon and does have that Sekhmet, so that might be his window of opportunity to take out this Changpang.
Most definitely Oliver with skill 2 into that Moore. We got defense break protection coming out on top of the Yeonhong as well. We got big skill 2, Curse and Beautiful landing true on almost everybody.
Yeah, and TOPAV able to take out that Changpeng, so that's a massive takeout here. But again, MADREAMDY does have that Molong that's going to have skill 3 coming up soon. That Oliver is basically resetting all of TOPAV's units, so TOPAV really needs to get a few resists going, need to lay in some damage into that Molong.
Goes with that skill 3. Everyone has those debuffs there, but the heal's not going to be available for that Juno onto the Yan Hong. That unit's definitely going to get removed the field from either the Changpeng or the Molong.
Kind of an interesting choice to revive that Changpeng there. Almost feels like MADREAMDY forgot that Changpeng was reset there. TOPAV looking a little rough here. Needs to down that Molong there because that Molong's very threatening. If he can down that Molong, that's his window to win because Juno would solo the remaining 2 units here. Does go for the Hail Mary strip and does get a giant stun onto the Oliver.
Definitely a big stun indeed on top of that Oliver. He has to keep that unit back or else it's just going to go up with that skill 3 and that's not at all what TOPAV needed to see.
That's why he's called Maprocty. He's called Maprocty for a reason there. That Oliver getting a proc on command. TOPAV does need to lay some damage in this Molong. That Molong only has 1 more turn defense break there. So TOPAV needs to take down this Molong here. Might have the chance to do so.
He does have a little bit of window opportunity here, but we got that 3rd skill going out on top of the Sekhmet. Sekhmet's going to get reset with it as well. A little bit of poke damage coming towards the Juno. I do not see Juno doing a solo here if that's what ends up happening.
Juno should be able to solo a Shizuka and an Oliver here. And so TOPAV needs to take out this Molong. Molong did not land defense break last time. Does land it this time, so we're going to see Sekhmet go down. But Juno's going to return the favor and kill this Molong.
Well, let's see what happens. We've got Shizuka with skills available. Could throw down a skill 2 here to save the Molong for a little longer. He may go for it. Chooses to actually put that soul protection up.
Chooses to save that Molong here. We'll see if that Juno still has its strip up. If that Juno has its strip up, TOPAV should go for it. Does not have the strip up, so kind of unfortunate in this situation here. He's gonna have to go for a stun onto the Oliver and try to survive and do a little bit of damage here.
Here comes a big skill 2. Finishes off the Sekhmet there. We're gonna see a lot of attack bar pushback coming out of this Oliver.
Yeah, but this Oliver does reset the skill of Juno for 1 turn here, so that's pretty big. Molong's gonna have skills online very soon. Juno might not be able to hang in there.
Might not be able to. Here comes that 3rd skill. A lot of negative effects getting applied on top of the Juno, including that defense break, which is rather large. Does he choose to go for the Reckless Assault, or skill 1 goes for that Reckless, finishes off that Juno. MADREAMDY responds and takes round 2.
Wow, a lot of back and forth there again, as always. On that one, TOPAV just did not have enough burst, not enough damage to take out MADREAMDY's units, and that's really what it came down to. Just a lot of back and forth. We had a big proc on that Oliver as well to prevent that, to take out that Moor. If that Oliver didn't proc, I think that Moor would have taken out that Molong. And that's exactly what this comes down to, right? When you have 2 evenly matched players, it's going to come down to procs, right? You have a probability to win going in, whether to hit, to reset, how many times they have to proc against you, and then it just comes down to that playing out, right? The point of a good draft is to get yourself the highest percentage to win, and then afterwards, it just depends on how your luck is that day.
Oliver procking is a terrifying unit. He's able to be super oppressive. Just keep reducing your attack bars and resetting your units over and over. Definitely not something you want to see proc out of anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, that Oliver just a very oppressive unit, and that's why MADREAMDY favors that over a Masha. That's why he also pre-banned that Masha, to take that Oliver first pick. TOPAV's going to have a first pick here, so we'll see what he takes out. I think TOPAV likely going to have to take out one of the Oliver Masha units here. Instead goes for the Shizuka. MADREAMDY takes out the Oliver, so TOPAV is most likely going to lay down that Masha. That Masha really is going to be able to, just set up his aggression. So I think TOPAV is going to lay down a Masha, and we're going to see MADREAMDY go with some sort of a Moor and some other unit counterplay. TOPAV goes for Nana instead, though. Interesting.
Yeah, Nana first pick coming out of TOPAV. MADREAMDY going to be responding with 2 units to kick off his draft here as we get into round 3 between MADREAMDY and TOPAV.
TOPAV probably figures with a Nana first pick that MADREAMDY is less likely to take a Masha here, but if I'm MADREAMDY, I would take that Masha because I don't really want to let TOPAV have it. So I think Masha with a Changpeng would be a very good counter pick here. This would be a very strong way to play back. A Moor and Masha is also okay, and Changpeng's also okay. You want to deny the Changpeng from TOPAV's side because that would enable Charlotte and Praha and a whole bunch of AoE units. So right now, TOPAV's basically facing what looks to be the beginning of an AoE cleave with the Dark Onimusha coming in to do damage at the end.
Well, let's see if TOPAV can read into the draft already with that Wateryu in Changpeng. TOPAV looking to draft a couple units himself against these, and we have a Masha and Ciara getting drafted by TOPAV.
Yeah, so TOPAV definitely wants to go, again, not wanting to give up turn 1 off the bat. Goes with the aggression, goes with the Masha. I like that Masha play here. Allows him to basically keep his band open here. And that Sierra might be able to do a lot of damage over time.
See if it's going to be enough here going up against MADREAMDY. MADREAMDY with 2 other units. Now he's already signaling an AoE cleave. Let's see if he keeps this route and brings out more AoE. Pontos is going to be coming to the field, and the Nikki.
Interesting pick of the Nikki. I don't think we've seen that unit too often in SWC. I do like the Pontos pick. It's really strong to anything TOPAV has on the field. TOPAV needs a segment here. He needs a first turn threat to be able to reset a Pontos, a Nikki, a Changpeng. So the segment has to be chosen. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Ethna come in if he wants to push in more damage to be able to lock down 2 units and then proceed to do more damage here. That's kind of what he's looking at, or more AoE strips and, you know, in this case, he lays down a Juno. So we see that segment, that first turn unit, and then a Juno just to give him a little bit more overtime, which is a great pick into a Pontos, great pick into a Changpeng.
Yep, double speed lead for MADREAMDY, though. Definitely wanted to take that first turn over TOPAV. His last pick wrapping up his draft is going to be a Joe Gunn.
Interesting pick of the Joe Gunn here. So if I'm MADREAMDY, I'm probably looking to ban out that Sekhmet, use Joe Gunn to remove Nana from the field here. If I'm TOPAV, I probably am content to ban the last pick, to be honest. That Joe Gunn presents a lot of volatility. It's either Joe Gunn or the Nana. I'm not as scared of the Changpeng because I have 3 fire units in play if I'm TOPAV. So it's going to be either the Nikki or the Joe Gunn here. And if I'm MADREAMDY here, that Sekhmet looks, yeah, exactly. So that Sekhmet looks dangerous. So we're going to see TOPAV try to do some damage. He needs to survive that initial onslaught of Joe Gunn, Changpeng, Water Ryu. And if he's able to do so, that Sierra should be able to do a lot of work.
Well, let's see what happens, guys. We get into round 3 with MADREAMDY and TOPAV. Water Ryu with skill 2. Looking for some value on TOPAV, getting full strips.
Yeah, MADREAMDY is going to get the exact opener he wants. I mean, he has more to open for him, and then has a Changpeng and a Joe Gunn, so it's going to be a lot of damage. But TOPAV also has a Nana, does have a Masha that, you know, does have to be dismounted here. So we'll see if TOPAV is able to survive. If he's able to survive, he has a great turn 2 play. If not, this one's going to be a Hadouken!
Yep, most definitely. That double despair stun coming out of the Joe Gun. Extra powerful there. Not able to dismount that Masha just yet, but Changpeng may have what it takes to get that dismount on top of the Masha. Not just yet either.
Yeah, MADREAMDY's very wise about preserving that skill 3 until it's absolutely needed. Does save it there, so TOPAV's not really going to have a good playback here. Masha's not going to be able to do anything for 2 turns here. So MADREAMDY is going to be able to push an advantage, and that Orb on Nana looks like it's not going to be able to do much.
Ooh, Juno is back in time to get some strips on all those buffs on top of the MADREAMDY, but not able to get the strip on top of the Joe Gun. Joe Gun able to dismount the Masha here. We get a first skill, able to take advantage of one of the defense broken units of TOPAV.
Yeah, and if I'm MADREAMDY, I'm looking to start sapping all those orbs. That's a low HP Sierra, low HP Nana here. So TOPAV really needs to pump out damage with this Masha as quickly as possible or he's in trouble.
Yeah, Masha's able to get a couple procs here, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get a kill. We need Sierra to potentially get the additional turn here out of that silence, and that's not what's going to happen here. We've got Water Ryu with lots of additional damage. Taking out the Sierra. Sierra is going to get revived back. I don't know how MADREAMDY didn't kill that Nana there.
Don't know how he didn't kill that Nana there, but does remove that Nana from the field here, so TOPAV doesn't have the ability to get more orbs here, and that Sierra is going to be going down, so he does get sealed away here. That Masha's going to be going down, and I don't think this Juno's going to be able to take out this Moore.
I don't believe so either. We do have a skill 2 that can be available. It could be more poke damage going out onto that Masha. Does choose to use the skill 2, and Juno's able to heal a little bit from it.
TOPAV needs a lot of procs here, needs to pump out damage. Does get a proc on that Masha, and that's going to take away the Joe Gun.
That's a really big kill there for the Masha before Masha was on her way out of there. We can see a nice despair stun coming out of TOPAV. Doesn't matter. Able to proc out of that stun.
Sierra does have full attack bar, but Sierra does go down. That's a lot of damage coming out from that Water Ryu.
A lot of damage indeed, and there you have MADREAMDY taking round 3 away from TOPAV.
So in that match, I think TOPAV let MADREAMDY basically open on him, and that was a lot of damage coming out from MADREAMDY's side. I mean, if TOPAV was able to sustain himself, or able to survive a little bit, he would have been in a good spot. But MADREAMDY just had such a great advantage. I mean, Pontos allows him to AoE cleave, do some AoE damage, and then have a skill 3 invincibility for 2 turns, and really makes it difficult for TOPAV to respond effectively.
Yeah, most definitely. That Pontos, excellent unit there. That Holy Ground able to protect his team from anything TOPAV was able to do. It really stinks when you just have to keep skilled one because you just can't get through any of that invincibility there. But let's see what happens. We're getting into a round 4 between TOPAV and MADREAMDY.
Yeah, and so pre-bans go out. We see MADREAMDY taking out the Yunhong, so interesting choice to take out that Yunhong there. MADREAMDY likely going to be taking the Masha first, but I could also see a world in which he goes Shizuka or Nana first, because TOPAV is less likely to take that Masha. But I really think Masha should be the right first pick here.
MADREAMDY with the first pick. Let's see what he takes away from TOPAV. Could be that Oliver, could be that Masha.
I think Masha's the right first pick because it prevents TOPAV from being able to go aggressive as much, because TOPAV has one less unit to choose from. So I think that would be a better first pick here, to go with that Nana. I mean, MADREAMDY's taking his time here, but I think the choice is pretty clear. If he goes to turn 2, TOPAV is just going to be able to run Changpangs and things like that. Goes with the Moor, which is an interesting first pick.
It definitely goes with the Moor. That's a 24 speed lead he's locking in, potentially trying to take that turn 1 over TOPAV. TOPAV is going to be responding with that Masha and Changpang.
And that is a quick Changpang Masha laydown. That's a no-brainer. Masha is typically thought that Masha is countered by Water Ryu, but Water Ryu is actually pretty inconsistent of a unit here. That's why TOPAV's content to lay this down, because if Water Ryu does stun you, does strip you all the way, then so be it, right? It takes a lot of RNG for a Water Ryu to get everything on board. But DRMZJOSEPH is going to go with a Juno and a Nana, so kind of passive units here. I think TOPAV is going to, if I were TOPAV, I would lean a little bit more damage heavy. You might see a Molong, you might see a little bit more AoE type comps here to be able to push that turn 1. Some Praha, Molong type of combination here.
Yeah, let's see what TOPAV is going to be locking in. No Yunhong available to his team. Can't put it out there. And we're going to have a Praha and Diana locked in from TOPAV.
Yeah, some more aggression coming from TOPAV. I mean, that's just perfect balance right now of aggression and healing and sustain here. So he kind of has a bit of everything. MADREAMDY has not really presented a turn 1 threat. So MADREAMDY is not going to be able to draft the Pontos here because it's countered by Praha, Diana, and the Changpang. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Taurus come out because there's a Diana. But he's kind of in a weird spot. I could see the Dark Onimusha. Goes with the Savannah, which is AoE, and then Dark Onimusha and Savannah. So lots of aggression there, but I think TOPAV has a little bit better of an opener if he chooses to ban the Moor. So I think the Moor would be the correct ban here if TOPAV brings in one more AoE. I mean, if he had a Wunsa, that would be great. If he had a Triton, that'd be okay. Some sort of AoE unit, and a Ludio would be amazing.
Well, let's see what TOPAV is going to be drafting here in this last pick as he takes his timer all the way down, taking his time here. Sekhmet is going to be the unit TOPAV chooses to lock in.
So TOPAV laying in the Sekhmet to guarantee a turn 1 opening. Probably when he drafts this way, he could either let that Savannah through or ban the Savannah or ban the Moor. I think it's the two choices. And that's going to tell you what he's going to be resetting off the bat. So he does take out the Savannah. That presents the most volatility to him. So MADREAMDY is going to need to do a lot of work with this Moor. Otherwise, TOPAV is going to bring a lot of aggression back. So we'll see how this pans out, but that's what I think is going to start to kick us off.
Well, let's see what happens with this Water Ryu taking first turn, not pushing back the Sekhmet, who did not have immunity up here. And we're going to see this third skill coming out, and TOPAV is looking for that reset.
Does reset the Nana, so that Nana's not going to be able to defense break. That's an absolutely massive despair stun coming onto 2 units on TOPAV's side.
Huge despair stuns coming out from MADREAMDY, and additional turns as well, dismounting the Mashma. But we do have a Violent Proc coming out of TOPAV. Serious Matter is going to be available to help reduce all the attack bars on MADREAMDY's side of the field.
And a much needed Violent Proc coming on the side of TOPAV's side. This is going to enable Praha to take a turn, and Praha is going to be able to heal the team here. This segment needs to land a lot of glancings and attack rates, and TOPAV is going to intend to survive this next turn though.
Oh, gets no value at a segment except the defense break sitting on top of that Dark Onimusha, and we've got Water Ryu Moor destroying Masha.
Water Ryu just doing so much damage. That Dark Onimusha did so much damage as well. I don't think TOPAV has enough to get through 3 orbs on the Nana side here. It's just too much, and there's not enough damage coming out from Changpang here. I think MADREAMDY takes this 3-1.
Definitely going to be taking it 3-1. I don't see the damage coming through because Praha's going to be gone here, and it is a lonely Changpang. Here comes the damage, and there you have it. MADREAMDY taking round 4 and moving forward in today's tournament.
There you have it. MADREAMDY getting the victory and moving on in the tournament. Again, you expect it from him, but again, TOPAV, a valiant effort and a valiant opponent, but falls just a little bit short. MADREAMDY continuing on his great run here, again, from last year, bursting onto the scene, qualifying on through, defeating DRMZJOSEPH in our day 1 and 2 matches, and then books his ticket to New York City. So congratulations to MADREAMDY for getting it done. And guys, it feels like this is the right answer here. TOPAV always was going to be the one that needed to climb the mountain against MADREAMDY. Found a little bit of success, but wasn't able to close it on out. What made it so difficult here for TOPAV to cope with MADREAMDY here, Stoic?
I mean, I can't help but always think that if TOPAV had a couple more tools in the box, I don't think he'd have much to worry about getting into this match here. But TOPAV is playing his match. He is doing what he can with what he has. And, you know, TOPAV can win against MADREAMDY. That's just not the outcome that we saw today.
Yeah, again, always tough to climb the mountain, especially when that mountain is MADREAMDY. So congratulations again, MADREAMDY qualifying to America's Cup in New York City. All right, 2 tickets booked so far. Let's take a look at the updated bracket in this one. As now, we've got 2 players that have already made it on in to the America's Cup. Their dreams of going to Seoul, Korea for the World Finals still alive. That means we've got 2 more tickets left to book. DRMZJOSEPH and ELMIMO, that'll close out the day in the Battle of Latin America. But we start first with FALLINGFLOWER and LECHONK. 2 of the guys that are kind of like newer, a little still kind of making their debut here on the Americas region. And that was one of the great parts about that 3rd series of part of the bracket. There was always going to be one player making their America's Cup debut. And now we've got the 2 guys that are going to be fighting for it right now, FALLINGFLOWER and LECHONK. And we got to see FALLINGFLOWER earlier here, Stoic. Again, one of the guys where it's like, okay, this could be someone who, if they put it together, can make a run.
I mean, that's exactly what you're saying. Can he put it together? Because he has the tools. All the pieces are there for FALLINGFLOWER to make it through and get into the America's Cup final, but he's just got to put the pieces together. The units are there. So we'll find out, because his match against QDizzle, clearly there was a lot of things that he shouldn't have done and did do, but he was able to make his way through. FALLINGFLOWER could very well take down LECHONK.
What do you think about this matchup here, Make It a Bud?
I mean, if FALLINGFLOWER plays like he should, I think he should take this no problem, because he has the same LDs that his opponent does. I mean, he has a light monkey. Both of them have light monkeys, but FALLINGFLOWER also has Gurka, also has Julian, also has a lot more other units, and his runes aren't even half bad either. They're pretty good runes. So I think FALLINGFLOWER, if he plays to the potential of his box, should take this one easy, like 3-1.
Oh, wow. All right. And there it is. So FALLINGFLOWER, a favorite moving on forward, just has to play up to the box, but he's going to have a little bit of difficulty. Not as much difficulty as that against QDizzle, but a little bit more difficulty against LECHONK in the semifinals here. Now, LECHONK made it on through by defeating TOPAV in the first round, which we first just got to see, but then had to try and make up against Spires, another one of those new faces making his way to making his debut on the America's Cup stage, and fell a little bit short there. And so LECHONK using the Moors / Water Ryu a decent amount. You got a lot of different units there, but I think there's one that stands out above the rest here for you. You talk about it all the time here, Make It a Bud.
Yeah, I mean, the Light Monkey is probably the single best AoE unit in the game. I mean, as much as I have one, please don't nerf it. It's basically a Gani Hathor 1.5 in one. I mean, if it gets 1 proc in its cycle, you just have another skill 3 with slows going around. It's so powerful here. If anyone has it, I mean, they should use it. And I think that's going to be what the drafts revolve around, especially because LECHONK is an AoE unit, AoE cleaver type style player.
All right, well, hey, look. Make It a Bud already said 3-1. That's the way he thinks this one's going. What do you say here, Stoic?
I mean, I got to give it to FALLINGFLOWER in this match. I think FALLINGFLOWER has the box and has the tools to move ahead. If he can put it all together, we may have someone moving on to America's Cup.
All right, we definitely will have someone moving on to America's Cup, but will it be the lower seed? Still waiting for that possibility to happen. We'll find out. Falling Flower, LeChonk, winner moves on to New York City for the America's Cup on October 8th. Let's figure it out.
Let's see what happens here. Can Fallen Flower put the pieces together, or can LeChonk overcome Fallen Flower and end his road here in America's Cup?
So we see Falling Flower is taking first turn. So LeChonk has opted to take the next 2 picks here. So Falling Flower, if I was Falling Flower, I'd probably want to disrupt the AoE combo of LeChonk because Falling Flower can play this draft in so many different ways. So I would probably be looking to take out the Light Monkey as a pre-ban because that's just too powerful to face, and I would be looking to Oliver first pick or Masha first pick. So I think the Light Monkey makes a lot of sense. If I was LeChonk, I'd be looking to take out the Gurkha. The Gurkha is just such an impressive unit. We see what THOMPSIN can do with it. It basically just shuts down the entire game once it goes off. So I think the pre-bans should be a Gurkha and a Light Monkey.
And a Tableau is going to get the pre-ban here, and of course Gurkha is going to get pre-banned by LeChonk.
Tableau makes sense as well. Wants to disrupt the turn 1 play of LeChonk and just cut down options. I think we're going to see a Masha. Masha should be the first pick here. Goes with the Molly here, and I'm not exactly sure about that. LeChonk's just going to punish this with an AoE pick here. Falling Flower needs to steal the Light Monkey, or else if he faces a Light Monkey, he's going to be in trouble.
Don't hide your disappointment or anything. Molly first pick coming out of Fallen Flower, and then of course that Water Ryu Moore and Chung Pong.
Yeah, so he's going to pick some stationary units with O'Reilly and the Dominic here. I'm not sure about the Verd. I actually don't like the Verd and O'Malley. I think LeChonk would be best suited to go into like some sort of a Light Monkey and then one more AoE unit like a Savannah or something like that. Or if he has an Eludia, that would be great. Or some sort of AoE play. Daniel would be amazing. But Falling Flower going with some turn 2 play. I mean, he really needs to, I guess, triple down on that. He needs a Ragdoll, needs a Tianlang here. Don't think he has a Tianlang, so I don't know if he's going to be able to come back. He does lay down the Wedget and Juno, though.
I am not a big fan of seeing this Wedget here, wrapping up Fallen Flower's draft. LeChonk bringing in the Jogun. I think LeChonk's got a great draft going into Fallen Flower here.
Yeah, so if I'm LeChonk, I'm probably taking out the Wedget to disrupt turn 1. Taking out the Ferd is the worst ban you could make because now you let LeChonk open up with the more into Jogun, Chung Pong, and Light Monkey combination here. So I really don't think Falling Flower has a chance to win this one. We're going to be seeing LeChonk do everything in this match.
Yep, well, let's see what happens because he's got all skills available for LeChonk. He put units away, or he can just go for strips. Everything here, and he goes for that strip for Water Ryu Moore to get a little bit of attack roll pushback. Despair Stun on the Riley. Serious Matter coming out as well, reducing everybody's attack roll, getting the resets. The Giant Net comes in and locks down Fallen Flower right here.
Yeah, so LeChonk actually misusing Light Monkey a little bit. Should use skill 2 to gain attack bar into skill 3 there. Would be a little bit more efficient use of his turn orders. And that might come back to bite him. We'll see if that happens or not. That would have allowed him to get more skill 3s, but doesn't matter. He does get a proc there. But again, LeChonk could use his Light Monkey a little bit more effectively.
Yep, there's Juno bopping up right there, healing up the team just a little bit, looking for some Despair Stuns, not receiving anything. No Violent proc coming out of that Dominic there. Jogun looking for some attack bar pushback. Potential second skill might be coming out here on top of Fallen Flower's team there. No defense breaks are going to be landing either. Possible stuns coming out, and the Riley with additional turns popping up once again.
Yeah, that's a huge proc from that Light Monkey, and that's good night there. I don't think Falling Flower has a way to come back here. LeChonk's going to be doing a lot of damage here. That Molly is going to be able to do some healing here, but again, LeChonk does have a lot of aggression. Really like the tempo that he has right now.
Yep, all of LeChonk's units, they keep getting all their skills up, and it's just like AoE units after AoE units here. Dominic trying to find a window of any sort, lands that branding, trying to deal as much damage as possible, and Molly trying to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure why LeChonk didn't go for the kill on the Juno there earlier with that Moore there. It's like he wants to keep playing this. It's like he wants to give his opponent a chance to come back and win. That was a giant misplay. He should have gone for the kill on the Juno here because now that Juno's going to come back and bite him here. Falling Flower might be able to come back and might be able to survive with this Molly and this Riley, but definitely some user error coming out from the side of LeChonk.
That's right, he used that skill too to get the additional turn, try to cycle back into a very reliable strip on top of Jogun here. You can see all the damage is going in towards that Molly right now. Fallen Flower doing all he can.
Yeah, Falling Flower doing all he can, but you know, at this point here, LeChonk has lost his window of opportunity to win here. Falling Flower does like to play passive, and if he really wants to be passive, he's so far ahead he could hit the auto button. LeChonk is definitely not taking out units, split his damage too much, did not take out that Juno, and LeChonk is going to be at a disadvantage here.
No, Joe gonna go for the serious matter, reduce the attack bar here. No reason to go for that second skill just yet. Looking to, FALLINGFLOWER looking to despair stun, try to take out that Joe gun first.
Yeah, but again, with no lockdown from the Light Monkey here, LeChonk does not have enough steam to pull ahead, does not have burst, does not have a win condition. So FALLINGFLOWER is going to be taking this first one.
Yeah, most definitely. You could see more additional turns coming out of the Molly. That first skill's going to the Jogun. Juno looking to remove that Jogun from the field here, taking his time. Goes for the Predict Future anyways, does get the kill on the Jogun. Anyways, Despair Stun sitting on top of the Chunk-Punk. Riley with just so much sustain for FALLINGFLOWER.
Yeah, not sure what LeChonk is still doing in this game here. It's over.
Yeah, 100%. LeChonk did have great opportunities to potentially win, and really, that Juno just turned everything around for FALLINGFLOWER, and FALLINGFLOWER is going to be taking round 1 away from LeChonk.
And I like how FALLINGFLOWER was taking a little bit of time there on this turn, like wondering what his opponent still doing in that match there. I mean, LeChonk definitely did not use his skills effectively. Light Monkey, whenever it stuns a unit, gains about, I think it's 25% attack bar, right? Or 20%. So usually when your opponent's units are at 0% attack bar, you want to skill 2 into 3 to be very efficient with your attack bars and skills. Instead, he opts for skill 3 off the bat. Does get some proc, so it didn't really hurt him much, but look for that as to see how he uses his Light Monkey, because you're supposed to 2 into 3 if you can do so, because it lets you cycle better. And then not taking out that Juno allowed LeChonk to get FALLINGFLOWER to get a giant heal on his team. So LeChonk, I think, should have targeted units a little bit better there, because there's no way an opponent should ever get through a Chong-Pong Light Monkey level.
Yeah, not at all. That was great. I guess the way the FALLINGFLOWER was able to just survive and wade through it, just mistakes happened from LeChonk, just gave FALLINGFLOWER basically that victory.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a Molly and a Riley, you're basically telling your opponent, if you can play this correctly, you win the game. And LeChonk did not pass the Guardian 2 test. So LeChonk not able to seal that, even though he had a Chong-Pong Moore, Light Monkey, and Joe Gun lockdown. So kind of unfortunate for him, and also that Joe Gun could have been a different pick. I think something to reset attack bars, something to manipulate that, even a Ganny would have been a little bit better. The Light Monkey pre-ban, as we expected. I thought that FALLINGFLOWER should have pre-banned that before. Takes it out now. Makes a lot of sense. It's such an impressive unit.
Yep, and the Molly getting pre-banned as well. LeChonk with the first pick here over FALLINGFLOWER.
So LeChonk's likely going to push aggression, as he usually does. Goes with the Moore first pick. And then we've seen the Molly pre-ban, which is interesting here. If I was LeChonk, I would let my opponent continue to play passive, because usually AoE aggression does very well into that. But again, if you're using units like LeChonk does, maybe you are afraid of that Molly. So we're going to see some Gurkha here coming out from FALLINGFLOWER. Again, not sure about the Gurkha at this point in time. I think he could have taken it a little later, because LeChonk doesn't have a Gurkha. I prefer him to fight for the same units. Masha's a great pick there. LeChonk would use that Masha to fight against him, and Masha's pretty good in the Gurkha. So great picks. Great pick on the Masha. Gurkha's an interesting one. LeChonk is going to push for that aggression, as we've seen though.
Yep, and we've got the Chong-Punk coming out for LeChonk, and that Vertiheal, similar units we saw into the previous match as well. So interesting to see FALLINGFLOWER not take contested units as his first picks and go for something that's completely uncontested in this match.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure, again, never sure about this Vertiheal pick, and especially into a Masha. And of course, you have that Gurkha on the field there. Quick laydowns of the Oliver and the Miles, and then even faster Tomo and Water Dryad. So I actually really like this Water Dryad pick. I like the Tomo. LeChonk showing different ways to control the match here. So FALLINGFLOWER definitely on the back foot. There's a lot of threat coming out from LeChonk's side of the field.
Most definitely FALLINGFLOWER with one last pick here. He does have other LDs available. We could see almost anything coming out of him, but it looks like he's going to lock in an Antares against LeChonk here.
So the ban here should actually be the Tomo, because the Tomo can spread debuffs around, but he might ban out the Water Dryad. And so either or is okay. It's going to be one of those two. Taking out the Oliver means that LeChonk wants to take turn 1, but LeChonk's going to need to take a really big advantage with his opener and sustain that advantage if he wants to be able to take this one home.
Sustaining the advantage is going to be the key here for LeChonk. Let's see what happens as Miles kicks us off for FALLINGFLOWER here in this round 2.
Yeah, and if you notice here, that Vert is on Swift here, so that Vert's going to move very quickly here. LeChonk's going to be able to do a lot of damage, but that Antares gets a massive proc off the bat.
Yeah, big proc right there. So much damage coming after that Vertiheal from the Antares. Serious Matter is going to come out and reduce the attack bar and reset some of the units here. We've got Karma landing on top of that Antares. I'm sure Antares doesn't care too much about that Karma.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why he laid the Karma onto the Antares. He should have laid it onto the Miles and then spread out both debuffs on the team. So again, another user error there, but it doesn't really matter, I guess. LeChonk is on such a back foot there. He's not in a good spot, not enough damage, not in a good spot to win this here. And LeChonk's going to lose another unit and go down 2-4.
Yep, most definitely. You could see Wateryu trying to deal a little bit of damage to that Antares. Kama's coming out once again onto the Masha. Not going to use that skill 2. He's going to continue using the skill 1, putting LeChonk at a 2-unit disadvantage.
Yeah, putting LeChonk at a 2-unit disadvantage. This Centaur is taking so many turns here. That's just a lot of damage coming out from Falling Flower here. We're going to see his Tomo go down. Tomo's generally very scared, but we do have that Gurkha. Once Gurkha goes off, this game's pretty much over.
Yeah, 100%. Nice little Despair Stun, though, on top of the Antares and the Gurkha, but that's a lot of damage coming towards that Tomo. I'm not sure Tomo is going to be lasting much longer.
Tomo definitely not. Miles going to take a turn here. And again, there's a Gurkha versus a Moor, and there's also 2 more units on the field, so Falling Flower looking really strong in this matchup.
It really is. Able to get that defense break to capitalize on a little bit of damage. No Provoke's going to be landing from that Gurkha. Big skill, too. And stun and finish as well. Fallen Flower taking round 2.
Yeah, so Falling Flower just having a lot of aggression on his side of the field here, a lot of threat. LeChonk brought in an interesting comp, but with that Verd being as squishy as it was, I mean, you saw that proc from the Antares basically take out like 2/3 of its health out the bat. So that Verd's not going to be able to survive as much. I think if you're going to bring in a Verd that way, it needs to be tanky and survive a lot of RNG. And also, if you're going to bring in a Verd, your other units need to do more than just a simple AoE reset or like the Moor doing a little bit of chip damage. You need to have a much more impressive Fire Bison type of play come in. So unfortunately, LeChonk not bringing in enough threat to warrant bringing in the Verd. So that first turn advantage really didn't mean very much for him.
No, not at all. Do you think if LeChonk had better threat assessment, possibly with that Toma, that we could have seen maybe a different result, or do you really think it was just not having enough threat?
I think it's not enough threat. I mean, he needs to do damage. At the end of the day, you win this game when your opponent's monsters get to 0 HP. And so he is not able to do enough damage. We saw some user error with the Tomo too. I mean, the skill 3 on the Tomo was able to spread all the debuffs around. So that Miles was already stunned. So he should have thrown skill 2 onto it and then 3 to move it across. So LeChonk just showing a little bit of an interesting usage of his skills there. Takes out the Masha. Verd pre-ban is kind of interesting there. Going into a purple screen there, I just threw this whole game out of whack here. Everyone got confused from that Verd pre-ban here. And again, Falling Flower going with this Molly pre-ban. I think LeChonk is going to go with the AoE cleaving team as we saw, and if he's able to use his Light Monkey a little bit more effectively, might be able to take a game back.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, because LeChonk looks like he's going after that first game draft, which was very, very successful to him, but just not successful enough to win the match. Fallen Flower potentially going to be changing up that draft that he had in that first match.
I mean, we'll see if Falling Flower thought he won by luck or not. Falling Flower goes for the Dominic Riley, so same exact setup. We see LeChonk actually push in a Jogun earlier in the draft. Kind of an interesting choice to do so here. I'm not sure I like that. I think it's okay, but it does push him into... it does push him all into the AoE.
Well, very interesting last pick coming out of LeChonk. We've got Leona making an appearance right now, and that can be a tricky unit to deal with here.
If you lay in a Leona, you need to take out the Dominic, because the Dominic can take out your Leona. So interesting choice to lay that out, and then take out the Molly. So now LeChonk has an AoE team into a Leo here, but again, that Light Monkey is not exactly the best in a Leo, because every unit has the same speed, so LeChonk might run out of steam pretty early on.
Yep, let's see what happens as Leo kicks us off here. Let's see what kind of damage we're going to see out of Fallen Flower. Chooses to go for the Water Ryu instead.
Yeah, so Water Ryu is able to knock units back. We're going to see a Jogun seal off that Leo, and once he seals out that Leo, we're going to have that AoE Chung Pung Light Monkey combination going on.
Yep, let's see what happens here. We got 2 Despair Stones come out, the Dominic and the Riley. Defense Spray comes out with the additional turn, and Serious Matter is going to be hitting the field, getting that reset on top of the Water Druid.
Yeah, and unfortunately not able to lock down that Water Druid, but Water Druid is reset. This Dominic has a defense break on it, so it's going to take a lot of damage here. I don't know why he's going after Abellio. Should be going after Dominic here. Goes after Abellio. Actually, that's okay. Takes out the Abellio. It's going to take out the Abellio here, but that Leo comes back, and Abellio's going to have a big Wild Cure.
There is that Wild Cure. No Provokes landing on any of the units for LeChonk, so a little unlucky for Fallen Flower there. He's going after the Jogun first. We're going to see the attack potential going out onto that Leo. Chooses to go for it on top of the Dominic there. A little bit of attack bar pushback here. Big second skill coming out from LeChonk's Chung Pung.
Yeah, and this Light Monkey does not land enough stuns. Falling Flower could be in a good spot here, but does get a stun onto the Riley, so Falling Flower is not going to be able to stabilize just yet.
Yep, not just yet, but a nice little just return. He's going to be hoping for a stun here. Chooses to go for a stun there, not receiving anything.
Does get a massive proc on the Light Monkey, so as long as LeChonk gets another turn here, he's going to be able to lock down Falling Flower.
Oh, here comes another big heal coming at a Fallen Flower. Provokes do land this time, though. Definitely working in Fallen Flower's favor here.
Yeah, once this Light Monkey goes down, LeChonk's not going to be able to lock down Falling Flower. We might see the first 3-0 defeat in SWC.
Not take advantage of the branding because there's no reason he needs to do that. He's going to go right after Chunk Punk as the unit to attack next. There's that first skill there, dropping that Light Monkey King.
Yeah, now LeChonk is in the same position as he was in the other game with Light Monkey. No Light Monkey on the field means that he can't lock his opponent down. That Dominic's just doing so much damage. Gets a proc here, gonna do a ton of damage to this Chunk Punk.
Yep, and we're gonna have Riley's totems coming up here. We've got immunity and attack buff up. Dominic's gonna be pumping in some serious damage. No sense in using serious matter here when you can't get any value out of it. Here we go, big second scale, lands that branding, moves that unit from the field. Looking so good from Mr. Fallen Flower right here.
Yeah, Falling Flower looking dominant here, able to use that Leo, able to use that Dominic, should take this one easy, take this one home, 3-0.
Despair Sun going out on top of Leo to no avail. LeChonk's not going to be able to keep up with any of the damage there. He's going to be losing the Joe gun here, choosing not to quit.
Definitely choosing not to quit. Wants to enjoy the last moments of SWC on his chair and not on his couch.
Fallen Flower being one of our first contenders to go from all the way in the back to moving forward, taking down LeChonk here in this best of 5, getting that 3-0. Nice little Despair Stun, though. I just don't see Water Ryu finishing off anything here.
Water Ryu definitely not doing the job here. I think Falling Flower just needs to hit the auto button and walk away.
Yep, there we go. We've got Riley just throwing up the buffs. Wondering what we're going to be doing here next.
Yeah, we're going to see Leo do a lot of damage, and we're going to see 3-0 in favor of Falling Flower.
Big 3-0 coming out of Fallen Flower. Huge congrats and moving forward in today's tournament.
Yep, there you have it. It is a victory for Fallen Flower, our first clean 3-0. And a little bit scary there for opponents in the future as Fallen Flower takes care of business. And, you know, for LeChonk, at least the chat loves you. Samari SW saying, LeChonk is more handsome than Justin Bieber. So, you know, LeChonk, at least you have that one to go back to the couch with. And, of course, friend of the Americas region, JMac, saying, Malicious did very well today. They did do very well, didn't they? Yeah. JMac, you know what? Hope you're doing well, brother. But it's another victory here in the form of Fallen Flower. He moves on to the America's Cup. That leaves only one match left, y'all. One more ticket to book. And this is going to be the big one. A lot of people have been waiting for this one. It's the Battle of Latin America. DRMZJOSEPH versus ELMIMO, as we see the journey that DRMZJOSEPH needed to take earlier today here, Stoic.
Looking to get this big victory over ELMIMO, but nobody out here can possibly count out ELMIMO. ELMIMO is going to be an extremely tough opponent for him to deal with.
All right, let's see the replay. Boom. That's what he did. Bam. Right there.
There's DRMZJOSEPH doing all that he can against Kaiju number 8. DRMZJOSEPH, honestly, some really, really great play coming out of him as well. We saw a fantastic performance here. The Island is still just such a weird unit to see in SWC. I really hope we don't see any more of that going forward. And I don't think we will see any more of that going forward here. But well done, DRMZJOSEPH, taking down Kaiju number 8.
I definitely don't think we're going to see much more of the Dark Archer there. I don't know if I dislike seeing it, though. It just makes predicting the match a lot more easy. I mean, when you see that, it's definitely a 3 versus 4, especially when it does 200 damage like it did. So not sure why they picked that. But, you know, DRMZJOSEPH, solid player as always. It's going to be interesting to see how he stacks up against ELMIMO here. Definitely a challenging opponent.
Yeah, and ELMIMO on the opposite side had himself probably the closest chance at qualifying for the America's Cup, defeating or winning earlier 2-0. obviously didn't beat himself, but winning 2-0 in his quarterfinals match, and then losing to the artist formerly known as Zafarius 2-3 in the semifinals, the one that books the ticket. But the Ragdoll, very apparent. He's in the Nana as well. Again, this is going to be a very fun matchup because we all know that DRMZJOSEPH comes up with creative drafts and is so used to doing more with less, but now he's going to have to do even more with less against someone who has more than him, right, Megadabud?
Yeah, I mean, DRMZJOSEPH is going to need to punch in a lot of damage in ELMIMO's team. I mean, DRMZJOSEPH typically known to play with a lot of aggression, just needs a proc or two to be able to take this one home. But again, if there's anyone who knows how to play turn 2 and face aggressive comps, it's ELMIMO. He knows how to balance that very well. I mean, we saw Zafarius had to go and get very creative with how he was going to use Bulwark and Nanas and Mashas and tangle with ELMIMO. Not an easy opponent to take down. Everyone knows it's turn 2 when you play him, yet he's top 10 on the ladder typically. So that says a lot about how good his turn 2 team is.
All right, Stoic, let's make it official. Who you got in this one? Our final match of the day, the Battle of Latin America Supremacy here in SWC. Is it DRMZJOSEPH or is it ELMIMO?
It's a really tough one, I'll be honest with you. I think this match is going to be very, very close to a TOMPSIN TRUEWHALE kind of style match here. I'm seeing a Game 5 coming out of it, but in the end, in that Game 5, I'm giving it to ELMIMO.
And how about you, Megadabud? Who you got?
And I see it a little differently. I think we're going to see it either 3-0 or 3-1, ELMIMO. I think DRMZJOSEPH does a lot of damage, but ELMIMO's seen everything before. DRMZJOSEPH is aggressive, but there are players that are even more aggressive than him, and there's a reason why ELMIMO's so high up on the ladder. With the turn 2 comp, I don't think there's anything he can't face today.
Every year this happens. Every year we're like, this can't be the year that DRMZJOSEPH does it again. This is going to be the year he doesn't qualify. Every year. And again, DRMZJOSEPH in a situation where haters are going to hate. Let's go, Pride of Peru. DRMZJOSEPH versus ELMIMO. Let's see what happens in this one. The final spot for the America's Cup on the line.
That's right, final spot right here. DRMZJOSEPH looking to continue his journey. ELMIMO looking to upset his journey. Can ELMIMO get the big victory here up against DRMZJOSEPH, or can DRMZJOSEPH get the victory here as well? Pre-bans coming out right now.
And this is not to show a lack of faith in DRMZJOSEPH, but this is to show respect to ELMIMO. He's one of the best players in the world. Really good turn 2 play here. DRMZJOSEPH is going to need to get some procs, going to need to get a lot of units down here. Takes out the Nana, because we know he's going to plan to do a lot of bursts here, because we know ELMIMO is going to try to play turn 2 with Mollies and Rileys. So DRMZJOSEPH likely going to go Masha first into some sort of Sagars and other aggressive units here.
And that first pick coming out of DRMZJOSEPH is going to be the Wusa. ELMIMO hovering over a Miles and one more unit, probably that Oliver.
I don't know if we're going to see an Oliver out of ELMIMO. We might even see a Wind Monkey, because ELMIMO likes to draft like really tanky stuff here. Goes to the Riley. Some sort of a Wind unit makes sense. I would like to see a Masha and DRMZJOSEPH at some point, but there's a Miles there, so I don't think he can run a Masha just yet. Dominic pre-ban for ELMIMO is really nice here. He does take that away, that option away from DRMZJOSEPH. DRMZJOSEPH's choosing to go with a turn 2 comp of Abelio, so he definitely wants to tangle with ELMIMO's turn 2 comp. I don't know if that's the right strategy. Takes the Ternies away from ELMIMO, so really interesting choice there.
Some extremely interesting choices. Digging into the box of ELMIMO, taking something away from him in the form of that Wind Druid. That's super interesting. ELMIMO looking to respond after seeing the double Druid coming out of DRMZJOSEPH.
Yeah, some sort of a Diana would be really effective here. Wind Monkey's really good if it's well ruined, but again, ELMIMO is not presenting very many strips on his side. Molly can maybe strip, and Miles can kind of strip, but it's not exactly the best strips out there. So Wusa is going to be really effective in this matchup here. And Tsarians also presents a lot of threat. If you get one proc off, that's probably a dead unit.
Whoa! So if Tsarian gets locked in, we're going to be seeing a Nagong going through with DRMZJOSEPH, and he does choose to lock that unit in.
Wow, full on tankiness. So it's almost like looking at a different version of ELMIMO on the other side here. We see a Nagong on the other side. I actually like DRMZJOSEPH's draft a lot more because it's so tanky and has more threat. So there's more windows of opportunity to win. If you proc on the Tsarian and then get a proc on Ternies, you're going to find a window to win. I think Molly's going to be the ban, most likely, because Molly presents the most volatility. Shizuka also is fine too, but Molly's great. It takes away a lot of heals. Tsarian is a scary unit here, so we're going to see a long back and forth match. Miles is going to be the unit that ELMIMO is needs to keep alive. DRMZJOSEPH is going to try to exploit that there and take it down.
Definitely have a long match ahead of us, and Miles is going to be kicking us off. Is to see if he's going to be the Miles that we've seen all day, and that's a consistent skill too. Not in this case right now.
And you notice that's a lot of damage from that Miles going onto that Tyranny, so that Miles hits really hard. It's a really heavy Miles. Unfortunately, there is very little synergy between a Wind Monkey and a Miles here, so ELMIMO doesn't exactly have a lot of bursts, so we're going to need to take this one out maybe 50, 60, 70 turns in order to find out who wins.
Definitely, and that's going to be a lot of turns to find out who's going to be the winner of a round 1 match. We're going to see a wild blow coming out here onto the Miles, and additional turns going to be popping up as well. Looking for a stun of the Wind Monkey, receives that stun as well with more poke damage coming towards the Miles. Additional turns popping out here. No stun is going to be dropping on top of this Wind Druid.
Yeah, this Miles hit so hard, but this Miles only at 1/3 HP left, so ELMIMO's really going to need a couple procs on the Riley and cycle some skills if he wants to keep this Miles up for a prolonged period of time.
There's that second skill going out onto the Miles. He wants to make sure that he has those strip possible stuns coming out as much as possible. Beautiful 2-turn sleep, though, coming out of Nagong.
Yeah, that's a massive 2-turn sleep there because it's going to be a lot of damage that ELMIMO's not going to be able to present. So ELMIMO's going to need to play defensive, need to save his cooldowns, and find a window of opportunity later on in the match to snipe a kill.
Yeah, wakes him up to stun him down again. And he's going to keep staying on top of that Miles to remove that unit from the field because there's technically no revive on the side of ELMIMO.
Yeah, no revive on the side of ELMIMO, and you have so many revives coming up from Tyranny from Nagong here. So DRMZJOSEPH is just going to do some poke damage, basically hit the auto button and click that Miles. It's essentially what he's going to need to do. ELMIMO's going to need to get a couple procs and string together some damage if he wants to come out.
Yeah, no procs there. He did get that defense break, which is pretty big for him, but he's not able to capitalize on any of the value. You're going to see Totem's going to be dropping here for immunity and attack buffs on the side of ELMIMO.
Yeah, and ELMIMO here is going to lay down skill 3. This might be his window of opportunity to take a kill here, but again, Nagong does have that skill 3, so ELMIMO is going to need to let this match drag on for a while before he can get enough bursts together.
So many additional turns coming out of Riley. Riley's so good, bringing so much sustain to ELMIMO's team here. We're going to see Wind Monkey potentially getting that defense break he's been ever so looking for. Can't capitalize on it and get a violent proc.
Yeah, at this point, ELMIMO is looking for a violent proc at some point. This Miles does quite a bit of damage here, but again, not enough. And it does receive a lot of damage, but it's such a tanky Miles. 8,000 damage, only taking out like 20% of his HP. So this is a really tanky Miles.
Ooh, nice little additional turn there, able to proc out of that defense break. Gets the stun on top of the Miles as well, but Riley's going to be there to cleanse up the team, heal everybody to full, and more damage coming Miles' way.
Such massive heals coming out from Riley. There is the proc that you're looking for, and even though there's no defense break, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Wind Monkey.
Definitely a lot of damage indeed. This is going to be one of the kills here, but it's going to revive back with its passive. It's going to come back one more time. Big skill too going out onto the Miles, but no additional turns going to be happening here. Looking for a stun on top of the Wind Druid, not receiving it here. We do have skills available from Nagong.
We might see a counter kill onto this Miles here. If DRMZJOSEPH is able to get a proc, he might take out this Miles.
He's really trying to take out this Miles as much as possible. You're going to see a big skill too, potentially stunning up that Wind Druid or maybe even the Water Druid there. Big damage, gets that stun on top of the Wind Druid. Oh, we've got Miles looking super low right now.
Yeah, but that's a very timely Soul Protect there. Does save that Miles from going down here. This is going to be a lot of damage going to Tyranny's. Tyranny's is going to go down. ELMIMO's going to go up 4 units.
Let's look at this heal up the first skill, and it is a good amount going out onto that Miles as well. There's that revive coming back, but Miles looking to shut that unit down one more time. Does get that kill. ELMIMO trying to do all he can to stop those revives from coming out.
Yeah, and as long as ELMIMO can stabilize, he's going to take this match down. I mean, that's just so much damage coming off on that Miles. That thing hits for 8,000 per shot. Probably has like 50k HP here. And that's really the reason why he's going to take this one home. DRMZJOSEPH just not enough damage to take out a Miles.
Yeah, a ton of buffs coming up here. Lots of value out of that third skill from Shizuka. Heals, of course, going to be popping up on top of that Abelio, but more heals are going to be coming out from that Riley.
And just so many buffs here. It's going to make that Miles do a lot of damage. And again, that Wind Monkey just so much damage here. And it's going to enable ELMIMO to take another kill.
Yep, he's going to be going after the Nagong to stop one of those revivers here. Not finishing it off just yet, but Wind Monkey is going to be there to do the job.
Yeah, and at this point here, 2 units for ELMIMO has this one down. DRMZJOSEPH maybe just taking his time here, thinking about how he could draft better. May not want to go turn 2 because as we see, ELMIMO is the king of turn 2 play.
A lot of damage coming out from Miles, doing so much damage to that Abelio. ELMIMO's with the Soul Protect coming back onto the Miles. Miles going to be healthy looking in a moment here if Riley could get another turn.
So much damage coming from that Wind Monkey here. DRMZJOSEPH not able to stand up to that.
Oof, doesn't get the kill there, and of course gets revenge stun by that Wind Monkey King. Wusa does not have that win here. We've got ELMIMO taking round 1 away from DRMZJOSEPH.
And we saw a very good draft coming out of DRMZJOSEPH. One of the, I mean, a very resilient turn 2 type draft. You saw Nigong, you saw a lot of Abelios, Tyrannies, a lot of fair damage going to Miles, but you saw like 8,000 damage going to the Miles, and that HP bar barely looked like they moved. Like I wouldn't be surprised if that Miles had over 50k, 45k HP. One of the heaviest Miles out there, and it did so much damage. So definitely got a lot of runes there. DRMZJOSEPH probably should lean more toward the cleave damage route than the turn 2 route, because I don't see him taking a match over ELMIMO if he's going to play like this.
We didn't even see the LD picks coming out of ELMIMO as well. You got to keep in mind that he has those in the back. He may not even need them today, but we'll see if we get to see any of them as we get into this round 2 match between ELMIMO and DRMZJOSEPH.
So I think DRMZJOSEPH is going to pre-ban the Molly or the Riley from ELMIMO. Take another turn 2 unit away from him. I think Molly probably makes the most sense. And then ELMIMO's just going to draft into like Wind Monkeys and Nanas here. Takes out the Ragdoll instead, which is really interesting. I would have thought that we would see a Molly pre-ban, given the fact that Molly just supports that team so well. So we see a Ragdoll pre-ban. DRMZJOSEPH might be changing the direction of his draft if he's taking out the Ragdoll this way.
Yep, that's interesting that we saw the ban on top of the Cardinal. I think ELMIMO was expecting to change a pace here, removing that unit from the field, and it looks like he may have guessed right. Water Ryu Moore, the first pick from DRMZJOSEPH, takes it away to bring... I don't know.
Yeah, and that makes sense here. DRMZJOSEPH changing the pace of the match. He knows that was probably his best turn 2 comp with Nigong. When you bring an LD unit, that's one of the best turn 2 LD units, and it's not enough, it's time to change the plan and stick to what you're known for, which is damage. Going with the Moore, going with the Dominic, I would like to see a Changpang and some other form of AoE damage. Mo Long is also perfectly okay here, but he needs to lay on some pressure in his opponent. So we see that Changpang. Not sure if we're going to see the Mo Long, but it might be Changpang Segar or some way to do some damage. Wouldn't be opposed to seeing like a Poseidon Changpang. And we see a Varad, which is basically the same thing. But I'm seeing a lot of AoE coming up from DRMZJOSEPH here.
Yep, DRMZJOSEPH locking in the Water Monkey King as his pick there. ELMIMO with the Masha Nana, looking to potentially bring out a little bit of aggression there to help his team gain orbs with that Nana on the field.
Yeah, so ELMIMO is gonna rely on that Wind Monkey as we saw earlier. Just does so much damage and it's so tanky here. Goes with the Leo here to reduce some of the damage from disrupt the turns, but we see a Perna. We see a Perna pick here, which tells me Leo is likely not the ban here. We might see a removal of the Nana. And that's exactly what happened. See a removal of the Nana here, and DRMZJOSEPH is gonna look to snipe units off using this strong turn 1 play.
What a crazy draft here with DRMZJOSEPH and ELMIMO. Leader skills are locked in. Attack lead for DRMZJOSEPH, HP lead for ELMIMO. We've got an interesting one ahead of us, guys, as we get into this round 2 match with ELMIMO and DRMZJOSEPH.
So much aggression and interesting matches here that we see the purple screen has arrived again. So we're going to see ELMIMO gets a really lucky proc, but not able to reduce the attack bar the Moore. But unfortunately, that Moore does not strip enough units here. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to need to strip with his Changpang, or his opener is not going to be very strong.
Well, let's see what this Dominic can do here. All the shields are up for ELMIMO's team, trying to keep his team nice and healthy. Nice little additional turn, though, looking to deal some serious damage to this Masha. Masha with defense break available. Fast Link does not land on top of the Dominic.
Very big miss of the defense break. That would have been a dead Dominic if he landed that, but unfortunately not landing that there. And that's a giant proc on that Water Monkey.
Yeah, really big proc there. Able to dismount the Masha. Stun also landing on top of that Masha as well. And we've got this Wind Monkey King trying to do all he can to remove this Dominic from the field. Dominic is still alive, though.
Yeah, he needs to stun this Leo. Does not stun the Leo. Leo's going to go in and attack that Dominic. Dominic goes down here. ELMIMO just looks so good here. DRMZJOSEPH does not have enough damage to take out another unit of ELMIMO's after this Masha goes down.
Water Ryu trying to land a nice skill 2 on top of that Water Monkey King. Serious Matter's going to be coming out, reducing the attack bar. Getting a Despair Stun on top of that Wind Monkey King as well, though.
And that's a really tanky Masha there. Really required every single attack of the Water Monkey to take it down. So interesting to note for later matches here. ELMIMO is just going to tunnel this Changpang, and when the opportunity presents, go after this Water Monkey.
Definitely a nice little additional turn on top of that Wusa. Wusa's able to get that skill 2 up next turn. We're going to see All or Nothing coming out, getting the stun on top of the Wusa as well. We're going to see probably that second skill, looking to push back attack bar, getting a little bit of additional damage out onto the field there. Leo with a big torrent going right into the Chung Pong. Additional turns coming out from this Wind Monkey, lands the stun.
That's a massive proc on that Wind Monkey. It's going to do a lot of damage. And again, DRMZJOSEPH does not have enough damage to take this one home. ELMIMO's going to take this 2-0 with so much damage coming out from this Wind Monkey in this Leo.
Yeah, a ton of damage there. There you have it. ELMIMO with round 2 victory over DRMZJOSEPH.
Again, turn 2 play coming up from ELMIMO. Really hard to break that. His team was just so resilient with the Leo. That Wind Monkey did so much damage. It's hard to emphasize how much damage that did. Once these big hits come in, it's really hard to defend for units to survive. I mean, it took 3 hits to take out that Dominic. DRMZJOSEPH really needed to find an opportunity to take out more than 1 unit. Of course, missing that defense break was huge, but like at the end of the day, DRMZJOSEPH wasn't able to bring in enough damage to get through ELMIMO's defenses.
Now, ELMIMO's defenses are huge. His units are ruined up so well. I feel like if this was anybody else that DRMZJOSEPH was going after, it probably wouldn't have been. It would have been a little bit easier, maybe even siding with DRMZJOSEPH a little bit. But the runes of ELMIMO are so powerful, and all of his units, everything's built just so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, you even notice on that Masha there, it took every single one of Water Monkey's hits to be able to take out that Masha, and that was after it was dismounted. So that just tells you how tanky ELMIMO's Masha is. And then you have that Wind Monkey. I mean, obviously procced a couple times, but just so much damage. So ELMIMO is just able to handle whatever DRMZJOSEPH throws at him. If I'm DRMZJOSEPH, I mean, it's pretty tough to figure out what you can do here, but I think DRMZJOSEPH just needs to stick to his turn 1 play and try to find a way to take out some units of ELMIMO's.
Yeah, most definitely. Shizuka and the Dominic are going to get the pre-bans here as we get into this round 3. This could be game and match for ELMIMO, or can DRMZJOSEPH hold on for one more match?
And we see the Wusa take from DRMZJOSEPH trying to dissuade the Masha pick. So we might see a repeat of game 1 here, which is very interesting. We don't see that. We see the Fire Bison coming out from DRMZJOSEPH. I like that pick there, but I'm not sure I like it into Miles. I like the thought of trying to establish some control here, but I don't think that Carnal is going to do enough into ELMIMO's team.
Ooh, he was hovering over the Abelio, takes the Abelio back, brings back the Masha to DRMZJOSEPH's team. ELMIMO looking to respond to the double fire units, taking that Abelio himself along with that Ragdoll.
I think ELMIMO is going to finish off with a Molly here. It's probably what he's going to do and just look to survive. I mean, we've seen how tanky that Miles, that Abelio is. That Ragdoll's also tanky and hits really hard, having faced it many times in the past. So ELMIMO's in a really good spot here. DRMZJOSEPH needs to triple down on damage, but it's really hard to get through the burst of an Abelio, especially one like ELMIMO's. And he lays down a Vanessa Diana, which I'm not sure about. And we see a Rakan lay down. This is the first time I've seen a Rakan in SWC. Really exciting pick here. That tells me that we're going to see a Vanessa in play. Vanessa's going to be probably the first unit of DRMZJOSEPH's to go down, and I think ELMIMO's going to look to expose that and just tunnel into that Vanessa.
That is fantastic. We're actually seeing the Rakan coming through here. Diana Vanessa wrapping up DRMZJOSEPH's draft. A very exciting match, which could be the winning match for ELMIMO, but DRMZJOSEPH needs to hold on as we get into the bans here. Vanessa and Riley are going to be the bans.
Interesting chooses to take out the Vanessa instead, so he's probably reading into the speeds of it and decides not to do that. But I thought Vanessa would be a little bit weak here. But again, we'll see if DRMZJOSEPH is able to get enough damage and burst through the Abelio's healing and pass it there.
Let's see what happens as we've got Masha kicking things off right here. Going for a fast lick on top of the Ragdoll.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that Masha just did here. So DRMZJOSEPH is looking to find a way to get his Diana on board to take out this Ragdoll, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. He's going to use skill 2 to do a lot of damage on the Ragdoll, but again, trips off the passive of Abelio. Abelio is going to be able to heal up and push the attack bars of ELMIMO's team up.
But definitely, there's that beautiful heal here. We're going to see that second skill going into third skill, potentially going out onto the Diana to lock that unit down. Goes after the Masha, does land that provoke.
Yeah, it does not go after the Diana, so ELMIMO's content to let his Ragdoll go down and let his Rakan do a lot of damage and basically try to take out a unit on the back foot.
Well, let's see what happens here. ELMIMO's trying to get rid of that Masha, try to dismount it as soon as possible, trying to get a little bit of value with a stun landing on top of Abelio, but Abelio's not going to care too much. Wild Blow comes out, dismounts the Masha.
Yeah, I'm not sure about ELMIMO deciding to give up his ragdoll there. I really thought that Rakan should have gone and taunted up that Diana here. So now DRMZJOSEPH has a Diana that's basically going to be able to roam free and do a lot of damage. So I actually really like DRMZJOSEPH's position here as long as he can keep that Karno alive.
Oh, there's that stun going out onto the Miles. DRMZJOSEPH finally finding some momentum right now. He's going to drop the Miles here with that second. Doesn't drop the Miles just yet.
Gets a massive stun onto a Diana. Water stunning win here, so really lucky for ELMIMO here. He does need to capitalize, but of course that Diana does proc.
A wonderful proc indeed, able to finish off that Miles here, but we've got Rakan able to finish off that Masha. It is just the Rakan and Abelio. This could still win the match for ELMIMO though, it's not over.
Definitely not over here, but ELMIMO does need to lock down that Diana. That Diana does so much damage, so ELMIMO needs to taunt up that Diana, needs to provoke it as he should have done earlier here.
Yep, there's the shields up to make sure his team's going to be staying alive here. Let's see if there's an additional turn popping out here, not popping out here. Big skill 2 can go out on anybody. It looks like the unit of focus is going to stay on top of that Rakan. Woosa, no additional turns popping out. Third skill is going to come here. Does he get the stun on top of the Abelio?
Does trip off the passive here though, so Abelio is going to be able to push the Rakan up in front of the Woosa here. The Rakan's going to need to provoke the Woosa if ELMIMO wants a chance to win this one.
Does provoke that Woosa indeed. Looking for that stun. I'm sorry, goes for the wild blow on top of the Kano. Not receiving it though. We do have provoke available. Goes for the provoke on top of the Kano.
Yeah, and that Rakan's gonna need to collapse back a lot more, but has not been able to do so here. And these shields are gonna be massive here. It's gonna make it a lot harder for ELMIMO to take out another unit.
Definitely some big shields indeed. Diana is able to cycle here. Choose to go for a stun or choose to go for it. Decides to transform. Gonna see a skill 2. Cycle lit up attack bar. Going after the Rakan as well.
Interesting choice to go after the Rakan. And that proc from the Abelio, very huge, allows that Rakan to get more HP.
Definitely. Here's that first skill. Choosing to go after the Cardinal and not the Diana that's in human form, but trying to remove Cardinal from the field is the ideal move right now.
Trying to just take units off the field here. If ELMIMO can take that Cardinal out, he might have a chance here, but again, Abelio does not provide enough healing. This Rakan might actually go down if DRMZJOSEPH can string together some procs.
Here comes the shields. The shields are up. The shields are standing on top of that Cardinal. There's a couple additional turns there. Abelio is going to drop that Cardinal here. It is just a Rakan and Abelio keeping ELMIMO alive, and it doesn't matter. Diana finishes it off here, and DRMZJOSEPH is definitely going to get that victory here because Diana's going to pump out way too much damage.
Diana's going to do so much damage into this ability. I know ELMIMO has great units here, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Might be able to skill 3 into skill 2 and do a lot of damage on the Diana, but does get stunned up, so ELMIMO's not going to be able to come back from this one.
That's that big stun right there. Doesn't even have to transform and finishes him off right there. DRMZJOSEPH responds with a round 3 victory.
So DRMZJOSEPH saves this one from being a 3-0 here, able to get a proc on Diana. But I think it comes down to the pivotal moment here was that interesting choice where, and I say interesting, where ELMIMO basically decided to let his ragdoll die. When he chose to let that Rakan, didn't strip the Diana, and I think he went after different units, and I think he should have gone after the Diana to prevent it from going on to the ragdoll. I think that's what would have helped him get more turns over time, but instead he just was content to lose that ragdoll. And over time, ELMIMO just didn't have enough damage to be able to seal the deal there.
Yep, most definitely. I couldn't agree more with you with that opportunity. If he had gone for that collapse onto the Diana, we could have seen a different result of that match.
Yeah, so we go into the next match here. I think ELMIMO just needs to stay with the standard picks there. I'm not sure about the Rakan. The Rakan is a fun unit to play with, but it doesn't present a defense break. It doesn't present enough burst. And when you don't collapse the right unit, you end up not using it effectively. So I don't know if ELMIMO should be drafting Rakan in this situation here. Should just fall back on the classic Molly play that he's done. He does get the Woosa, which is a pretty big unit in this matchup here. So I like ELMIMO's position and what's about to unfold.
Well, let's see what happens. Woosa taken by ELMIMO, something DRMZJOSEPH was drafting a lot of. Dominic and Abelio hovering over right now with DRMZJOSEPH.
I think we're going to see a Masha take from ELMIMO at some point. But he doesn't decide to do that. He goes with the Nana and the Wind Monkey, which is also fine as well. DRMZJOSEPH quickly going for the Tessarian, and we saw ELMIMO ban that out earlier, so we might see ELMIMO ban out that Tessarian. I mean, Tessarian, and we're gonna look to see DRMZJOSEPH ban out the Wusa. When you lay down a Tsarian here, you're angling to ban out the Wusa, but he also has a Swift Sagar here to go in and reset the Wusa. So ELMIMO going with the quick Masha Rakan.
Yeah, Masha Rakan for ELMIMO. The Rakan making a second appearance for ELMIMO. It's so interesting to see units like this, but also kind of feels expected. It's just another tanky unit, and ELMIMO really likes that style of play.
So I think ELMIMO's angling to take out the Sagar or the Abelio here. DRMZJOSEPH going with the Moor, so we're going to see a quicker game here. ELMIMO's definitely going to leave the Tsarian through. When you lay down two immunity, self-providing immunity units like that, you're going to leave the Tsarian in here. So we'll see if ELMIMO's going to be able to show us that Rakan can take another game here. But DRMZJOSEPH looks to have a very aggressive comp with that Dominic.
Let's see. It's game 4, guys. ELMIMO, DRMZJOSEPH. We've got the Wind and Bison. Look for that reset provoke on top of the Wusa.
Yeah, and if he gets a proc here, he might be able to take a unit off the bat here. Does not get a proc. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from this Masha.
Gets that defense break on top of that Dominic. Dominic almost at 50% right now. Wind Monkey King looking to capitalize off that defense break.
Yeah, no, ELMIMO looking at the attack bars to see if he should do this. And Wind Monkey King gets a massive proc.
Massive proc. They're not able to finish off that Dominic. Of course, Abelio's going to be healing up his team, getting no provokes on anyone else.
Getting no provokes here, and the Oblivion lands. This Wind Monkey's not going to do as much here. Massive proc from the Cesarian.
Massive proc indeed. Almost finishing off that Wind Monkey King with the Oblivion. That unit's not as tanky as it should be. Rakan's able to finish off that Dominic there. Soul Crusher with the second skill coming out of Wind and Bison there, destroying that Wind Monkey King.
And we don't see these revenge collapses back, so a little bit unlucky for ELMIMO here. I think ELMIMO needs to taunt up and provoke as many units as possible with that skill 3 there, but unfortunately not able to get that. So DRMZJOSEPH is going to be able to lay in a lot of damage and dismount this Masha at some point.
ELMIMO looking for some big damage on top of that Wind and Bison. Does get the defense break. It's looking like it's going to get dropped very soon. But nice stun's going to go out onto the Wusa. We get the dismount on top of the Masha as well. No additional turns are going to be popping out here. Big skill 2 is going on top of the Rakan. Rakan looking to capitalize off that defense break. Masha finishing off the Wind and Bison. No, choosing not to finish off the Wind and Bison yet.
Yeah, ELMIMO reading the attack bars and being very judicious about which units go in front, and actually thinks that the Dot's going to take out the Wind Bison there. So takes out the Wind Bison here, and we see the Masha go down, so it's basically 2 units to 2 here, but there's no defense break on ELMIMO's side here, and a lot of healing on DRMZJOSEPH's.
Definitely a lot of healing on DRMZJOSEPH's side of the field. This match is definitely not over for either one of these players. Both gets cleansed with the Abelio, and we've got third skill coming up. Wish of Immortality is going to be affecting ELMIMO's team.
Yeah, now ELMIMO here needs to taunt up the Abelio at some point while it's in Druid form, while it's in Beast form, but unfortunately not able to do so. Not able to get that window here, and now ELMIMO is going to be facing a lot of damage from this Cesarian.
Definitely going to be facing a lot of damage there. Nice little additional turn here. Goes for the triple crush anyways to just provide more damage. Almost dropping the Rakan. Has to go for skill 2 to heal up his Rakan just a little bit. Abelio might be applying enough damage here.
Yeah, ELMIMO's in a rough spot here. That Rakan's not going to survive this next shot here. And ELMIMO looks like he's going to be going down on this match here. It's going to be 2-2 here. This Cesarian just does so much damage.
Yeah, there's that wild blow going out onto the Wusa. I don't see Wusa finishing off this match here. ELMIMO taking his time, though, thinking about the next match already. Skill 2 goes out on top of the Abelio. Abelio's going to have all the heals in the world. Don't see ELMIMO coming back here.
Yeah, ELMIMO's window that in his mind is probably to sleep the Abelio and then go after the Tsarian, but again, that window's really thin here, and I don't think he's going to get that. It's a lot of damage coming out from the Abelio over time, and that heal is just too much to handle.
It really is. No stuns going to be coming out here. Looking for the triple crush, lands that defense break. Does have shields he can throw up, goes for the skill 2. The additional turn does pop up. He's going to protect his Wusa with shields and immunity.
That is a really big proc there. It allows him to shake off defense break. So ELMIMO might find his window if he can sleep a unit here. But Abelio, of course, does have its third skill up. Able to get his team to full HP here. ELMIMO should be looking for the quit button.
And there you have it. DRMZJOSEPH taking round 4. We're going into a game 5 with ELMIMO and DRMZJOSEPH.
Lot of back and forth there, and I think that one comes down to Rakan not getting those provokes. When it collapses units and they attack back, it has a chance to collapse back and provoke them, and we didn't see very many of those. That's the whole point of bringing Rakan, is to be able to control the team there. So I think ELMIMO maybe should have thought about maybe relying on, as much as I hate this unit, Molly, right, or some more passive units to allow his units to stay alive a little bit longer. I don't think the Rakan has been very effective so far. And so ELMIMO maybe should think about putting it into storage after this and never bringing it out again. And then using the rest of his units that we've seen be successful and riding them to victory.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more with you. There's so many things that ELMIMO has in store that he hasn't shown here with DRMZJOSEPH, and I think he needs to bring out something that DRMZJOSEPH's not ready for if ELMIMO thinks he can take this victory here.
Yeah, and so far I think, go back to the other matches here. I wonder where that threat, that damage over time, that Miles, that Wind Monkey came from ELMIMO. I haven't seen that Miles damage yet, and if you look toward the statting of that, it was just so heavy. DRMZJOSEPH just had such a hard time dealing with that unit, so would have liked to see that at some point in this matchup. So we'll see if ELMIMO decides to rely on those units a bit more.
Yep, there's the WUSA being drafted by DRMZJOSEPH, and we've got Riley, and of course that water, the Miles.
Yeah, as I thought, I think ELMIMO has realized he's going to need this Miles. If he wants to win here, I don't think he should be drafting Rakan, especially when there's 2 water units on the field. I think we're going to see a Wind Monkey at some point. Goes with the Ragdoll Nana. Makes a lot of sense here. Ragdoll, we've seen that unit go down, so if DRMZJOSEPH has some defense breaks and can burst that Ragdoll down, he might be able to find a win here.
Ooh, seeing the Tsarium once again coming out of DRMZJOSEPH and the Molly taking this unit away from ELMIMO. I don't think he was going to be wrapping up his draft with the Molly, but we'll see what happens with ELMIMO's last pick here.
I really like the resilience of DRMZJOSEPH's comp here. Like, taking that Molly from ELMIMO means that ELMIMO can't rely on that unit. And also that Tsarium, just as you've seen, just does so much damage here. ELMIMO's main damage dealer here is Miles, and the Ragdoll occasionally will get a shot off. But there's just so much healing coming out from the side of DRMZJOSEPH. It's going to be a little tough for ELMIMO to string together a team to be able to fight that.
Very interesting. To go with the Kinky is the very last pick for ELMIMO. Is he signaling the ban on Tsarium? And he is.
An interesting choice of the Kinky obviously means that he's not afraid of that Molly there. Kinky just doesn't need to crit there. But we're going to see if ELMIMO is going to be able to string together when he does not have sustain on his side of the field here. So DRMZJOSEPH, all he needs to do is hang on.
Yep, that's it. He's got a ton of sustain on his side of the field. Looking for that skill 2 strip stun onto the WUSA, not receiving it.
Not receiving it there, definitely way lower than 50% chance, especially when there's a Molly and especially when there's Res check going on. ELMIMO does not have a strip on his side of the field here, so DRMZJOSEPH is in a really good spot here. Just need to get some damage on and take a unit out of ELMIMO's.
A very good spot here for DRMZJOSEPH indeed. He's going to go and just try to put all of his damage into the Carnal. Carnal being the biggest damage threat coming from DRMZJOSEPH.
And Carnal has amazing minus fire artifacts. You saw that Miles that previously did 8,000 does like maybe 3,000 in this situation here. That Nana basically did nothing as well. So DRMZJOSEPH coming very well prepared to this matchup here. We'll see how much damage his Kinky does.
A violent Kinky, not a despair one, looking for defense breaks to help his Ragdoll deal some damage here and not getting any of those defense breaks. Big skill 2 is available, and he's going to stay on top of that Carnal. Does get the stun this time, though.
Very hard to describe how big of a miss that was not to get a single defense break on that Kinky. There really is not much of a window for ELMIMO to take this. ELMIMO needs to start downing units to get stacks on that Nana because DRMZJOSEPH is presenting a lot of threat on his side of the field over time.
He's able to get that kill on top of the Carnal. ELMIMO does get another stack on top of his Nana. Nana's going to revive back. 1 orb still available here.
1 orb still available here, and ELMIMO does have that Miles, does have that Kinky and Ragdoll, so he's going to be able to lay in a lot of damage here. And DRMZJOSEPH just needs to find a window to be able to take out that Nana 2 times.
The violent procs are coming through. Big skill 2 gets that stun, and another despair stun on top of this WUSA. WUSA with defense break right now.
Yeah, and that's a big heal coming out from Abelio here, and this Molly does have bubble, should use it on the WUSA to shake off the defense break, but again, so much damage coming out from this Miles, and ELMIMO's pivoting to this Abelio, just looking to take out another unit.
Yep, there goes Nana. Nana's going to drop down there. No orbs are going to be available now. An additional turn's going to be popping out. You can throw up shields and immunity to help protect his team here. ELMIMO is going to continue going after that Abelio, I think.
Yeah, this Kinky is not really effective in this matchup here. He doesn't really have the opportunity to land a defense break, so kind of tough for ELMIMO to get another unit down here. He's chosen to go after the Abelio, and so that's exactly what ELMIMO needs to do if he wants to take out the damage from DRMZJOSEPH.
Yep, he's able to get a 2-turn defense break sitting on top of that Water Druid. Nice 2-turn sleep going out onto the Ragdoll. Really going to halt ELMIMO's damage there, trying to take advantage of all these defense breaks that are landing on top of this Abelio.
That's an absolutely massive sleep coming out from that Wusa. If that sleep had not gone off, that Ragdoll would have been able to do a lot of damage, and Kinky would have finished off that Belio. So that is potentially a game-winning sleep there. DRMZJOSEPH is hanging on with the healing units, and ELMIMO needs to find a way to take a unit out.
Oh, that's a big additional turn there. Lands that stun, has that defense break on top of the Abalio, goes for the attack bar pushback on top of the boost. So there's the violent proc. Wild Blow is going to come out, looking to get rid of this Miles. Miles is going to be holding on.
So many procs and sleeps coming out from the side of DRMZJOSEPH, really using that RNG to his advantage here. Kind of tough for ELMIMO to find a way back here, especially when there's healing going on the Abalio side. ELMIMO does not have enough burst, does not have sustain to be able to hang in this match much longer.
DRMZJOSEPH looking for the Wild Blow, finishes off that Miles. There's no longer a strip on the side of ELMIMO. When these shields of immunity come up, DRMZJOSEPH's going to get really, really comfortable.
Yeah, and this Ragdoll is going to need to do a lot of damage to take out this Abalio here. That's ELMIMO's chance of victory.
Whew, ton of damage with shields up there, but nice little stun going out onto the Ragdoll. Big second skill is going to go out onto Ragdoll as well. You're going to see ELMIMO still going into this Abalio.
But again, so much healing from DRMZJOSEPH's side here. It's not a way for ELMIMO to find a way to win here. So ELMIMO's desperately trying to find a kill here, but Abalio keeps getting picked up. That passive keeps getting triggered, and it's really tough for ELMIMO to find a window of opportunity.
Big additional turn right there. Could have used it to finish off the Ragdoll, but that doesn't matter. Woos is going to be right there. It is just the Kinky looking to try and do all that he can for ELMIMO.
So we'll see if we find a Kinky solo. Kinky needs to not get stunned up here. If Kinky gets stunned, this match is instantly over.
The defense break landing on top of the Molly. There's that revenge going back onto the Molly as well. Two-turn sleep's not going to be happening here. A lot of damage coming out. Here comes the second skill, able to drop the Molly from the field.
Wow, so much damage here. And when we think back to Guild Wars, I would kind of wish this Kinky was on Destroy here. That's so much damage coming out from Kinky. ELMIMO hanging on here, able to drain life, but needs to find enough damage to take out this Abalio.
Ooh, big skill 2, dealing a ton of damage. He needed the additional turn, not receiving it there. Here comes the Cure. He's going to heal up his team. We've got Kinky looking a little low right now. Goes for skill 2. There's the revenge. Breaks the shield. That's definitely not going to be enough here. If that skill 2 goes off, that's going to be it. There's the violent proc, and DRMZJOSEPH takes down ELMIMO in round 5 to secure his victory and moving forward to America's Cup.
Here he is inevitable. It's DRMZJOSEPH who has to go the distance and finds his way in yet another America's Cup. Don't get me wrong, lots of fans showing up for ELMIMO, the mime, but it is Josefito who comes out on top. DRMZJOSEPH keeps it alive and continues his run to yet another America's Cup crown. My goodness, there at the end, it was a war of attrition, and even when it was 1v3, you know Kinky can do those types of things. We saw it all last year, and ELMIMO almost brought it back, but it's DRMZJOSEPH in a 5-set series who closes it out and books his ticket to New York City. Guys, what an absolute great way to end the day of action as we take a look at our updated bracket from today's matches. It's TRUEWHALE, MADREAMDY, FALLINGFLOWER, and DRMZJOSEPH. The experience prevails on through here, Stoic.
That's right. I mean, nothing but experiences moving forward here. FALLINGFLOWER being our newest face moving forward into America's Cup, as well with Spires as well. It was a very, very exciting losers bracket today. And to be honest, these losers looked like absolute winners today. It was so entertaining throughout all of today.
Yeah, what'd you make of the matches today here? Make it a bud.
I mean, just a lot of back and forth here. I mean, we saw in that was a great last matchup to end it. I mean, we saw a reverse sweep coming out from DRMZJOSEPH onto ELMIMO, which is, I mean, that's not something I think most people would have expected. I mean, just really good mental fortitude from DRMZJOSEPH's side, really confusing recon picks coming out from ELMIMO's side. I think if he had stuck with a little bit more sustain, he would have done better. But just overall, just seeing the diversity of picks, seeing the creativity in drafts, definitely very excited to see what happens in America's Cup as we go to New York.
All right, and for the first time ever, we're proud to present all 8 players arriving at the America's Cup. It's been a week of journey, a year of waiting for a lot of these players, but we finally have our top 8 players ready to go and make it into the finals. And when you think about the players that we have made it on through here, guys, I want to ask, who stands out to you the most?
I mean, DRMZJOSEPH kicked this thing off. DRMZJOSEPH looking for another America's Cup crown, to be honest with you, after that performance. But hey, TRUEWHALE's definitely someone who's standing out for sure. I mean, he took down THOMPSIN, and we had an outstanding match between the two of them.
How about you, Make It Bud?
You know, I would have said TRUEWHALE as well, but I'm going to have to differ from that. You know, obviously his matches are great to watch. But, you know, I kind of like seeing newcomers come on. And, you know, I would like to see more Spires as we look forward to America's Cup. You know, we saw him dominating performance last weekend. He has a lot of LDs. We haven't even seen all of the LDs yet. So I'd be curious to see how he's going to be able to leverage the experience he got here and use it in New York against all of these experienced and excellent players.
Absolutely. And of course, again, it has been just the beginning. If you want more action, you all at home have the opportunity to join us October 8th over at the HK Hall, Hell's Kitchen in New York City, the first live SWC event that we've had in the Americas region since 2019. It's going to be a lot of fun. Myself and these two guys will be there for you. But that's not all that we've got here at Summoner's War. The pre-registration for Summoner's War Chronicles begins next week. Get ready for the adventure early and earn rewards to start your journey. Come be the first to discover this new world together with our community. Don't be late. It has looked fantastic. Can't wait to see what's in store for all of us. And as we mentioned earlier in the day, we're baking up a collaboration between Summoner's War and Cookie Run Kingdom. Come get your sweet tooth fix with a 5-star cookie, an exclusive scroll, and a ticket event for the Kairos rune set fix. In addition, we will be introducing a new event dungeon and a bear jelly balloon. So more to come. So many more crumbs to come. There we go. Got it. All right, and finally, to close it on out, to close out America's Cup, it's coupon code time. It is CU October 8th, Summoner's War, New York City. That's what that basically says, but it's CU Octo. I don't know anyone that says October like Octo, but sure, Octo 8 SWC NYC. See you Octo 8 SWC NYC. Good luck with that one. Make sure you get lightning when you pull your scroll. If you don't, that's your own fault, obviously. Okay, guys, SWC 2022 America's Cup preliminaries are done. What's left? It's the America's Cup. Can't wait to see y'all there. Going to be a ton of fun. Make sure to come on, swing by on October 8th in New York City. Get all that there. It's going to be just a great day, a celebration of not only Summoner's War, but Summoner's War in the Americas region. You're going to see a lot of your favorite players, a lot of your favorite personalities, a lot of your favorite Comtoist people, and, you know, maybe those two big faces in the screen that you see yelling at you the whole time. You really get to ask Make It a Bud any question and always hear him be correct every single time. He's never wrong about anything ever. It is one of the wildest things in life. You get to see it in person, and you get to see exactly how full Stoic's beard is. It is magnificent, majestic. All right, y'all. All 8 players will be there for the America's Cup. Here are our 8 qualifiers for America's Cup right on your screen. Again, out of these 8, 2 of them will be representing us as an America's region at the World Finals for the $20,000 prize pool, y'all. Gonna be a ton of fun. Make sure to see us there. Guys, closing thoughts as we close off the preliminaries and just have the America's Cup winning. Make it a bud.
I mean, just a crazy set of matches. I mean, we saw what easily could have been finals today. I mean, this is just high-level RTA. It does, as much as we talk about procs, it comes down to that because sometimes a draft is very close. And there's always a probability to win when you bring these sets of units in, right? Everyone has their own 60 to 40 or something like that. And then it just comes down to the procs, and you just let the dice roll. Just lots of great play back and forth. Interesting to see how the players adjust. I'm going to be watching these replays back to see how and why players drafted certain ways to see if I could learn anything from it. Just a lot of great play, and I can't wait to see what comes in New York.
Stoic, how about you, brother?
you know, after today's matches, I kind of forgot that there was even, you know, an America's Cup final. Like, this felt like the final today. But I mean, we've got still big names going through. I'm looking forward to seeing how Spires does. Spires being a newcomer, being one of the first people to lock in his role here. So I think my eyes are out for Spires, and I think I want to see some big things coming out of him in America's Cup.
Well, big names, small names, all take their chance to put their names in the light in New York City. October 8th, America's Cup. That's where we'll see you next. On behalf of myself, our two fantastic casters, the entire live broadcast crew here for SWC, we thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in New York City.